Prefaces of A Brief History of Forestry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Brief History of Forestry by Bernard Fernau. Preface to the second edition. It has been a great surprise, and also a great gratification to the author, to see the first edition of this volume exhausted within less than 2 years since its appearance in complete form. The gratification has come especially because of the opportunity thus afforded of revision, improvement in style, and correction of the many inaccuracies which the first edition contained, excusable only by the manner in which, as explained in the preface of the first edition, the volume had come into existence. Only in a few cases has it seemed desirable to expand, since the object of the book is not to be complete, but to give as briefly as possible an oversight over a rather large field. The chapter on France has, however, been entirely rewritten and considerably enlarged to meet the just criticisms of reviewers. The excellent work of Huffel, full of historical data, which was not available when the first edition was printed, permitting a clearer and fuller statement to be made. As long as history is in the making, a book of this kind can hardly be brought up to date. This should especially be kept in mind by the reader in regard to the statistics brought in, since these are only to serve in general to show the magnitude of the interests involved. They may without damage be only approximately accurate and even of older date. Some of the chapters have been submitted for criticism and corrections to correspondents in the various countries to which they refer. For the kindly assistance of these friends, thanks is due from the author. Toronto, October 1911. B. E. Fernau. Preface to the first edition. This publication is the result of a series of 25 lectures, which the writer was invited to deliver before the students of forestry in Yale University, as a part of their regular course of instruction during the session of 1904. Circumstances made it desirable, in the absence of any existing textbooks on the subject, to print at once, for the sake of ready reference, the substance of the lectures while they were being delivered. This statement of the manner in which the book came into existence will explain and, it is hoped, excuse the crudities of style, which has been also hampered by the necessity of condensation. The main object was to bring together the information, now scattered and mostly inaccessible to English or American readers. The style has been sacrificed to brevity. It is a book of expanded lecture notes. In the nature of the case, the book does not lay claim to any originality, except in the manner of presentation, being merely a compilation of facts gathered mostly from other compilations, official documents, and journals. For none of the countries discussed does a complete work on the history of forests and forestry exist, excepting in the case of Germany, which can boast of a number of comprehensive works on the subject. It was therefore possible to treat that country more in extenso. Moreover, it appeared desirable to enlarge upon the history of that country, since it is preeminently in the lead in forestry matters, and has passed through all the stages of development of forest policies and forestry practice, which, with more or less variations, must be repeated in other countries. Especially the growth of the technical science and art of forestry, which has been developed in Germany for a longer time, and to a more refined degree than in other countries, has been elaborated in the chapter relating to that country. For some of the other countries, available sources of information were quite limited. The writer believes, however, that for the purpose of this brief statement, the data collected will be found sufficient. In order to make conditions existing in the different countries and their causes more readily understood, it appeared desirable to give very brief historic references to their political and economic developments, and also brief statements of their general physical conditions. Present conditions of forest policy and forest administration have sometimes been enlarged upon beyond the requirements of historical treatment. Ithaca, New York, May 1907, B.E. Furnau. End of the Prefaces of A Brief History of Forestry by Bernard Furnau. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Section 1 of A Brief History of Forestry by Bernard Furnau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Introductory. The value of studying the historical development of an economic subject, or of a technical art which, like forestry, relies to a large extent upon empiricism, lies in the fact that it brings before us, in proper perspective, accumulated experience, and enables us to analyze cause and effect, whereby we may learn to appreciate the reasons for present conditions and the possibilities for rational advancement. If there be one philosophy more readily derivable than another from the study of the history of forestry, it is that history repeats itself. The same policies and the same methods which we hear propounded today have at some other time been propounded and tried elsewhere. We can study the results, broadening our judgment and thereby avoid the mistakes of others. Nowhere is the record of experience and the historic method of study of more value than in an empiric art like forestry, in which it takes decades, a lifetime, nay, a century, to see the final effects of operations. Such study, if properly pursued, tends to free the mind from many foolish prejudices, and particularly from an unreasonable partiality for our own country and its customs and methods, merely because they are our own, substituting the proper patriotism, which applies the best knowledge wherever found to our own necessities. Forestry is an art born of necessity, as opposed to arts of convenience and of pleasure. Only when a reduction in the natural supplies of forest products, under the demands of civilization, necessitates a husbanding of supplies or necessitates the application of art or skill or knowledge in securing a reproduction, or when unfavorable conditions of soil or climate induced by forest destruction make themselves felt, does the art of forestry make its appearance. Hence, its beginnings occur in different places at different times, and its development proceeds at different paces. In the one country, owing to economic development, the need of an intensive forest management and of strict forest policies may have arrived, while in another, rough exploitation and wasteful practices are still natural and practically unavoidable. And such differences, as we shall see, may even exist in the different parts of the same country. The origin and growth of the art, then, is dependent on economic and cultural conditions, on various economic development, and on elements of environment. The development of the art can only be understood and appreciated through the knowledge of such environment, of such other developments as of agriculture, of industries, of means of transportation, of civilization generally. Hence we find, for instance, that England, located so as to be accessible by sea from all points of the compass, and within oceanic shipping well developed, can apparently dispense with serious consideration of the forest supply question. Again, we find that more than a century ago fear of a timber famine agitated not only the dense populations of many European countries, but even the scanty population of the United States, in spite of the natural forest wealth which is still supplying us, and not without good reason, for at that time wood was the only fuel and rivers the only means of transportation. Hence, local scarcity was to be feared, and was not unfrequently experienced when accessible forest areas had been exploited. Railroad and canal development and the use of coal for fuel changed this condition on both continents. Now, with improved means of transportation by land and by sea, the questions of wood supply and of forestry development, which at one time were of very local concern, have become world questions. and he who proposes to discuss intelligently forest conditions and forestry movement in one country must understand what is going on in other countries. As will appear from the study of the following pages, with the exception of some parts of Central Europe, or of some sporadic attempts elsewhere to regulate forest use, the development of the forestry idea belongs essentially to the 19th century, and more especially to the second half, when the rapid development of railroads had narrowed the world, and the remarkable development of industries and material civilization called for increased draft on forest resources. Yet, we are still largely ignorant as to the extent of available forest area, not only in this country but elsewhere. We do not know whether it be sufficient in extent and yield to furnish a continuous supply for the needs of our civilization, or, if not, for how long a time it will suffice. We can only make very broad statements as to questions of wood supply, and very broad inferences from them as argument for the need of a closer study of forest conditions and of the practice of forestry. 1. Practically, the northern temperate zone alone produces the kinds of wood which enter most largely into our economy, namely, the soft conifers and the medium hardwoods. Most of the woods of the tropics are very hard, fit primarily for ornamental use, and hence less necessary. Possibly a change in the methods of the use of wood may also change the relative economic values, but at present the vast forests of the tropical countries are of relatively little importance in the discussion of wood supply for the world. 2. The productive forest area of the temperate zone in which the industrial nations are located has continuously decreased. We shall not be far from wrong in stating this area liberally to be at present around 2,500 million acres. Note: the total forest area of the world is supposed to be 3,800 million acres. Namely, in Europe, 800 million acres, in Asia, 800 million acres, in North America, 900 million acres. How much of this acreage contains available virgin timber? How much is merely potential forest? How much growing crop? It is impossible to state. 3. The civilized wood-consuming population of this territory is about 500 million, hence the per capita acreage is still 5 acres. Taking the European countries, which now have to import all or part of their consumption, excess over exports, we find that their population is estimated at 180 million, and that they use 30 cubic feet of wood per capita, of which 12 cubic feet is log timber, or altogether they use 2,200 million cubic feet of this latter description, of which they import in round numbers 1,000 million, at a cost of about $250 million. Their forest acreage of 100 million acres being insufficient to produce, even under careful management as in Germany, more than 2/3 of their needs, and the wood consumption in all these nations is growing at the rate of 1.5% to 2% annually. 4. The deficiency is at present supplied by the export countries, Russia, Sweden, Norway, Austria-Hungary, Canada, and United States. And these countries themselves, also increasing their consumption, are beginning to feel the drain on their forest resources, which are, for the most part, merely roughly exploited. 5. If we assume a log timber requirement by the 500 million people of 6,000 million cubic feet, and could secure what France annually produces, namely a little less than 9 cubic feet of such timber per acre, the area supposed to be under forest would amply suffice. But a large part of it is in fact withdrawn from useful production, and of the balance not more than 250 million acres at best are as yet under management for continuous production. Hence, attention to forestry is an urgent necessity for every industrial nation. The history of the forest in all forest countries shows the same periods of development. First, hardly recognized as of value or even as personal property, the forest appears an undesirable encumbrance of the soil, and the attitude of the settler is of necessity inimical to the forest. The need for farm and pasture leads to forest destruction. The next stage is that of restriction in forest use and protection against cattle and fire, the stage of conservative lumbering. Then come positive efforts to secure regrowth by fostering natural regeneration or by artificial planting. The practice of silviculture begins. Finally, a management for continuity, organizing existing forest areas for sustained yield, forest economy is introduced. That the time and progress of these stages of development and the methods of their inauguration vary in different parts of the world is readily understood from the intimate relation which, as has been pointed out, this economic subject bears to all other economic as well as political developments. At the present time, we find all the European nations practicing forestry, although with a very varying degree of intensity. The greatest and most universal development of the art is for good reasons to be found in Germany and its nearest neighbors. Early attention in forest conservancy was here, induced by density of population, which enforces intensity in the use of soil, and by the comparative difficulty of securing wood supplies cheaply enough from outside. On the other hand, such countries as the Mediterranean peninsulas, by their advantageous situation with reference to importations, with their mild climate and less intensive industrial development, have felt this need less. Again, the still poorly settled and originally heavily timbered countries of the Scandinavian peninsula and the vast empire of Russia are still heavy exploiters of forest products, and are only just beginning to feel the drain on their forest resources, while the United States, with as much forest wealth as Russia, but with a much more intensive industrial development, has managed to reach the stage of need for a conservative forest policy in a shorter time. From each of the European countries we learn something helpful towards inaugurating such policies, and while owing to a different historical background, and to different political and social conditions, none of their administrative methods and measures may appeal to us. The principles underlying them, as well as those underlying their silvicultural methods, remain the same. They are applicable everywhere, and can best be recognized and studied in the history of their development. End of Section 1. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Section 2 of A Brief History of Forestry by Bernard Fernau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Forest of the Ancients. Waldgeschichte des Altertums by August Siedensticker, 1886, in 2 volumes, page 863, is a most painstaking compilation from original sources of notes regarding the forest conditions and the knowledge of trees, forests, and forestry among the ancients. Contains also a full bibliography. Die Waldwirtschaft der Römer by J. Trurich collects the knowledge especially of arboriculture and silviculture possessed by the Romans. Forstwissenschaftliche Leistungen der Altgriechen by Dr. Chloros in Forstwissenschaftliches Zentralblatt, 1885, pages 8. Archeologia forestale dell'antica storia e giurisprudenza forestale in Italia by A. de Berenger, 1859. The forest was undoubtedly the earliest home of mankind, its edible products forming its principal value. Its wild animals developed the hunter, the chase first furnishing means of subsistence, and then exhilaration and pleasure. Next, it was the mast, and in its openings the pasture which gave to the forest its value for the herder, and only last, with the development into settled communities and more highly civilized conditions of life, did the wood product become its main contribution toward that civilization. Finally, In the refinement of cultural conditions in densely settled countries is added its influence on soil, climate, and water conditions. Although there is no written history, there is little doubt that these were the phases of an appreciation of woodlands in the earliest development of mankind, for we find the same phases repeated in our own times in all newly settled countries. As agriculture develops, the need for farming ground overshadows the usefulness of the forest in all these directions, and it is cleared away. Moreover, as population remains scanty, a wasteful use of its stores forms the rule, until necessity arises for greater care in the exploitation, for more rational distribution of farm and forest area, and finally, for intentional reproduction of wood as a useful crop. Correspondingly, forest conditions change from the densely forested hills and mountain slopes during the age of the nomad and hunter to the enclaves or patches of field and pasture enclosed by the forest of the first farmers. Then follows the opening up of the valleys and lowlands, while the hill and mountain farms may return to forest, and finally, with the increase of population and civilization in valleys and plains, a reduction of the forest area and a decrease of forest wealth results. 1. Forest conditions. While we have many isolated references to forest conditions and progress of forest exploitation among the ancients in the writings of poets and historians, these are generally too brief to permit us to gain a very clear picture of the progress of forest history. Except in isolated cases, they furnish only glimpses, allowing us to fill in the rest to some extent by guess. That the countries occupied and known to the ancients, even Spain and Palestine, were originally well wooded, there seems little doubt, although in the drier regions and on the drier limestone soils, the forest was perhaps open, as is usual under such conditions, and truly arid, forestless regions were also found where they exist now. Although it has been customary to point out some of the Mediterranean and eastern countries as having become deserts and depopulated through deforestation, and although this is undoubtedly true for some parts, as Mount Lebanon and Syria, generalization in this respect is dangerous. We know, however, that by the 11th century before Christ, in Palestine, Asia Minor, and Greece, especially in the neighborhood of thriving cities, the forest cover had vanished to a large extent, and building timber for the temples at Tyre and Sidon had to be brought long distances from Mount Lebanon, whose wealth of cedar was also freely drawn upon for ship timber and other structures. Although about 465 BC, Artaxerxes I, having recognized the pending exhaustion of this mountain forest, had attempted to regulate the cutting of timber, the exploitation had, by 333 BC, progressed to such an extent that Alexander the Great found at least the south slope exhausted and almost woodless. The destruction by axe and fire of the celebrated forests of Sharon, Carmel, and Bashan is the theme of the prophet Isaiah, writing about 590 BC, and the widespread devastation of large forest areas during the Jewish wars is depicted by Josephus. In Greece, the Persian Wars are on record as causes of widespread forest destruction, yet in other parts, as on the island of Cyprus, which, originally densely wooded, had rapidly lost its forest wealth during Cleopatra's time through the development of mining and metallurgical works, shipbuilding, and clearing for farms. The kings seem to have been able to protect the remnants for a long time, so that respectable forest cover exists even to date. The Romans seem to have had still a surplus of ship timber at their command in the 3rd and 2nd centuries before Christ, when they did not hesitate to burn the warships of the Carthaginians in 203 BC and of the Syrians in 189 BC, although it may be that other considerations forced these actions. Denuded hills and scarcity of building timber in certain parts are mentioned at the end of the 3rd century before Christ, and that the need for conservative use of timber resources had arrived also appears from the fact that when, in 167 BC, the Romans had brought Macedonia under their sway, the cutting of ship timber in the extensive forests of that country was prohibited. Although at that time the Roman state forests were still quite extensive, it is evident that under the system of renting these for the mast and pasture, and for the exploitation of their timber to companies of contractors, their devastation must have progressed rapidly. Yet, on the whole, with local exceptions, Italy remained well wooded until the Christian era. In Spain, according to Diodorus Siculus, about 100 BC, the southern provinces were densely wooded when about 200 BC the Romans first took possession. But soon after, a great forest fire starting from the Pyrenees ran over the country, exposing deposits of silver ore, which invited a large influx of miners, the cause of reckless deforestation of the country. The interior of this peninsula, however, was probably always forestless, or at least scantily wooded. While through colonization, exploitation, fire, and other abuse, the useful forest area was decimated in many parts, the location of the Mediterranean peninsular countries was such that wood supplies could be readily secured by water from distant parts, and the lignarii, or wood merchants of Italy, drew their supplies even from India by way of Alexandria. They went for ash to Asia Minor, for cedar to Cilicia. Paphlagonia, Liguria, and Mauritania became the great wood export countries. It is interesting to note that a regular wood market existed in Rome, as in Jerusalem, and at the former place firewood was sold by the pound, 75 cents per 200 pounds in Cicero's time. At the same time that the causes of devastation were at work, the forest area also increased in some parts, recovering ground lost during wars and through the neglect of farms by natural seeding, much less by active effort, although planting of trees in parks, vineyards, and groves was early practiced to a limited extent. 2. Development of property. As to development of forest property, we have also only fragmentary information. Nomads do not know soil as property. When they became settled farmers, the plowland, the vineyard or olive grove and orchard are recognized as private property, but all the rest remains common property, or nobody's in particular, and even the private property was not at first entirely exclusive. Hence, for a long time, and in some parts even to date, the exclusive property right in forests is not fully established. At least the right to hunt over all territory without restriction was possessed by everybody, although an owner might prevent undesirable hunters from entering his property if it was enclosed. The setting aside of hunting grounds for private use came into existence only in later Roman times, but woodland parks, planted or otherwise, like the paradises of the Persian kings and the Nemora of the Romans and Carthaginians, were early a part of the private property of princes and grandees, from which others were excluded. Forests formed a barrier and defense against outsiders, or a hiding place in case of need. Hence, we find in early times frontier forests, or as the Germans called them, Grenzmarken, set aside or designated for such purposes and withdrawn from use, and sometimes additionally fortified by ditches and other artificial barriers. Even before the Grenzmarken of the Germans, the forest was used by the Greeks, Romans, and still earlier among Asiatic tribes, to designate the limit of peoples, as well as to serve as a bulwark against attacks from invaders. Again, the pantheistic ideas of the ancients led to consecrating not only trees but groves to certain gods. Holy groves were frequent among the Greeks and Romans, and also among other pagans. The Jews, however, were enjoined to eradicate these emblems of paganism in the Promised Land with axe and fire, and they did so more or less, removal and re-establishment of holy groves varying according to the religious sentiment of their rulers. Altogether, in Palestine, the forests were left to the free and unrestricted use of the Israelites. Out of religious conceptions and priestly shrewdness arose church property in farms and forests among the Indian Brahmins, the Ethiopians and Egyptians, as also among Greeks and Romans. It appears that the Oriental kings were exclusive owners of all unappropriated or public forests. This was certainly the case with the princes of India and of Persia, and such ownership can be proved definitely in many other parts, as in the case of the forests of Lebanon, of Cyprus, and of various forest areas in Asia Minor. That in the Greek republics the forests were mainly public property seems to be likely. For Attica, at least, this is true without doubt. While the first Roman kings seem to have owned royal domains, which were distributed among the people after the expulsion of the kings, the public property which came to the Republic as a result of conquest was in most cases at once transferred to private hands, either for homesteads of colonists or in recognition of services of soldiers and other public officers, or to mollify the conquered, or by sale or for rent, not to mention the rights acquired by squatters. The rents were usually farmed out to collectors, publicani, or to corporations formed of these. Livy, however, mentions also state forests in which the cutting was regulated, probably by merely reserving the ship timber. That occasionally single cities and other smaller municipal units owned forest properties in common seems also established. Private forest properties connected with farm estates existed in Ethiopia, in Arabia, among the Greeks, and among the Romans at home as well as in their colonies, especially pasture woods, saltus, connected with small and large estates, latifundia, into which probably most forest areas near settlements were turned, are frequently mentioned as in private ownership, but also other private forests existed. The institution of servitudes, or rights of user, usus and usus fructus, and a considerable amount of law regarding the conditions under which they were exercised, and regarding their extinguishment, were in existence among the Romans in the first centuries of the Christian era. 3. Forest use. Restrictions in the use of woods were not entirely absent, but with the exception of reserving ship timber in the state forests, they refer only to special classes of forest. In the frontier forests reserved for defensive purposes, timber cutting was forbidden, and in the holy groves set aside by private or public declaration, no wood could be cut thereafter, being in the latter case considered nobody's property, but sanctified and dedicated to religious use, res sacra, and whoever removed any wood from them was considered a patricide, except the cutting be done for purposes of improvement, thinnings, and after a prescribed sacrifice. With the extension of Christendom, the holy trees and groves became the property of the emperors, who sometimes substituted Christian holiness for the pagan, and retained the restrictions which had preserved them. Thus, the cutting and selling of cypress and other trees in the holy grove near Antioch, and of persea trees in Egypt, generally, which had been deemed holy under the pharaohs, was prohibited under penalty of 5 pounds gold, unless a special permit had been obtained. In Attica, as well as in Rome, the theory that the state cannot satisfactorily carry on any business was well established. Hence, the state forests were rented out under a system of time rent, or a perpetual license, the renters, after exploiting the timber, usually subletting the culled woods merely for the pasture, except where coppice could be profitably utilized. The officials with titles referring to their connection with the woods, as with the Roman saltuarii or the Greek hyloroi, forest guards, and vilici silvarum, the overseers, both grades taken from the slaves, had hardly even police functions. Forest management proper, in other words, regulated use for continuity, except in coppice, seems nowhere to have been practiced by the ancients, although arboriculture in artificial plantations was well established, and occasionally even attempts at replacement in forest fashion seem to have been made deliberately. Not only were many arboricultural practices of today well known to them, but also a number of the still unsettled controversies in this field were then already subjects of discussion. The culling system of taking only the most desirable kinds, trees, and cuts, which until recently has characterized our American lumbering methods, was naturally the one under which the mixed forest was utilized. Fire used in the pasture woods for the same purposes as with us effectively prevented reproduction in these and destroyed gradually the remnants of old trees. Only where, for park and hunting purposes, some care was bestowed upon the woodland, was reproduction purposefully attempted, as, for instance, when in a hunting park an underwood was to be established for game cover. The treatment of the coppice and methods of sowing and planting were well understood, in spite of the lack of natural sciences. Whatever forestry practice existed was based merely on empirical observations and was taught in the books on agriculture as part of farm practice. Silviculture was mainly developed in connection with the coppice, which was systematically practiced for the purpose of growing vineyard stakes, especially with chestnut, castanetum, oak, quercetum, and willow, salicetum, while the arbustum denoted the plantings of trees for the support of grapes, and incidentally for the foliage used as cattle feed, still in vogue in modern Italy. This planting of vine supports was done with saplings of elm, poplar, and some other species. By pollarding and by a well-devised system of pruning, these were gradually prepared and maintained in proper form for their purpose. The coppice seems to have been systematically managed in Attica, as well as in Italy in regular fellings, the mild climate producing sprouts and root suckers readily without requiring much care, even conifers, cypress, and fir reproducing in this manner. The oak coppice was managed in 7-year rotation, the chestnut in 5-year, and the willow in 3-year rotation. Yield and profitableness were discussed, and the practice of thinnings is known, but only for the purpose of removing and using the dead material. Forest protection was poorly developed. Of insects, little. Of fungi, no knowledge existed. Hand-picking was applied against caterpillars. Also, ditches into which the beetles were driven and then covered. The use of hogs in fighting insects was also known. That goats were undesirable in the woods had been observed. Some remarkable precocious physiological knowledge, or rather philosophy, existed. It was recognized that frost produces drought, and that a remedy is to loosen the soil, aerating the roots, to drain or water as the case might require, and to prune, but also sap-letting was prescribed. Against hail, dead owls were to be hung up. Against ants, which were deemed injurious, ashes with vinegar were to be applied, or else an ass's heart. Curiosities in wood technology were rife, and many contradictions among the wood sharps existed, as in our times. Only 4 elements, earth, water, fire, air, composed all bodies. The more fire in the composition of a wood, the more readily it would decay. Spruce, being composed of less earth and water but more fire and air, is therefore lighter than oak, which, mostly composed of earth, is therefore so durable. But the latter warps and develops seasons, splits, because on account of its density it cannot take up readily and resists the penetration of moisture. Wood impregnation, supposed to be a modern invention, was already practiced. Cedrium, cedar oil, being used as well as a tar coating or immersion in seawater for 1 year to secure greater durability. 4. Literature. As regards literature, we find in Greece, besides what can be learned incidentally from the historians Herodotus and Xenophon, and from the natural history of Aristotle, the first work on plant history and wood technology, if not forestry, in 18 volumes by Theophrastus, 390 to 286 BC, a pupil of Aristotle and Plato. Among the Romans, besides a number of historians, at least 3 writers before Christ discussed in detail agriculture, and in connection with it, tree culture, namely Cato, 234 to 149 BC, who wrote an excellent work De Re Rustica in 162 chapters, Varro, 116 to 26 BC, also De Re Rustica in 3 books, and Virgilius Maro, 70 to 19 BC, who in his Georgica records in 6 books the state of knowledge at that time. Of the many writers on these subjects who came in the Christian era, there are also 3 to be mentioned, namely Cassius Plinius Major, 2379 AD, who in his Historia Naturalis in 37 books discusses also the technique of silviculture, Lucius Junius Moderatus Columella, about 50 AD, with 12 books, De Re Rustica and 1 book, De Arboribus, the former being the best work of the ancients on the subject, and Palladius, writing about 350 AD, 13 books, De Re Rustica, which in the original and in translations was read until past the Middle Ages. Only a few references which exhibit the state of knowledge on arboricultural subjects among the Romans, as shown in this literature, may be cited, some of which knowledge was also developed in Greece and found application, more or less, throughout the Roman Empire from India to Spain. Nursery practice was already well known to Cato, while Varro knew, besides sowing and planting, the art of grafting and layering, and Columella discusses in addition pruning and pollarding, which latter was practiced for securing fuel wood, and the propriety of leaving the pruned trees 2 years to recuperate before applying the knife again. The method of wintering acorns and chestnuts in sand, working them over every 30 days and separating the poor seed by floating in water, was known to Columella, and, indeed, he discusses nursery management with minute detail, even the advantages of transplants and of doubly transplanted material. The question whether to plant or to sow, the preference of fall or spring planting with distinction for different species and localities are matters under his consideration, and preference of sowing oak and chestnut instead of transplanting is pointed out and supported by good reasons. Pliny, the Humboldt of the ancients, recognizes tolerance of different species, the need of different treatment for different species, the desirability of transplanting to soil and climatic conditions similar to those to which the tree was accustomed, and of placing the trees as they stood with reference to the sun. But, to be sure, he also has many curious notions, as for instance, his counsel to set shallow-rooted trees deeper than they stood before, his advice not to plant during rain or windy weather, and his laying much stress on the phases of the moon as influencing results. While then the ancients were not entirely without silvicultural knowledge, indeed, possessed much more than is usually credited to them, the need of a forest policy and of a systematic forest management in the modern sense had not arisen in their time. The mild climate reducing the necessity of fuel wood, and the accessibility by water to sources of supply for naval and other construction, delaying the need for forest production at home. There is little doubt that some of the agricultural and silvicultural knowledge and practice of the Romans found entrance among the German tribes, who, especially the Alemanni, came into contact with the Romans in their civilized surroundings during the 4th century. End of section 2. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Section 3 of A Brief History of Forestry by Bernard Fernau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Germany. Besides a dozen or more earlier histories of forestry in Germany, some of which date back to the beginning of the 19th century, there are 2 excellent modern compilations, namely Geschichte des Waldeigentums, der Waldwirtschaft und Forstwissenschaft in Deutschland by August Bernhard, 1872-75, 3 volumes, 1,062 pages, a classic which treats especially extensive of political and economic questions having a bearing on the development of forestry, and Handbuch der Forst- und Jagdgeschichte Deutschlands by Adam Schwabach, 1886, 2 volumes, 892 pages, which appeared as a second edition of Bernhard's history, abridging the political history and expanding the forestry part. This volume has been mainly followed in the following presentation of the subject. In condensed form, this history is also to be found in Lorry's Handbuch der Forstwissenschaft, 1888, Volume 1, pages 143 to 210. In Schwabach's history, a full list of original sources is enumerated. These are, for the oldest period, Roman writings which are unreliable, the laws of the various German tribes, the laws of kings, capitularia, the laws of villages and other territorial districts, Weisthümer, judgments, inventories of properties, especially of churches and cloisters, documents of business transactions, and chronicles. For the time after the Middle Ages, the most important source is found in the forest ordinances of princes and other forest owners, forest laws, police orders, business documents, and finally, special literature. It is generally conceded that both the science and art of forestry are most thoroughly developed and most intensively applied throughout Germany. It must, however, not be understood that perfection has been reached anywhere in the practical application of the art, or that the science, which, like that of medicine, has been largely a growth of empiricism, is in all parts safely based, nor are definitely settled forest policies so entrenched that they have become immutable. On the contrary, there are still mismanaged and unmanaged woods to be found, mainly those in the hands of farmers and other private owners. There are still, even in well-managed forests, practices pursued which are known not to conform to theoretical ideals, and others which lack a sure scientific foundation. And while the general policy of conservative management and of state interest in the same is thoroughly established, the methods of attaining the results are neither uniform throughout the various states which form the German Federation, nor positively settled anywhere. In other words, the history of forestry is still, even in this most advanced country, in the stage of lively development. For the student of forestry, the history of its development in Germany is of greatest interest, not only because his art has reached here the highest and most intensive application, but because all the phases of development through which other countries have passed, or else will eventually have to pass, are here exemplified. And many, if not most, of the other countries of the world have more or less followed German example, or have been at least influenced by German precedent. There is hardly a policy or practice that has not at some time, in some part, been employed in the fatherland of forestry. One reason for this rich historical background is the fact that Germany has never been a unit, that from its earliest history it was broken up into many independent, and until modern times, only loosely associated units, which developed differently in social, political, and economic direction. This accounts also for the great variety of conditions existing even today in the 26 principalities which form the German Empire. Politically, it may be mentioned that out of the very many independent principalities into which the German territory had been divided, variable in number from time to time, the 26 which had preserved their autonomy formed in 1871 the Federation of States known as the German Empire. Each of these has its own representative government, including the forest administration, very much like the state governments of the United States. Only the army and navy, tariff, posts, telegraphs, criminal law, and foreign policy, and a few other matters are under the direct jurisdiction of the empire, represented in the Reichstag, the Bundesrat, and the Emperor. The 208,830 square miles of territory, which supports a population of about 60 million people, still contain a forest area of around 35 million acres, 26% of the land, or 0.61 acre per capita, which, although largely under conservative management, has long ago ceased to supply by its annual increment, somewhat over 50 cubic feet per acre, the needs of the population. The imports during the last 50 years since 1862, when Germany began to show excessive imports over exports, having grown in volume at the average rate of 10% to now round 380 million cubic feet, $45 million, or nearly 15% of the consumption. The larger part of Germany, 2/3 of the territory and population, is controlled by modern Prussia, with a total forest area of 20 million acres. Bavaria comes next with 1/7 of the land area and 6 million acres of forest. The 5 larger states of Württemberg, Baden, Saxony, Mecklenburg, and Hesse occupying together another 1/7 of the territory with 5 million acres of forest. The balance of the area is divided among the other 19 states. 50% of Germany, roughly speaking, is plains country, the larger part in the northern and eastern territory of Prussia. 25% is hill country, mostly in West and Middle Germany, and 25% is mountain country, the larger portion in the southern states. There are at best only 5 species of timber of high economic general importance: the Scotch pine, which covers large areas in the northern sandy plain and the lighter soils in the south; the Norway spruce and silver fir, which form forests in the southwestern and other mountain regions and represent, in mixture with broadleaf forest, a goodly proportion in the northeastern lowlands; the English oak, of which botanically 2 species are recognized, and the beech. The last 2 are the most important hardwoods found throughout the empire, but especially highly developed in the west and southwest. In addition, there are half a dozen species of minor or more local importance, but the 5 mentioned form the basis of the forestry systems. The history of development of forestry in Germany may be divided into periods variously. Bernhardt recognizes 6 periods. Schwabach makes 4 divisions, namely the first from the earliest times to the end of the Carlovingians, 911, which is occupied mainly with the development of forest property conditions; the second to the end of the Middle Ages, 1500, during which the necessity of forest management begins to be sporadically recognized; the third to the end of the 18th century, during which the foundation for the development of all branches of forestry is laid; the fourth, the modern period, accomplishing the complete establishment of forestry methods in all parts of Germany. For the later historian, it would be proper to recognize a 5th period from about 1863, when, by the establishment of experiment stations, a breaking away from the merely empiric basis to a more scientific foundation of forestry practice was begun. For our purposes, we shall be satisfied with a division into 3 periods, namely, first, to the end of the Middle Ages, when, with the discoveries of America and other new countries, an enlargement of the world's horizon gave rise to a change of economic conditions. Second, to the end of the 18th century, when change of political and economic thought altered the relation of peoples and countries. Third, the modern period, which exhibits the practical fruition of these changes. Part 1. From earliest times to end of Middle Ages. Many of the present conditions, especially those of ownership, as well as the progress in the development both of forest policy and of forest management, can be understood only with some knowledge of the early history of the settlement of the country. As is well known, Aryan tribes from Central Asia had more than 1,000 years before Christ begun to overrun the country. These belonged to the Celtic or Gaelic race, which had gradually come to occupy partly or wholly France, Spain, northern Italy, the western part of Germany, and the British Islands. They were followed by the Germani, supposedly a Celtic word meaning neighbor or brother. Also Aryan tribes who appeared at the Black Sea about 1000 BC, in Switzerland and Belgium about 100 BC. These were followed by the Slovenes, Slovaks, or Vents, crowding on behind, disputing and taking possession of the lands left free by or conquered from the Germani. Through these migrations, by about 400 AD, the whole of Western Europe seems to have been fully peopled with these tribes of hunters and herders. The mixture of the different elements of victors and vanquished led to differentiation into three classes of people, economically and politically speaking, namely the free, the unfree, serfs or slaves, and the freedmen, an important distinction in the development of property rights. 1. Development of property conditions. The German tribes who remained conquerors were composed of the different groups of Franks, Saxons, Thuringians, Bajuwarians, Burgundians, etc., each composed of families aggregated into communal hordes with an elected duke, dux, herzog, graf, fürst. Organized for war, each in itself a socialistic and economic organization known as Mark. Owning a territory in common, the members or Markgenossen forming a republic. Outside of house, yard and garden, there was no private property. The land surrounding the settlement known as Allmande, commons, was owned in common but assigned in parcels to each family for field use, the assignment first changing from year to year, then becoming fixed. The outlying woods, known as Marke or Grenzwald, forming debatable ground with the neighboring tribes, were used in common for hunting, pasturing, fattening of hogs by the oak mast, and for other such purposes, rather than for the wood of which little was needed. In return for the assignment of the fields, the freemen, who alone were fully recognized citizens of the community, had to fulfill the duties of citizens, and especially of war service. Only gradually by partition, immigration, and uneven numerical development was the original Mark or differentiation into family associations destroyed, and a more heterogeneous association of neighbors substituted. At the same time, inequality of ownership arose especially from the fact that those who owned a larger number of slaves, the conquered race, had the advantage in being able to clear and cultivate more readily new and rough forest ground. Those with slaves would seek assistance from those more favored, exchanging for rent or service their rights to use the land. Out of this relationship, a certain vassalage and inequality of political rights developed. Under the influence of Roman doctrine, a new aspect regarding newly conquered territory gained recognition, by which the dukes, as representatives of the community, laid claim to all unceded or unappropriated land. They then distributed to their followers or donated to the newly established church portions of this land, so that by the year 900 AD, a complete change in property relations had been effected. By that time, the large baronial estates of private owners had come into existence, which were of such great significance in the economic history of the Middle Ages, changing considerably the status of the freemen, and changing the free mock societies into communities under the dominion of the barons. The first real king, who did not, however, assume the title, was Clovis, a duke of the Franks, who had occupied the lower Rhine country. About 500 AD, picking a quarrel with his neighbors, the Alemanni, he subdued them and aggrandized himself by taking their mark. In this way, he laid the foundation for a kingdom which he extended by conquest, mainly to the westward, but also by strategy to the eastward, the warlike tribes of Saxons and other Germans conceding in a manner the leadership of the Franks. A real kingdom, however, did not arise until Charlemagne in 772 became the ruler, extending his government far to the east. At times, the kingdom was divided into the western Neustria and the eastern Austria, and then again united, but it was only when the dynasty of Charlemagne became extinct with the death of Louis the Child, 911, that the final separation of France was effected, and Germany became a separate kingdom, the eastern tribes between the Rhine and Elbe choosing their own king, Conrad, Duke of Franconia. There were then 5 tribes or nations, each under its own duke and its own laws, comprising this new kingdom, namely the Franks, Swabians, Bavarians, Saxons on the right, and Lorrainers on the left bank of the Rhine, while the country east of the Elbe River was mostly occupied by Slovenians. With Clovis began the new order of things, which was signalized by the aggrandizement of kings, dukes, and barons. In addition to the rule regarding the ownership of unceded lands, there developed also under Roman law doctrine the conception of seigneurial right, i.e., the power of the king to jurisdiction over his property. This right, first claimed by the duke or king for himself, is then transferred with the territory, given to his friends and vassals, who thereby secure for themselves his powers and jurisdiction, immunity from taxes and from other duties, as well as the right to exact taxes and services from others, the favored growing into independent knights and barons. The forest, then, originally was communal property, and the feeling of this ownership in common remains even to the present day. Indeed, actually, it remained in most cases so until the 13th century, although the changes noted had their origins in the 7th century, when the kings began to assert their rights of princely superiority. In these earlier ages, the main use of the forests was for the hunt, the mast, and the pasture, and since wood was relatively plentiful, forest destruction was the rule. Those who became possessed of larger properties through the causes mentioned tried to secure an increased value of their possessions by colonization, in which especially the slaves or serfs were utilized. These often became freedmen, paying rent in product or labor and acquiring the rights of usufruct in the property, out of which developed the so-called servitudes or rights of user, the praedium of the Romans, a limited right to use the property of another. With the development of private property, there naturally also developed the right of preventing the hunting on such lands, this being then their main use. This exclusive right to the chase or hunt we find recognized as part of the property of the kings and barons in the 8th century, when the kings forbade trespass under penalty of severe fines. The king's ban or interdiction of 60 shillings being imposed upon the trespassers. Indeed, by the end of the 8th century, the word Forst, Wurst, Foresta, which until then had been used merely to denote the king's property, was exclusively used to designate not necessarily woodland, the latter being referred to as silva or nemus, but any territory in which the hunt had been reserved. This right to reserve the chase and the fishing, that is, to establish ban forests, was in the 10th century extended by the kings to territory not belonging to them, the right to the chase being, according to the Roman doctrine, a regal right over any property. Under this conception, fields and pastures, woods and waters, and whole villages with their inhabitants became inforested grounds. The Norman kings, imbued with a passion for the chase, exercised this right widely, especially in England. The forests of Dean, Epping, and the New Forest, being such in-forested territories, the inhabitants of which were placed under special forest laws and adjudging by special forest courts. Presently, the king's right of ban was granted with the land grants to his barons and to the clergy. Ban forests also grew up through owners of properties placing themselves and their possessions under the protection of kings, or bishops, or other powerful barons, and giving in exchange this hunting right, and in various other ways. At the same time, the headman of the Mark, Obermerker, Graf, Waldgraf, who from being elected officers of the people had become officials of the king, began to exercise by virtue of their office the jurisdiction of the king, and declaring the ban for their own or their friends' benefit, excluded the Merker from their ancient right to hunt and fish freely over the territory of the Mark. While in this way the freedom of the communal owners was undermined, the institution of banned forests was nevertheless its value in that it led to forest protection, restriction in forest use, and a restriction in clearing. All this, to be sure, merely for the benefit of the chase. Special officers to guard the rights of the king, Forestarii, chosen from the free and freedmen, and also superior officers, forest masters, were instituted to administer the chase and enforce the restrictions which went with it. Gradually, with the loss of property rights, there came also a change in the political rights of the Merker or commoners, through the large barons interfering with self-government, assuming for themselves the position of Obermerker, appointing the officials and issuing strict forest ordinances to regulate the cutting of wood. Finally, the original right which belonged to every commoner of supplying himself with wood material became dependent upon permission in each case, and thus his title to ownership became doubtful. Undoubtedly, also through the influence of Roman institutions with which the Franks under their Merovingian kings came into close contact, there arose that social and political institution which became finally known as feudal system. By the grants of lands which the kings made out of their estates to their kinsmen and followers, with the understanding that they would be faithful and render service to their masters, a peculiar relationship grew up based on land tenure, the land so granted being called a fief or feud, and the relationship being called vassality or vassalage. This vassalage denoted the personal tie between the grantor and the grantee, the lord and the vassal, the lord having the obligation to defend the vassal, and the vassal to be a faithful follower of his lord. Similar relationships arose from the surrender by landowners of their estates to the church, or to other powerful barons, to be received back again as fiefs, and to be held by them as tenants in exchange for rent or service. In this way, a complete organization of society developed in which, from the king down to the lowest landowner, all were bound together by obligation of service and defense, both the defense and service being regulated by the nature and extent of the fief. Finally, all kinds of property of whatever nature, as well as official positions which would give an income, were subject to be treated as fiefs. The obligations of the recipient were of various nature, but finally service in army or court became the main one, giving rise to the class of knights, ritter, or barons, while the fiefs to the small farmer gave rise to the class of peasants, Bauern, this name appearing first in 1106 under Conrad II. The fiefs of the higher class, while at first given only to the individual, became early hereditary, and hereditary succession to estates and offices generally became the rule. Primogeniture in the succession to the estates did then not, as in England, prevail in Germany. Instead, either tenancy in common or else equal division among the sons was practiced. As a result, the very many small principalities came into existence in the 14th and 15th centuries, these growing smaller and smaller by subdivision. The first to institute the primogeniture rule by law was the House of Brandenburg in the 15th century. In addition to the class of peasants and knights, there came into existence a third class, the burghers. When, by the order of Conrad I in the beginning of the 10th century, towns were built with walls and towers for defense against the encroachments of the Huns, who endangered the eastern frontier Mark. In order to encourage the settlement of these towns, any slave moving to town was declared a free man, and the cities became free republics. Gifts of land, including forest areas, were made to the cities, and the development of industries was encouraged in every way. These cities, favored by the kings, and having become rich and powerful in the later quarrels of the kings with the lawless nobility, gave loyal support with money and arms. In return for their loans, the forest properties of the kings were often mortgaged to the burghers, and failing of redemption were often forfeited to them. In this way, and through purchases, the city forests came into existence. Still, other property conditions arose when, under Otto the Great, 960, colonization of the eastern country beyond the Elbe was pushed. In these cases, the Mark institution was absent, although the colonists did often become part owners in the king's forest, or acquired parts of it as common property, or else secured rights of user in the nearest royal forest. By the end of the period, due to these various developments, a great variety of property conditions in forest areas had developed, most of which continue to the present time, namely royal properties, which by the end of the 18th century and the beginning of the 19th were in part to become state property, princely and lordly possessions under separate jurisdiction, with or without entail, and mostly encumbered with rights of user. Allodial possessions, held independent of rent or service, municipal possessions owned by city corporations, communal properties, the remnants of the mark, and farmers' woodlots, Bauernwald, resulting from partitions of the mark. All these changes from the original communal property conditions did not, of course, take place without friction, the opposition often taking shape in peasants' revolts, hundreds of thousands of these being killed in their attempts to preserve their commons, forests, and waters free to all, to re-establish their liberty to hunt, fish, and cut wood, and to abolish tithes, serfdom, and duties. 2. Forest treatment. As stated, the German tribes which settled the country were herders and hunters, who only gradually developed into farmers while the country was being settled. At first, therefore, as far as the forest did not need to give way to farmlands, its main use was in the exercise of the chase and for pasture, and especially for the raising and fattening of hogs, the number of hogs which could be driven into a forest serving as an expression of the size of such a forest. Oak and beech furnishing the mast were considered the preferable species. It is natural, therefore, that wood being plentiful and the common property of all, the first regulation of forest use had reference to these, now minor benefits of forest property, as for instance the prohibition of cutting mast trees, which was enforced in early times. The first extensive regulation of forest use came, however, from the exercise of the royal right of the ban, and merely for the avowed purpose of protecting the chase. Real forest management, however, did not exist. the Forestarii mentioned in these early times being nothing but policemen, guarding the hunting rights of the kings or other owners. The conception that wood on the stump was of the same nature as other property and its removal, theft, had not yet become established. Quia non res possessa sed de ligno agitur, wood not being a possessed thing, a conception which still pervades the laws of modern times to some extent. The necessity of clearing farmlands for the growing population continued, even in the western, more densely populated sections, into the 12th and 13th centuries. The cloisters were especially active in colonizing and making farmland with the use of axe and fire, such cloisters being often founded as mere land speculations. Squatters, as with us, were a frequent class of colonists, and in eastern Prussia continued even into the 17th and 18th centuries to appropriate forest land without regard to property rights. The disturbed ownership conditions which we have traced led also often to wasteful slashing, especially in the western territory, while colonization among the Slavs of the eastern sections led to similar results. In the 12th century, however, here and there appear the first signs of greater necessity for regulating and restricting forest use in the mock forest, and for improvement in forest conditions with the purpose of ensuring wood supplies. In that century, division of the mock forest begins for the alleged reason that individual ownership would lead to better management and less devastation. In the 12th and 13th centuries also, stricter order in the fellings and in forest use was insisted upon in many places. In the forest ordinances of the princes and barons, which, of course, have always reference to limited localities, we find prescriptions like the following. The amount to be cut is to be limited to the exact needs of each family, and the proper use of the wood is to be inspected. The timber is to be marked, must be cut in a given time and be removed at once. Only dry wood is to be used for fuel, and the place and time for gathering it is specially designated. Similar to the present practice, the best oak and beech are to be preserved, this, however, merely with reference to the mast. And in the Alps we find already provisions to reserve larch and pine. The charcoal industry is favored because of easier transportation of its product, but permitted only under special precautions. Bark peeling and burning for potash is forbidden. The pasture is regulated with regard to the young growth, and sheep and goats are excluded. Such measures are, to be sure, found only here and there where local conditions give rise to a fear of a timber famine. Such communities may also be found making attempts to protect themselves against reduction of home supplies by forbidding the export of wood from their territory. An amusing restriction of this kind is found at Altenstadt, where the bakers were forbidden to bake bread for any but the citizens of the town. The first ordinance prohibiting for clearings is found at Lorsch in the Rhenish country in 1165, and other ordinances with such prohibition are on record in other parts in the 13th century. In 1237 at Salzburg, clearings were prohibited in the interest of the salt mines, quote, so that the cut forest may grow up to wood again, unquote. And also in other parts where mining interests made a special demand for props or charcoal, the regulation of forest use was begun early. The difficulties of transportation and the absence of roads rendered local supply of more importance than at present, and this accounts for the early measures to secure more economical use, while distant woods were still plentiful but unavailable. While in the 12th and 13th centuries, a merely restrictive and regulative, or else a let alone policy, quote, allowing the wood to grow up, unquote, prevailed. We find in the 14th century the first beginnings of an attempt at forest extension or recuperation. In 1309, Henry VII ordered the reforestation of a certain stripped area by sowing. Of the execution of this order we have no record, but the first actually executed plantation on record is that by the city of Nuremberg in 1368, where several hundred acres of burned area were sowed with pine, spruce, and fir. And there is also a record that in 1449 this crop was harvested. In 1420, the city of Frankfurt on the Main followed this example, relying on the Nuremberg seed dealer, whose correspondence is extant and who was invited to go to Frankfurt for advice how to proceed. He sowed densely in order to secure clear bolls, but expressed the opinion that the plants could not be transplanted. He also relied on the phases of the moon for his operations. The planting of hardwoods seems to have been begun much later, the first reference to it coming from the cloister and city of Seligenstadt, which agreed in 1491 to reforest annually 20 to 30 acres with oak. Natural regeneration by coppice was in quite general practice and proved satisfactory enough for fuel wood production. The system of coppice with standards was also frequently practiced, the standards 20 or 30 to the acre being, quote, reserved for the Lord, unquote. In the timber forest, the unregulated selection system was continued generally throughout the period, although in 1454 we find in the Harz Mountains a transition to a seed tree management, a few seed trees or groups of seed trees being left on the otherwise cleared area, somewhat in the manner of the French méthode à trier à terre. Toward the end of the 15th century, we find here and there a distinction made between timber forest, where no firewood is to be cut, and leaf forest, which is to serve the latter purpose and is to be treated as coppice. Toward the end of the period, we find, however, various provisions which are unquestionably dictated by the fear of a scarcity of timber. The discovery that pasture prevents natural regeneration led to a prohibition of pasturing in the newly cut felling areas. In 1488, we find already a diameter limit of 12 inches, just as is being advocated in the United States now, as a basis for conservative exploitation. The city of Brunswick buying stumpage and in the contract being limited to this diameter, and in addition obligated to leave 15 oaks or aspen per acre for seed trees. Attempts at regulating the use of a given forest by division into felling areas are recorded in 1359, when the city forest of Erfurt, 286 acres, was divided into 7 felling areas. It is questionable whether this referred to a coppice with short rotation, or whether a selection forest with 7 periodic areas is meant. We see, then, that the first sporadic and, to be sure, crude beginnings of a forest management in Germany may be traced back to the 14th and 15th centuries, but it took at least 250 to 350 years before such management became general. Outside of the information found scattered in forest ordinances, instructions, and prescriptions of various kinds, there is no forestry literature to be recorded from this period, except one single book, published about the year 1300 by an Italian, Petrus de Crescentiis, which was translated into German. It was merely a scholastic compilation on agriculture and allied subjects, mostly cribbed from old Roman writers and without value for German conditions. End of Section 3, recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Section 4 of A Brief History of Forestry by Bernard Fernau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Germany, Part 2. First development of forestry methods, period 1500 to 1800. The period following the Middle Ages marks the gradual changes from the feudal system to the modern state organizations, and to considerable change of ownership conditions and forest treatment. Various causes which led to an increased development of industrial life were also instrumental in hastening the progress of forest destruction. At the same time, during this period, the germs and embryonic beginnings of every branch of forestry, real forestry policy, forestry practice, and forestry science are to be noted. By the end of this period, preparatory to more modern conditions, we find organized technical forest administrations, well-developed methods of silviculture, and systems of forest management. 1. Development of forest property conditions. A number of changes in the conceptions of political relations, in methods of life, and of political economy brought further changes in property conditions on the same lines as those prevailing in the 14th and 15th centuries. These changes were especially influenced by the spread of Roman law doctrine regarding the rights of the governing classes, by the growth of the cities favoring industrial development and changing methods of life, by the change from barter to money management favored by the discovery of America, by other world movements, and by the resulting changes in economic theory. Through the discovery of the New World and the influx of gold and silver that came with it, gave impetus to industry and commerce of the cities. The rapid increase of money capital increased extravagance and induced a desire for amassing wealth, which changed modes of life, changed policies and systems of political economy. The fiscal policy of the many little principalities was dominated by a desire to get a good balance of trade by fostering exports of manufactures, but forbidding exports of raw materials like forest products. Also by forbidding imports, subsidizing industries, fixing prices by law, and taking in general an inimical attitude towards outsiders except insofar as they sent gold and silver into the country. This so-called mercantilistic system, which saw wealth not in labor and its products, but in hoarded gold and silver, had also full sway in England under Cromwell and in France under Colbert's influence. This fiscal policy, which was bent upon bringing cash into the country, led under the direction of servile officials to oppressive measures. A reaction naturally followed when it was pointed out that the real wealth of a nation lies in its natural resources and in its labor. But this so-called physiocratic doctrine had little practical influence except to prepare men's minds for the reception of the teachings of Adam Smith at the end of the period. The doctrine of the Roman law, deified by the jurists and commentators, undermined the national conceptions and institutions of free citizenship and of existing property relations. Courts, legislation, and administration were subject to their sway, and this influence lasted, in spite of reactions, until the end of the 18th century. Under it, the doctrine of the imperium, the seigniorage or superior power of the princes, Hoheitsrecht, was further developed into the dominium terrae, in other words, superior ownership of all the land, which gives rise to the title and the exercise of the function of Landesherren, masters of the land, and confers the privilege of curtailing and even discontinuing private property rights. To sustain their position in each of the state units, a restriction of the autonomy of churches and cloisters, of the mock and of the vassals, became needful to the princes. This was secured by taking the first under their protection, by making themselves Obermarkers, and by changing vassals who held office in fief to employees, Beamte. For a time, the three privileged classes of prelates, knights, and burghers, combined in the Landstand or Landtag, participated in some of the functions of government, especially in raising and administering taxes. But by the second half of the 14th century, the princes had become absolute, and the doctrine of the Hoheitsrecht was firmly established. Under this doctrine, the historic position of the Mark is perverted, and instead of being the common property of the people, it becomes the property of the prince, on which he graciously permits the usufruct, for forest, pasture, and water, Wald, Weide, Wasser, are res publicae, hence ownerless and at the disposal of the king. Through this new construction of relationship, as well as through the same machinations and tricks which the princes as Obermerker, or headmen of the mark, had employed during the foregoing period in usurping power, and partly through voluntary dissolution, was the decadence of the social, economic, and political organization of the mark gradually completed. The original usufruct of a property held in common is explained in the Roman sense as a precarium, or servitude, and from being a right of the whole organization becomes a right of the single individual or group of individuals. In this way, the socialistic basis of the mark is destroyed. Through the exercise of the Forsthoheit, in other words, the superior right of the prince over all forest property, by the appointment of the officials instead of their election, by issuance of ordinances, in short, by the usurpation of the legislative and police power, the political power of the mark is broken and the 30 Years' War completes the breakdown. The pride of the burgher and the peasant is gone, their autonomy destroyed, and their economic and political organizations sink into mere corporations based on land tenure, which, according to Roman doctrine, come under the regulation of the state or prince. The nobility move into the cities and leave the administration of their estates to officials, who are constantly pressed to furnish the means for the extravagant life of their masters. These in turn harass and oppress the peasantry, who finally become bondsmen, Gutsherrig, bound to the glebe, and lose their independence entirely. These, briefly, are the steps by which the changes, social and economic, progressed. Reforms in this situation of the peasantry began first in Prussia in 1702, when bondage was abolished for all those who could purchase their houses and farms from the gentry. As few had the means to do so, the result was the creation of a proletariat, hitherto unknown because under the old feudal system, the lord had to feed his impoverished bondsmen from which he was now absolved. Changes in forest property in particular were brought about by the increase of princely property through the various methods of exercising the seigniorage. Especially after the 30 Years' War, ownerless tracts falling under this right were plentiful. In addition, wherever wastelands grew up to wood, they were claimed by the princes. Quote, Wenn das Holz dem Ritter reicht an den Sporn, hat der Bauer sein Recht verloren. When wood has grown up to the spur of the knight, the peasant has lost his right. Some additions came from the secularization of church and cloister property, and others by the slices which the princes of Obermerker secured from the Mark forests by various artifices. It is these properties, which in Prussia were turned over by the king to the state in 1713, and by other princes, not until the 19th century. The same means which the princes employed were used by the landed gentry to increase their holdings, especially at the expense of the mark, from which in their capacity of Obermerker they secured portions by force or intrigue. The peasants' forest property, the mark forest, had by the 19th century been almost entirely dismembered, part having come into the hands of the princes and barons, part having been divided among the Merker, and part having become corporation forest in the modern sense. Partition had become desirable when the restrictions of use which were ordered for the good of the forest became unendurable under the rigid rule of appointed officials, but the expected improvement in management which was looked for from partition and private ownership was never realized. After the 30 Years' War, the free cities were impoverished and their autonomy undermined by Roman doctrine. From free republics they became mere corporations under the supervision of appointed officials, and experienced decadence in political as well as material directions. Hence, no increase in city forest took place except through division of the mock forest, in which cities had been co-owners, and through secularized properties of cloisters. The worst feature, from the standpoint of forest treatment, which resulted from these changes in property conditions and relationship, was the growth of the pernicious servitudes, or rights of user, which were either conferred to propitiate the powerless but dangerous peasantry, or evolved out of the feudal relations. From the 16th to the 19th centuries, these servitudes grew to such an extent that in almost every forest, someone outside of the owner had the right to use parts of it, either the pasture or the litter, or certain classes or sizes of wood. These rights have proved the greatest impediment to the progress of forestry until most recent times, and only within the last few decades have the majority of them been extinguished by legal process or compromise. 2. Forest conditions. Under the exercise of these various rights and the uncertainty of property conditions, the forest conditions naturally deteriorated continuously until the end of the 18th century. The virgin woods were called of their wealth and then grew up to brush, as is usual in the United States. Every forest ordinance began with complaints regarding the increasing forest devastation, and predicted a timber famine in view of the increasing population, increasing industry and commerce, and hence increased wood consumption. Especially along the water routes, which furnish the means of transportation, the available supplies were ruthlessly exploited. More serious enemies than the exploitation of the timber proved the pasturing of cattle, the removal of the litter, and above all, the fires. Towards the end of the 16th century, ordinances against forest fires began to be enacted. Yet, as late as 1778, the necessity of keeping the rides or fire lanes open in the forests of eastern Prussia is justified by the statement that, quote, otherwise the still constantly recurring fires could not be checked. At another place it is stated that, quote, not a single acre of forest could be found in the province that had not been burnt in former or later times, and that, quote, the people are still too much accustomed to the ruthless use of fires, so that no punishment can stop them. Other causes of devastation were the 30 Years' War, the wars of the 18th century, and the loss of interest in the forest by the peasants after the collapse of the Mach. These had often to steal what they needed, and their depredations were increased by the desire to revenge themselves on the landed proprietors for the oppressions to which they were subjected. The increase in game, which was fostered by the landed gentry, did much damage to the young growths, and the increase in the living expenses of the nobility, who mostly abandoned country for town, had to be met by increased exploitation. By the end of the Middle Ages, the reduction of forest area had proceeded so far that it was generally believed desirable to restrict the making of clearings to exceptional necessities, except in the northeastern parts and in the distant mountain districts. Yet, a growing population increased the need for farmland, and since intensive use of the existing farm area was not attempted until the end of the 18th century, the forest had to yield still further. 3. Methods of restriction in forest use. All ordinances issued by the princes to regulate the management of their properties contain the prescription that permission of the Landesherr is necessary for clearings, and that abandoned fields growing up to wood are to be kept as woodland, this partly for timber needs, partly for considerations of the chase. Still, Frederick the Great, in colonizing East Prussia, expressed himself to the effect that he cared more for men than for wood, and enjoined his officials to colonize especially the woods far from water, which entailed even more waste of wood than where means of transportation allowed at least partial marketing. Improvident clearings proceeded even under his reign on the Frische Nährung between Danzig and Pilau, and started the shifting sands of that peninsula. In the absence of all knowledge as regards the extent to existing supplies or of the increment, and with poor means of transportation, at least local distress was imminent. To stave off a threatening timber scarcity, regulation in the use of wood was attempted by the forest ordinances, even to the extent of forbidding the hanging out of green bush to designate a drinking hall, or the cutting of May trees, similar to our crusade in the United States against the use of Christmas trees. A diameter limit to which trees might be permitted to be cut was also frequently urged. Regulation of forest use did not confine itself to the princely properties alone, but in the interest of the whole, the restrictions were extended to all owners. These restrictions were directed either to the practice and the exploitation of the forest, or in the use of the material. In the latter direction, the attempts at reducing the consumption of building timber are of special interest. Building inspectors were to approve building plans and inspect buildings to see that they were most economically constructed, that repairs were made promptly, to avoid the necessity of more extensive ones, that new buildings replacing old ones were not built higher than the old ones. In Saxony, as early as 1560, it was ordered that the whole house must be built of stone, while elsewhere the building of stone base walls and the use of brick roofs instead of shingles was insisted upon. Even the number of houses in any community was restricted. Fences were to be supplanted by hedges and ditches. Economies in charcoal burning, in potash manufacture for glassworks, and in the turpentine industry were prescribed. In about 1600, the burning of potash for fertilizer was forbidden entirely, but these laws proved unavailing. Even in fuel wood, a saving was to be effected by using only the poorer woods and windfalls, by instituting public bake ovens, still in use in Westphalia, by improving stoves, restricting the number of bathing rooms, etc. The consumption of fuel wood seems to have been enormous, for we find record of 200 cords used by one family in a year, and of 1,200 cords or more used by the court at Weimar during the same time. The substitution of turf and coal for firewood was ordered in some sections in 1697 and again in 1777, but practically not until 1780 did coal come in as a substitute. Tan bark peeling was also forbidden, or only the use of bark of trees soon to be felled was allowed. For cooperage, only the top dry oak. For coffins, only soft wood, or, according to Joseph II of Austria, no wood, but black cloth was to be used. In some parts of the country, the use of oak was restricted even as early as 1562. For regulating practices in the forest, the restrictions often took only the general form of forbidding devastation without specifying what that meant. Then, besides establishing a diameter limit and regulating pasture in order to protect young growth, excluding sheep and goats entirely, an attempt was made to secure at least orderly procedure in the fellings. Foresters were to designate what was to be cut even for firewood. Marking irons and hammers were employed for this purpose by the middle of the 15th century, usually 2 markings by forester and by inspector to check. And this designation by officials extended even into the private forests, where finally no felling was allowed without previous permission and designation by a forester. The use of the litter by the small farmers had grown to a large extent in these times, and it was thought desirable to stop it. But this aid to the poor peasant was so necessary that only regulating the gathering of it could be insisted upon. It must be understood that all these various attempts at securing a conservative forest use were by no means general, but referred to circumscribed territory, and much of it was only paper legislation without securing actual practice. 4. Development of forest policy. With the beginning of the 18th century, we find, besides these prescriptions against wasteful use, and ordinances regulating the management of the properties of the princes, definite forest policies in some sections, having in view forest preservation and improvement of forest conditions, and also means of providing wood at moderate prices. Between the years 1550 and 1590, most of the German states had already enacted ordinances which had the force of general law exercising police functions over private forest property, although in Prussia this general legislation did not occur until 1720. The objects in view with this legislation were entirely of a material kind, the conservation of resources. Besides securing the rights of the Landesherr to the chase, it was to secure a conservative use of the princely as well as private forests, since devastation of the latter would require the former to be drawn on extravagantly. It was to stave off a timber famine, and in certain localities to assure particularly the mining industry of their wood supplies. There were, however, concessions made to the privileged and influential classes of forest owners. By the end of the 18th century, this forest police, owing to the uncontrolled harshness and the grafting practices of the lower officials, had become the most hated and distasteful part of the administration. The argument of the protective influence of forest cover did not enter into this legislation. This argument belongs to the 19th century. Yet, reboisement of torrents had already, in 1788, been recognized as a proper public measure in German Austria, although active work in that direction was not begun until nearly a century later. The rise of prices during the 17th and 18th centuries had been very considerable, doubling, trebling, and even quadrupling in the first half of the 18th century. The mercantilistic doctrines of the time led, therefore, to attempts to keep prices low by prescribing rates for wood, and in general by restricting and regulating wood commerce. This was done especially by interdicting sale to outsiders, forbidding export from the small territory of the particular prince, or at least giving preference to the inhabitants of the territory as purchasers and at cheaper rates. Owing to the small size of the very many principalities, the free development of trade was considerably hampered by these regulations. Sometimes also wood imports were prohibited, as for instance in Württemberg, when in 1740 widespread windfalls had occurred which had to be worked up and threatened to overstock the market. Wood depots under government control were established in large cities, and the amount of wood to be used per capita prescribed, as in Königsberg, 1702. In Berlin in 1766, a monopoly of the fuel wood market was rented to a corporation, excluding all others except by permission of the company. This was in 1785 supplanted by government administration of the wood yards. Another such monopoly was created in the Nutzholzhandelsgesellschaft, Workwood Sales Agency, for the export trade of building materials from Kurmark and Magdeburg, which had prior right of purchase to all timber cut within given territory, the idea being to provide cheap material for the industries. This too came into the hands of the state in 1771. In Prussia, to prevent overcharges, the Jews were excluded from the wood trade in 1761. The exercise of Forsthoheit, princely supervision, originating in the ban forests and favored by the mercantilistic and absolutist ideas of the 17th and 18th centuries, gradually grew until the end of the 18th century to such an extent that the forest owners themselves were not allowed to cut a tree without sanction of some forest official, and could not sell any wood without permission, even down to hop poles, although the large landed property owners vigorously resisted this assumption of supervisory powers. Much discussion and argument regarding the origin of this right to supervision was carried on by the jurists upon the basis of Roman law doctrine, and it was proved by them to be of ancient date. The degree, however, to which this supervision was developed varied considerably in the different parts of the empire, according to different economic conditions. The interference and the protection of forests appeared more necessary where advanced civilizations and denser population created greater need for it. We find, therefore, that the restrictive policy was much more developed in the southern and western territories than in the northern and eastern ones, where the development begins 2 centuries later. The oldest attempts of controlling private forest property are found in Bavaria 1516, Brunswick 1590, and Württemberg 1614. Here, forest properties were placed either entirely under the supervision of the princely forest administration, or at least permission for intended fellings had to be secured. Later, these restrictions were considerably reduced in rigor. Bavaria 1789. In Prussia, private forest property remained free from government interference well into the 18th century. An edict by the Great Elector in 1670 merely inveighs against the devastation of forests by their owners, but refrains from any interference. And the Forstordnung of 1720 also contains only the general injunction to the owners not to treat their forests uneconomically. But in 1766, Frederick the Great instituted a rigid supervision providing punishment for fellings beyond a special budget determined by experts. Soon after the French Revolution, however, unrestricted private ownership was re-established. Church and cloister property had always been severely supervised, similar to the Mach and other communal forest property, under the direction either of specially appointed officials or the officials of the princes. Finally, in some sections, Hesse-Kassel, 1711, Baden, 1787, the management of these communal forests was entirely undertaken by the government. In Prussia, by the order of 1754, the foresters of the state were charged with the supervision of the communal forests, in which they were to designate the trees to be felled and the cultures to be executed. But, as there was no pay connected with this additional duty and the districts were too large, the execution of this supervision was but indifferently performed. In 1749, a special city forest order placed the city forests in Prussia under the provincial governments, requiring for their management the employment of a forester and the inspection of his work by the provincial forest master. 5. Personnel. Although all this supervision was probably more or less lax, the possibility of more general and incisive influence was increasing because the personnel to whom such supervision could be entrusted was at last coming into existence. The men in whose hands at the beginning of the 18th century lay the task of developing and executing forest policies and of developing forestry practice came from two very different classes. The work in the woods fell naturally to the share of the huntsmen and forest guards, who by their practical life in the woods had secured some wood lore and developed some technical detail upon empiric basis. These so-called Holzgerecht Jäger, woodcrafty hunters, prepared for their duties by placing themselves under the direction of an established huntsman, who taught them what he knew about the rules of the chase, while by questioning wood choppers, colliers, etc., and by their own observation the knowledge of woodcraft was acquired. At the head of affairs stood the so-called cameralis, or chamber officials, men who had prepared themselves by the study of philosophy, law, diplomacy, and political economy for the positions of directors of finance and state administration. Rather ignorant of natural science and without practical forestry knowledge, their efforts were not always well directed. They deserve credit, however, for having collected into encyclopedic volumes the empiric knowledge of the practitioners of Holzgerechten, and for having elaborated it more or less successfully. In this work they were joined by some of the professors of cameralia and law at the universities. By the middle of the 18th century, the hunters had so far grown in knowledge and education as to be able to produce their knowledge in books of their own. Quite a literature developed, full of acrimonious warfare of opinions, as is the rule where empiricism rules supreme. Notable progress, however, came only when hunting was placed in the background and more or less divorced from forest work. 6. Development of silviculture. In addition to the restrictive measures and attempts at mere conservative lumbering, without much thought of reproduction, there were as early as the 16th century silvicultural methods applied to secure or foster reproduction. Owing to differences in local conditions and difference in necessities, this development varied greatly in various sections as to the time it took place. The western and middle country practiced as early as the 16th century what in the eastern country did not appear until the 18th century. The forest ordinances from which we derive our knowledge or inferences of these conditions prescribed, to be sure, many things that probably were not really put into practice. A. Natural regeneration was at first merely favored without the adoption of any very positive measures to secure it, namely, by removing the cut wood within the year so as to give young growth a chance of establishing itself, by removing the brush so as to not smother the young growth, by keeping out cattle from the young growth, Schnonung. If the selection method of lumbering, most generally practiced without much plan, did not produce any desirable result in reproduction, the clear cutting which was practiced without system, where charcoal manufacturing or river driving invited to it, did even less so. In either case, besides the defective and damaged old stubs which were left in the logging, a poor aftergrowth of undesirable character remained, as is the case in the American woods on so many areas. As early as 1524 and 1529, we have record of conscious attempt to secure reproduction by leaving 10 to 30 seed trees per acre, but the result was disappointing, for this practice, being applied to the shallow-rooted spruce, produced the inevitable result, namely, the seed trees were thrown by the winds. This experience led to the prescription in 1565 in the Palatinate to leave, besides seed trees, parts of the other stand for protection against wind damage. Later, wind protection was sought by leaving parcels standing on all four sides, giving rise to a checkerboard progress of fellings or a group system of reproduction, which by the middle of the 18th century had developed into the regular strip system applied in Austria 1766 to fir and spruce, and in Prussia 1764 to pine. And this marginal seeding method remained for a long time the favorite method for the conifers. To avoid long strips and distribute the fellings more conveniently, versus Berlepsch and Kassel recommended in 1760 the cutting in echelons, curtain method, Kulissenhieb, which ensured better seeding but also increased danger from windfalls and was never much practiced, the disadvantages of the method being shown up especially in the Prussian Forest Order of 1788. In the first half of the 18th century, it was recognized that the wind danger would be considerably reduced by making the fellings progress from east or northeast to west. The conception of a regular, properly located felling series was first elaborated in the Harz Mountains in 1745 by von Langen, who also accentuated the necessity of preserving a wind mantle on exposed situations. Both of these propositions reappear in the Prussian Order of 1780, according to which fellings are to proceed in a breadth of 20 to 35 rods from east to west. The application of a nurse tree method for conifers was proposed in 1787 by V. Bergsdorf, Prussia, a dark position, Dunkelschlag, and a regeneration period of 7 years being advocated. In broadleaf forest, beside the selection forest, the natural result of the sprouting capacity of the hardwood had led to a coppice method, which was extensively relied upon for fuel production. This was rarely, however, a simple coppice, for intentionally or unintentionally, some seedlings or sprouts would be allowed to grow on, leading to a composite forest and finally to a regular coppice with standards, 1569, etc., with an intentional holding over of the valuable oak and ash for standards. Probably, however, large areas of unconsciously produced composite forest exhibited sad pictures of branchy overwood with suppressed underwood of poor sprouts, injured by game and cattle, a scrubby growth into which crept softwoods of birch and aspen. Attempts at pruning such scrub growths into shape on quite an extensive scale are on record. The recognition that more wood per acre could be secured by lengthening the rotation of the coppice, which seems to have been mostly 12 years or less, led to 20 and 30-year turns, and finally to 50, 60, and even 80-year rotations, or so-called polewood management, Brunswick 1745, also called Hochwald, high forest. A full description and working plan for such a forest to be managed in 80-year rotation, the city forest of Mainz in the Odenwald and Spessart mountains, dates from 1773, and this polewood forest management became quite general after the middle of the 18th century, but in the last half of the 19th century it was generally replaced by the true high forest management under nurse trees, the experiences with the natural reproduction of conifer forest having proved the advantages of this method. The primitive beginnings of this so-called Femmelschlag method, compartment selection or shelterwood method, are found in 1720 in Hesse, Darmstadt, where Oberforstmeister von Minnegerode prescribed regular fellings, progressing from north to south, in which all material down to polewood size, in selection or virgin forest, was to be removed, excepting only a number of clean boles, one every 10 to 12 paces being left for seed and nurse trees. The good results in reproduction stimulated owners of adjoining estates to imitate the method, 1737. The observation that in beech forest the young crop needed protection and succeeded better when gradually freed from the shade of the seed trees, especially on south and west aspects where drought, frost, and weeds are apt to injure it on sudden exposure, led to the elaboration of the principle of successive fellings. In the Ordinance of Hanau, as early as 1736, 3 grades of fellings were developed: the cutting for seed, the cutting for light, which was to begin when the crop was knee-high, and the removal cutting when the crop was high. This method spread rapidly and was further developed by the addition, in 1767, of a preparatory cutting to secure a desirable seedbed, and by lengthening the period of regeneration and elaborating other detail, so that by 1790 the principles of natural regeneration under nurse trees for beech forest were fully developed in western Germany. In other parts, hardwood forest management was but little developed. The Prussian Forest Ordinance of 1786 contented itself with forbidding the selection method, by declaring natural regeneration, as practiced in the pineries, not applicable, while the Austrian Ordinance of 1786 recognizes only clearing, followed by planting, as the general rule. B. Artificial reforestation. Although sporadic attempts at sowing and planting are on record as early as the beginning of the 14th century, extensive artificial reforestation did not begin until the middle of the 18th century, by which time planting methods were quite fully developed. Among the hardwoods, the oak was the first to receive special attention. By the middle of the 16th century, the forest ordinances gave quite explicit instructions for planting oak in the so-called Hutwald, a combination of pasture and tree growth such as is found today in the bluegrass region of Kentucky. The remnants of these poor pasture woods with their gnarly oaks have lasted into modern times. In the Forest Ordinance of Brunswick, 1598, orders are given to plant on felling areas, quote, "Every full farmer shall every year at the proper time set out 10 young oaks, every half farmer 5, every farm laborer 3, well taken up with roots, wildlings, and plant them in the commons or openings at Martini, November, or Mitfasten, Easter, and cover them with thorn brush, to protect them against cattle." End quote. About that time it was indeed incumbent on every marker to sow annually 5 oaks, or plant several young seedlings for every tree cut, and to tend them a few years, and the custom existed in the Low Country, afterwards 1700 introduced by law in Saxony, to plant in celebration of certain occurrences, a kind of Arbor Day, especially to celebrate the marriage day. In order to be married, the bridegroom had to prove that he had planted a certain number of oaks, which in Prussia 1719 had to be 6, besides 6 fruit trees. The existence of this custom, now long forgotten, has given rise in the United States to the story that this is the method by which the German forest is maintained. The method of collecting and keeping acorns over winter was well known in 1579, as is evidenced by the Hohenloher Forest Ordinance, which advised fall sowing, but if that did not prove successful to prepare the ground in summer, leave it through the winter and sow in the spring. While in earlier times sowing seems to have had the preference, at a later period planting was practiced, at first with wildlings, but as early as 1603 we find mention of oak nurseries. The Prussian Order of 1720 ordered the foresters to plant oaks in the openings before Christmas, for which they were to be paid if the trees were found alive after 3 years. The growing and culture of oak also interested Frederick the Great, who ordered its extension everywhere. Very explicit and correct rules for growing and transplanting them, and some to which we would not subscribe, were given in the books of the 18th century. Among the planting methods we find, in 1719 and again in 1776, one similar to the Manteuffel method of planting in mounds. While oak culture was especially fostered in northwestern Germany, the cultivation of conifers first received attention in the southwest, and in the same manner which was inaugurated by the Nuremberg seed dealer in 1368. A new idea introduced in the Palatine Forest Ordinance 1565 and in the Bavarian Forest Ordinance 1568 was the prescription to soak the seed before use and sow mixed with sawdust or sand, bringing the seed under with brush or iron rakes. Karlowitz, 1713, taught well the methods of collecting, extracting, and keeping the seed, and even proposed seed tests. The seed beds were to be made as for carrots, dense sowings to be thinned, and the thinnings transplanted into nursery rows, the seed beds to be covered with moss and litter to protect them against heaving. He also discusses the question of cost. The adaptation of plant material to different sites, conifers where oaks are not suitable, was also understood by the Bavarian Forest Ordinance 1683. As long as the old method of extracting the seed in hot stoves or ovens prevailed, conifer sowings gave but indifferent results. In the pine forests of Prussia during the second half of the 18th century, the method of sowing the cones on large waste and sand barrens, where the sun would make them release the seed, was practiced, and before Bremontier had written his celebrated Memoire sur les dunes, sand dunes had been recovered with pine plantations in Germany in the manner which is still in vogue. The planting of conifers came into practice much later, and then it was mostly done with wildlings. Opinions differed as to the value of sowing or planting. It was erroneously held until the 19th century that planting was less successful and too costly in comparison with the small harvest yield, which necessitated cheapness of operations. It was only toward the end of the 18th century that planting of pine was resorted to, but merely for repairing fail places in sowings and natural regeneration, and then with a ball of earth, 1779, using a hollow spade, a costly method. The cost of a certain plantation made in 1751 is, however, reported as less than $3 per metric ton, in 1770 as low as 70 cents per metric ton. To cheapen the operations, the labor was exchanged for wood, pasture, or other materials or advantages. In Prussia, in 1773, all recipients of free wood had to do service in the cultures. In 1785, every farmer had to furnish a certain amount of cones or acorns. The method lately adopted in Russia came into vogue in Prussia in 1719, namely of charging, besides the value of the wood, a toll to be paid into the planting fund, about 7% of the value. This method was also imitated elsewhere. The use of Waldfeldbau, combined farm and forest culture, was also inaugurated for the purpose of cheapening the cost of plantations by Van Langen in 1744. When the great movement for reforesting wastes and openings began, the tree seed being sown with the grain either at once or after farm use for some years. Regular annual planting budgets of $50 to $100 to $200 were inaugurated in Brunswick by Van Langen in 1745, and in 1781 the Prussian Forest Administration had attained so entirely modern planting plans and annual planting budgets. It was no wonder that the fear of a timber famine and the apparent hopelessness of bringing improvement into the existing forest conditions created anxiety and a desire to plant rapid growers, such as birch, willow, aspen, alder. The planting of the white birch became so general in the beginning of the 18th century that a regular Betulomania is recorded, corresponding to the incipient Catalpomania in the United States. At that time, to be sure, firewood was still the main concern, and the use of these rapid-growing species had some justification. But where birch was mixed in spruce plantations, its baneful effects consisting in whipping off the spruce tips and injuring its neighbors were soon recognized, and much trouble was experienced in getting rid of the unwelcome addition. The robinia, which had been brought from America in 1638, was also one of the trees recommended in the middle of the 18th century, and was much planted until Hartisch pointed out that the expectations from it were entirely misplaced. Of course, no building material could be expected from these species, hence the larch, also a rapid grower, was transplanted from the Alps, 1730, in Harz Mountains, and its use was extended, as with us, to conditions for which it was not adapted. It was principally a desire for novelty and perhaps for better, especially foreign things, that led to the planting of North American species in parks during the first half of the 18th century. But although F.A.J. von Wangenheim's very competent writings on the American forest flora and on the laws of naturalization, 1787, stimulated interest in that direction, the use of American species for forest planting was not inaugurated till nearly 100 years later, with the single exception of the white pine, Pinus strobus, of which large numbers were planted. End of section 4. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Section 5 of A Brief History of Forestry by Bernard Fernau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 5. Germany. 7. Improvement of the crop. Thinning of stands had been practiced early in the 16th century, not for improvement of the remaining stand so much as to secure fence material, although in 1531 the observation was already recorded that thinning improved and stimulated the remaining growth. In the 17th century, opposite views, or at least doubts as to its usefulness, were expressed in the forest orders, and sometimes thinning was even forbidden. Even in the 18th century, some of the prominent foresters, Döbel and Beckmann, were opposed to it, and although others favored the operation, the practice of it remained limited. In 1761, we find the first good statement of the theory of thinnings by Berlepsch, who advised taking out the suppressed trees when the sound poles were clear of lower and middle branches. He also accentuated the financial argument of earlier returns and increased value of the remainder. About the same time, Xanthier recommended 2 thinnings, namely for conifers first in the 30th to 40th year, and again in the 50th year for broadleaf forest first in the 45th, and again in the 80th to 90th year. In 1765, the financial gain from thinnings is figured by Oethelt, and the possible reduction of the rotation due to thinnings is recognized by Liubert in 1774. Just as the thinning in polewoods arose from the need of earlier utilization, so the weeding of young growths was done for the purpose of getting material for withes to bind the grain, etc. The removal of coppice shoots in oak plantings was practiced in Prussia in 1719, and the thinning of 2 dense sowings was advised by Karlowitz in 1713. Yet much later, even such an intelligent man as Oethelt inveighed against the weeding out of the birch and spruce sowings because, quote, nature prefers variety, with which preference it is not good to interfere. This was in opposition to van Langen, 1745, who prescribed for the first time regular cleaning or weeding, especially the removal of the softwoods, aspen and birch, and of coppice shoots from seedling forest. It was also known that this weeding is best done, quote, in the full sap, in order to kill the stalks. 8. Methods of regulating forest management. Organized forest management was slower to develop than silvicultural methods. The first attempts to bring order into the progress of fellings took the form of dividing the whole area into a certain number of fellings, 12, 16, 20, 30, etc. Several ordinances dating from the middle of the 15th and 17th centuries containing prescriptions to that effect. It is doubtful whether the numbers of these areas indicate years of rotation, in which case they could only have applied to coppice, or whether they indicate periods of return in selection forest, although the historians seem to jump to the former conclusion. The area division practiced by van Langen in the Harz Mountains, 1745, who prescribed the division of larger districts into 50 and 60, of smaller districts into 20 to 30 felling areas, also leaves it doubtful whether the areas corresponded to an assumed rotation or to a period of return. At first, the division was not into equal areas, for no survey existed, and its object was simply to localize the cutting and provide orderly progress. The subdivision was made in the mountain country by following the topography, valleys and ridges, while in the plain the lines opened up for purposes of the chase, to set up nets, called Schneisen or Gestelle, rides. Bounding square areas called Jagen, Quadrat, Stallung were used for the limitation of the felling areas. Most commonly, however, largely due to absence of surveys, the ordered division did not materialize, but only existed on paper. With more exact measuring of areas, and with the conception of a rotation or longer periods of return, it was recognized that the inequality of the sites or soil qualities, especially in mountain districts, produced very unequal felling budgets. To overcome this inequality, Jacobi, in Göttingen, 1741, introduced proportional felling areas, making the felling areas on poor sites permanently larger. Similarly, van Langen and Zantier attempt to secure equal annual returns without slavishly holding to the geometric division, merely making sure that the total area be cut over in the predetermined rotation. The first attempts to introduce a regulated management by making a volume division the basis is recorded from the Harz Mountains in 1547. This method, based on very crude estimates although upon very fair forest description, was continued into the 18th century. In the last half of the 18th century, all these crude methods were improved and applied on extensive areas. In 1785, Zantier combined area and volume division, determining the felling budget on each felling area by counting and estimating the trees and calculating how many trees could be used annually under a sustained yield management, the area division being used only as a check or means of control. A very considerable advance was made by Oethelt, who surveyed and regulated the Weimar forests in 1760, in the elaboration of details and establishment of proper principles for regulating the felling budget. In his forest description, he introduces for the first time periodic age classes, usually 6 but of uneven length. Young growth below 12 years, thicket 12 to 24 years, pole wood 24 to 40 years, clear timber 40 to 50, medium timber 50 to 75, mature timber 75 years and over. He divides the forest into proportional areas, which were marked by stones in the woods, equalizing them according to age, quality, increment, soil, exposure, so as to secure equal annual budgets. The stands were ranged into 7 or 8 unequal age classes, and each into as many annual felling areas as there are years in the age class. If some of the age classes were absent, he extended the time for cutting in the older class until the younger had grown to the proper age, and by varying the cut from good to poor sites for stands, he tried to even out the budgets. The volume budget he determined by average increment measurements. This method was, however, much too far advanced and required too much mathematics to find imitators at that time. Another method, which proved also too complex for the foresters of the time, was that of Van Wedel. Nevertheless, by 1790 he had by it put into working over 800,000 acres in Silesia. He divided this area into districts, the districts into blocks or management classes, and used an elaborated proportional area division for determining the felling budget. He distinguished quality of stand and quality of site, and made 4 site classes. The volume of stock he found by means of sample areas, to which he added the increment in order to find the total volume for harvest, when it could be determined how long with a given budget the stand would last, or what average annual felling budget could be taken before the next age class would be mature. In the North German plain, with very uniform conditions of soil and timber, the method of equal felling areas was the most natural and most easily applied. Frederick the Great, who took a considerable interest in forestry matters, ordered such an area division for the state pineries in 1740, fixing upon different numbers of felling areas, but finally, in 1770, deciding on a rotation of 70 years. Lack of personnel retarded progress in this forest survey and regulation until 1778. Van Kropf undertook the direction. Not agreeing with his master regarding the short rotation of 70 years, he arranged to have each district divided into 2 working blocks, and by cutting alternately in these, managed to double that rotation. His successor, Henert, in 1788, devised a new method by introducing allotment of a number of annual felling areas to a period of the rotation, when at least the periodic budget could be equalized. A value or money yield equalization of the felling budgets was also attempted. For easier handling, the forest was divided into small compartments or jagen, and the classification of 4 still uneven periodic age classes of different length for conifers and broadleaf forest, and 3 site qualities were employed. The merchantable stock was ascertained by a sample area method, and the felling budget by dividing the oldest age class by the number of years it must last until the next was ready. Since no attempt was made to secure a proper age class gradation, the method failed to improve conditions for the next rotation. Some 500,000 acres were regulated according to this plan in Prussia, probably very superficially. In 1789, Bavaria also ordered a division into annual felling areas. In all these methods of regulating the yield or budget, the area played the main role, the volume being only a secondary consideration. The first elaboration of a pure volume division was made by Beckmann in 1759. He estimated stock on hand by trees and guessed more or less at the increment, allowing 2.5%, 2%, and 1% for the different sites, and then made a year-to-year calculation of stock for 125 years. How the felling budget was finally determined is not known. 2 methods were simultaneously devised in Württemberg in 1783, which formed the transition to the so-called allotment methods, making periodic age classes of an equal number of years and allotting either felling areas or volumes to each period of the rotation. Incapacity of the officials prevented the application of the one method, while the other, devised by Maurer, remained also only a proposition. But in 1788, Krechting, in his mathematical contributions to forestry science, teaches a pure volume allotment method with 10-year age classes and nearly all the apparatus which was afterward developed by Hartig, who in the next period dominated to such a large extent the development of forestry in all its branches. 9. Improvements in methods of mensuration. In scientific direction, the mathematical disciplines were the first to be developed. The natural sciences received attention much later. A considerable amount of mathematical knowledge was required for this work of forest organization. The mathematical apparatus of the foresters, even at the end of this period, was rather slender, but its development went hand in hand with the development of these methods of regulation, and even elaborate mathematical formulae for determining felling budgets were not absent. Until nearly the middle of the 18th century, surveys of exact nature were almost unknown. Only when the division into equal or proportionate felling areas became the basis for determining the felling budgets did the necessity for such surveys present itself. Plane, table, and compass were the instruments which came into use in the beginning of the 18th century, but not until the latter half of that century were extensive forest surveys and maps of various character made, especially in Prussia under Wedel, Kropf, and Henert. The methods of measurement of wood developed still later. Until Oetheldt's time, no method of precise determination of volumes was known, everything being estimated by cords, or by diameter, breast height, and height, or by the number of boards which a tree would make. Board feet? The diameter was sometimes used as a price maker, the price increasing in direct proportion to the diameter increase. Oetheldт calculated the volume of coniferous trees as cones, and Ferenckel, who wrote a book on mathematics for the use of foresters, calculated timbers with the top removed by using the average diameter, to which Henert added the volume of a cone with the difference of the two diameters as a base to make the total tree volume. Most measurements of standing trees were, of course, made on the circumference, for in the absence of calipers, the diameter would be directly measured only on the felled tree. Double had already measured the height by means of a rectangular triangle, and the first real hypsometer with movable sights was described by Jung in 1781, and a complete instrument, which could be used for measuring both height and diameter at any height, similar to some more modern ones, was constructed by Reinhold. Determination of the real wood contents in a cord of wood, and of the volume of bark by measurement was taught by Oetheldт, and the method of immersion in water and measuring the displaced volume by Henert, 1782. In 1785, Krone first called attention to the variation of the increment in different age classes, and the need of determining the accretion for each separately. In 1789, Trunk taught how to determine average felling age increment, and also the method of determining the change of diameter classes, which is now used by the United States Forest Service. Quote, "On good soil a tree grows 1 inch in 3 years, on medium soil in 4 years, on poor soil in 5 years. With this knowledge, the attainment of a given diameter, or the change from one diameter or age class to the next, could be calculated. Volume tables were at Trunk's command, and Paulsen in 1787, Krechting in 1788 mentioned periodic yield tables, but generally speaking, ocular taxation or estimating was the rule, checked by experience in actual fellings, the method of the American timber looker. Generally, of course, only the log timber was estimated as with us, and only the very roughest estimating, or rather guessing, was in vogue until near the end of the period. The first attempt at closer measurement was made by Beckmann, 1756, who surrounded the area to be measured with twine, drove a colored wooden peg into each tree, one color for each diameter class, when, knowing the original number of pegs that had been taken out, the difference gave the number of trees in each diameter class, and by multiplying the average cubic contents of a measured sample tree in each class by the number in the class, its volume was found. The method often employed at present of ascertaining by tally the diameter classes on strips 40 to 50 paces wide, the so-called strip survey, was described by Zantier in 1763. These measurements were usually confined to sample areas, the use of such being already known in 1739. The contents of the sample area, if a special degree of accuracy was desired, were ascertained by felling the whole and measuring. Uttelt, of mathematical fame, was the first to publish something about the determination of the age of trees by counting rings, although the practice probably antedates this account. He knew of the dependence of the ring width on the site and on the density of the stand. It seems that long before this time the French had made the determination of yield in a more scientific manner, Réaumur reporting in 1721 to the French Academy comparative studies of the yield of coppice and of volumes of wood. Uttelt, too, laid the foundation of forest financial calculations when he ascertained the value of a forest by determining the value of an acre of mature wood, the oldest age class, and multiplying it by half the acreage of the whole forest, suggesting the well-known expression for the normal stock, I times R/2, soon after to be developed by an obscure Austrian tax collector. Even the first forest finance calculations with the use of compound interest and a comparison of the profitableness of the different methods of management are to be recorded as made by Zantier in 1764, bringing the beginning of forestal statistics into this period. 10. Methods of lumbering and utilization. At the beginning of this period, rough exploitation was still mainly in vogue, only parts of trees being used, just as in the United States now. Here and there, attempts were made toward more conservative use. For instance, at Brunswick in 1547, the use of log timber for fuel was discouraged. In Saxony, as early as 1560, the brushwood was utilized for fuel. High stumps were a usual feature in spite of the threats of punishments of the forest ordinances, as in Bavaria 1531. The axe was the only instrument used until the end of the 18th century for felling as well as cutting into lengths. Not until 1775 do we find an allusion to the use of the saw, when the Forest Ordinance of Weimar ordered that the saw cut should be made for 3/4 of the tree's diameter, and the axe be used to finish the last quarter. Not until the 18th century was the fuel wood split in the woods, and it was near the end of the period before it was set up in mixed cords, round and split, after the splitting had been introduced. The measurement was, until about that time, made merely in loads, the cord being of later introduction. The value of low stumps and of the use of the saw was recognized in Austria in 1786. To show how variously and locally the need of conservative use of wood developed, we may cite the fact that in the Harz, about 1750, trees were dug with their roots as now in some of the pineries of the Mark Brandenburg, in order to utilize more of the body wood and the root wood. In 1757 we find stump pulling machines described. In measurement of standing trees, the circumference at breast height was measured with a chain, and for the body wood, when felled, the mean diameter was employed. As regards the felling time, specific advice is found in many forest ordinances which recommend mostly winter felling, stating the proper beginning and end of the season by the phases of the moon, the rule being that all white wood, for example conifers, beech, and aspen, should be felled on the increase or waxing of the moon, oak at the waning, but coppice because it is desired to secure a new growth at the waxing moon. Prescription was also made sometimes regarding the time by which the removal of the wood from the felling area was to be finished, May to June. Means of transportation were poor up to the end of the period. Snow, as in the United States, was in the northern country the main reliance for moving the wood. River driving, both with and without rafts, was well organized. Various systems of log slides were developed to a considerable extent. In one place, even an iron pipe, 900 feet in length, is reported to have been used in such capacity. Originally, the consumer cut his own wood, but in the middle of the 17th century, special wood choppers appear to have been employed, for, in 1650, mention is made in Saxony of men who, under oath to secure honest service, were organized for the exploitation of the different classes of wood. A system of jobbers came into existence about this time, something like the logging bosses in the United States, Holzmeister, who were responsible for the execution of the logging job. The organization of wood choppers went so far that in 1718 we find in the Harz Mountains mention of an accident insurance and mutual charity association among them. The sale of wood was at first carried on in the house. Later it became customary to indicate in the forest the trees to be cut or the area from which they should be cut by the purchaser, and finally they were felled by the employees of the owner. For a long time, persisting into the 18th century, the sale was by area, and this method developed the necessity of surveying. At the same time, however, sales by the tree and by wood measure occurred, but only in the 18th century did the present method of selling wood by measure after felling come into existence. In Prussia, the buyer had to take the risk of felling and pay even if the tree proved to be rotten or broke in the felling. The forest owner seems to have had the whip hand in determining the price one-sidedly, revising, for example, increasing the toll in longer or shorter intervals. But in 1713, we find mention of wood auctions, or at least similar methods of getting the best prices. Finally, special market days for making sales and for designating of wood were instituted. On these days also, all offenses against the forest laws were adjudged. 11. Forest administration. The administration of the different forest properties which the princes had aggregated in the course of time was at first a part of the general administration of the princely property, the requirements in the woods being merely to look after utilization and protection. Illiterate underlings, Forstknechte, were sufficient to carry out the police functions, generally under a Forstmeister or Oberforstmeister, who from time to time would make an inspection tour. Later on, when a more intensive forest management had come into existence, it became customary to call in experienced foresters from outside to make inspections and give advice. A much more elaborate organization of services, however, reported in the mining districts of the Harz Mountains in 1547, with the director of mines, Berghauptmann, at the head, and different grades of officials under him, who were called together periodically for reports and discussions. Until the middle of the 18th century, all those employed in the forest service, at least those in the superior positions, had also duties in connection with the chase, the head official of the hunt being also the head of the forest service, and hunting had usually superior claims to forestry. The men were supposed to be masters of the two branches, to be familiar with the technique of the hunt and of forestry, Hirschgerecht and Holzgerecht. The higher positions were usually reserved to the nobility, until, during the 18th century, the camerales came into control of the administration, and with them, under the mercantilistic teachings, the apparatus of officials also increased. These men usually possessed wide, but not deep knowledge of the matters bearing upon their charges. In Prussia, in 1740, the forest service was at least in part combined with the military service, Frederick the Great instituting the corps of riding couriers for the carrying of despatches who were selected from the forest service, an institution which persists up to date in the corps of Feldjäger, while the sons of foresters were enlisted in a troop known as Fussjäger chasseurs. A new era dates from the middle of the 18th century, when the connection with the hunt, the military organization, and the preferred position of the nobility were at least in part abrogated, and a more technical organization was attempted. The cause for this change was the increase of wood prices, which made a more technical management desirable, and also a decrease in the passion for the hunt. Still, although the forests in Bavaria were declared in 1780 to 1790 to be of more importance than the hunt, and the two services were distinctly separated, the head of the hunt still ranked above the head of the forest service. In Prussia, the professional men became early independent and influential, and by 1770, an organization had been perfected which excelled in thoroughness and simplicity. The salaries of the foresters consisted originally mainly in a free house, use of land and pasture rights, their uniform, and incidental emoluments such as a toll for the designation of timber, etc. Later, when everywhere else a regular money management had been introduced, the absence of a cash income and general poverty forced the foresters to steal and extort, and the bad reputation established in the last part of the 18th century, as well as the bad practice, persisted until the 19th century. The lower grades in the service were exceedingly ignorant, and their social position consequently very low. Their main business was indeed simple and consisted in the booking of the cut, issuing permits for the removal and the sale of wood, and looking after police functions in the woods. Yet, by 1781 we find regular planting plans submitted in the Prussian administration, and in 1787 felling plans are on record. The administration of justice against offenders in the forest was until the end of the 18th century in charge of the head foresters, and only then was transferred to law officers. Theft of wood, as in olden days, was considered as a smaller offense than other thefts, except if it was cut wood. In the beginning of the period, the judge had wide latitude as to amount of the fine to be imposed, but in the 17th century, more precise fines were fixed, and in the 18th century, a revision of the fines brought them into proportion with the value of the stolen wood. A choice of punishments by fines, imprisonment, or labor in the woods was then also instituted. 12. Forestry education. The course of education for the foresters until the middle of the 18th century was a simple one, and mainly directed to learning the manipulations of the chase, training of dogs, tending of horses, setting of nets, shooting, etc. 2 or 3 years' life with a practical hunter were followed by journeying and working for different employers, wood lore being picked up by the way from those that knew. When in the 18th century the need for better woods knowledge became pressing, the few really good forest managers were sought out by the young men who wished to secure this knowledge. In this way, a number of so-called master schools came into existence, each depending on one man. Such a school was that of Van Santhier in Wernigerode, later transferred to Ilsenburg, started in 1763 and ending with his death in 1778. Theoretical teaching and opportunity for practical demonstration here was such that even students from the Berlin School and men in actual employment attended the courses. The 2 great masters and fathers of modern forestry, Hartisch and Cotta, each instituted such master schools, the former in 1789 and the latter in 1785. Cotta's school was afterwards transferred to Tarrant and became a state institution. The interest of the state in forestry education found first expression in Prussia, in a course of lectures in botany, later also in forest economy, given to the forest officials by Gleditsch, professor of botany at the University of Berlin, 1770, to which was added a practicum at Tegel under Bergsdorf, who finally became the head of this mixed state school and continued in this position until at his death in 1802, the school was discontinued. In imitation of this move by Prussia, a military planting school was instituted by Württemberg at Solitude in 1770. The most noteworthy feature of this school, which under various changes lasted less than 25 years, was the course of lectures by Stahl mentioned before. Besides this higher school, a lower grade school was started in 1783, but its career was even briefer, not more than 10 years. Bavaria organized a forest school at Munich in 1790 with a 4 years course, and at least 3 years' study at this school was required of those seeking employment in the state service. But without having ever flourished, this school too collapsed by 1803. 13. Forestry literature. The oldest forestry literature of this period is contained in the many forest ordinances, which allow us to judge from their prescriptions as to the conditions of the practice in the woods and as to the gradual accumulation of empiric knowledge. Of a forestry science, one could hardly speak until an attempt had been made to organize the knowledge thus empirically acquired into a systematic presentation, and this was not done until the middle or last half of the 18th century. The first attempts at a literary presentation of the empiric knowledge are found in the encyclopedic volumes of the so-called Hausväter, household fathers, domestic economists, who treated in a most diffuse manner of agriculture in all its aspects, including silviculture. A number of these tomes appeared during the 17th century, the best and most influential being published at the very beginning of that century, 1595 to 1609, written by a preacher from Silesia, Johann Cholerus, and entitled Economia Ruralis et Domestica, worin das Amt aller braven Hausväter und Hausmutter begriffen. Cholerus relied upon home experience and not, as Petrus de Crescentius in his earlier work Praedium Rusticum, translated from the French in 1592, had done upon the scholastic expositions of the Italians. He was rewarded by the popularity of his work, which went through 13 editions and became very widely known. Somewhat earlier, a jurist, Noé Murer, wrote a book on forest law and hunting, 2nd edition, 1576, which on this field remained long in authority and gives insight into the condition of forest use at the time. But the first independent work on forestry, divorced from the hunt and farming, did not appear until 1713, Silvicultura Economica, written by Saxon director of mines Hans Karl von Carlowitz. This book, while containing quaint and amusing ideas, gives many correct rules for silvicultural methods, especially as regards planting and sowing, but the subject of forest management or organization is entirely neglected. At about the same time, 1710, a forest official, von Gochhausen, published Notabilia Venatoris, which, however, contained little more than a description of the species of trees and methods of their utilization. About the middle of the 18th century, great activity began in the literary field. This was carried on by two distinct classes of writers, namely the empiricists and the cameralists. The former, the Holzgerechte Jäger, were the practical men of the woods who proved in many directions most unpractical, and exhibited in their writings, outside of the record of their limited experience, the crassest ignorance. The cameralists were educated in law and political economy, and while lacking practical contact with the woods work, tried to sift and systematize the knowledge of the empiricists and to secure for it a tangible basis. Some 5 or 6 of the empiricists deserve notice as writers. The first and most noted of them was Döbel, Heinrich Wilhelm, whose book Jäger Praktika, Hunter's Practice, published in 1746, remained in authority until modern times for the part referring to the chase. The author was preeminently a hunter who worked in various capacities in Saxony, a self-taught man with very little knowledge of natural history. Being familiar mainly with broadleaf forest, he condemned planting and thinning, but described quite well for his time the methods of survey, subdivision, estimating and measuring, and the methods of selection forest and coppice with standards. His ignorance is characterized by his reference to the, quote, sulfurous and nitric elements of the soil as cause of spontaneous forest fires. Opinionated and one-sided, like many so-called practical men, he came into polemic controversies with other practitioners, not less opinionated, among them J.G. Beckmann, who worked in another part of Saxony, where, having to deal with coniferous woods, he had gathered different experiences from those of Döbel. Although he was himself poorly educated, especially in natural sciences, he complained of the ignorance of the foresters, and in his book Anweisung zu einer pfleglichen Forstwirtschaft, 1759, used for the first time the word Forstwissenschaft, forest science, and insisted upon the necessity of studying nature. He may be credited with having really advanced forest organization by devising the first good volume division method, and silviculture by advocating the method of clearing followed by sowing. The first practical forester with a university education was J. Buchting, who worked in the Harz Mountains. His main interest lay in the direction of survey, division, and orderly utilization. He did not, however, make any striking advance except that he gave equal standing to both planting and sowing. The two most eminent practitioners of the period, however, active during the middle of the century, were Johann Georg von Langen and his pupil, Hans Dietrich von Zantier, both of noble family and better educated than most of their contemporaries, and both engaged in the organization and management of Harz mountain forests, namely those of the Duke of Brunswick and of Count of Stolberg-Wernigerode. The former, without occupying himself directly with literary work, laid down in his expert reports and in his working plans many instructions which form the basis for orderly management and silviculture far ahead of the times. Zantier, writing considerably, especially Kurze systematische Grundriss der praktischen Forstwissenschaft, 1764, is also notable as the founder of the first forestry school at Wernigerode, 1763. Another of this class of better educated practitioners and co-worker with the former two was von Lasberg, who in 1764 to 1777 organized the Saxon forests. An interesting incident in the life of the last three men is their journey to Denmark and Norway, whither they were called to organize the management of the forest connected with the mines. Another prominent forest manager of the last half of the century, whose literary work is to be found only in various excellent official instructions, among which is one for the teaching of foresters, was the head of the Hessian Forest Service, a nobleman, Van Belch. Of the Cameralists who helped to make forestry literature, 6 or 7 deserve mention. These men of education and polyhistors were either at the head of affairs or else professors at universities where they included forestry as one of the branches of political economy. The credit of the first really systematic presentation of forestry principles and rules, as developed at the time, belongs to Wilhelm Gottfried von Moser, a pupil of von Langen, who served in various principalities and finally with the Prince of Taxis. In his Principles of Forest Economy, published in 1757, which for the first time brought out the economic importance of the subject, he discusses in 2 volumes divided into 9 chapters the different branches of forestry. A mining engineer, J. A. Kramer, came next with a very notable book, Anleitung zum Forstwesen, 1766, which, although not as comprehensive as Moses, treats the subject of silviculture very well. Equal in arrogance and opinionated self-satisfaction to any of the empiricists with whom he frequently crossed swords was the Brunswick councillor von Brocke, who, as an amateur practicing forestry on his own estate, developed the characteristic trait of the empiricists, namely, a profound belief in his own infallibility. He produced, besides many polemic writings, in which he charged the whole class of foresters with ignorance, laziness, and dishonesty, a magnum opus in 4 volumes entitled True Bases of the Physical and Experimental General Science of Forestry, which is in olla podrida of small value. Less original, but more fair and well-informed, a typical representative of the Cameralists was J. F. Stahl, finally head of the forest administration of Württemberg, and at the same time lecturer on mathematics, natural history, and forestry at the Forest School of Solitude, Stuttgart. Although an amateur in the field of forestry, he was a good teacher, and left many valuable and wise prescriptions evolved during his administration. He compiled in 4 volumes a dictionary of forest, fish, and game practice, Ornamentologia Forestalis Piscatoria Venatoria, 1772 to 1781, and founded the first forestry journal, Since 1770, forestry courses had been given for the cameralists at most of the German universities, and many of the professors prepared textbooks for the purpose. At least 3 of these professors deserve mention: Beckmann, Jung, and Trunk. The first, J. Beckmann, professor of political economy at Göttingen, one of the most noted cameralists, was author of a work in 45 volumes on the principles of German agriculture, 1769, in which he devotes 61 pages to forestry, giving a complete system of forestry with extracts from all known forestry writings. J. H. Jung, who gave a special course on forestry at the Kameralschule of Lautern, published a textbook in 1781 in which forest botany was well treated. J. J. Trunk, who was Oberforstmeister in Austria, as well as professor at Freiburg, was the most prominent of the 3 and wrote a comprehensive work full of practical sense, Neues vollständiges Forstehrbuch oder systematische Grundsätze des Forstrechtes, der Forstpolizei und Forstökonomie nebst Anhang von anslandischen Holzarten von Torf und Steinkollen, 1789. While at first the ephemeral writings, especially the polemic ones of the empiricists, found room in literary and cameralistic magazines, the need of a professional journal first found expression in 1763 in Stahl's Allgemeines Ökonomisches Forstmagazin, which ran into 12 volumes and contains many articles important to the history of forestry, and is especially rich in its reference to foreign literature. 2 continuations of the magazine under different editorships were of less value, but von Moser's Forst Archive, running from 1788 to 1807 with its 30 volumes, is an authority and a historical source of the first rank. A very characteristic literature of the last half of the 18th century consisted in forest calendars, in which advice as to monthly and seasonal procedures in the forest were given, Beckmann and Zantier being among the authors. End of Section 5. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Section 6 of A Brief History of Forestry by Bernard Fernau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Germany. Development in the 19th century. The last 100 years or so has seen in Germany the development of fully established forest policies and the complete organization of stable forest administrations based upon thorough and careful recognition of the principles of forest management and intensive application of silvicultural methods. 1. Changes in property conditions. The change in forest treatment from that prevailing during the previous period was mainly due to the change in property conditions, and especially to the establishment of state forests. This change was largely the result of the revolutionary movements at the beginning of the new century, which brought about changes in state organizations. In Prussia, the princely forest property had been declared state domain in 1713, but elsewhere, the public domain had been considered the property of the princes in their capacity as head of the country, as domanium, outside of their personal private property, Schatzgüter. The income from this dominium was in part liable to be applied to the expenses of the court and of the administration of the realm, to some extent alleviating the burdens of taxation. This property arose from a variety of relations which have been discussed at length in the foregoing chapters. It was derived mainly from feudal properties, fiefs of vassalage and fiefs of official position, secularized church property and other forfeited property, division of mock forests, and from allodial possessions of the family. Gradually, by agreement with the landed estates, it was understood that this property could not be disposed of or dissipated by the prince, and was inherited by the eldest son together with the princely dignity, being an attribute of his position in the state. In the Reconstruction period of 1806 to 1815, during and after the Napoleonic Wars, many of the small princes lost their seigniorage, Landeshoheit ipso jure. and with the loss of the princely dignity, the obligation of carrying the expense of court and administration naturally falling away. These properties became in most cases purely individual property of the former princes. Not, however, until the revolutionary movements of 1848 and even later was this divorce of the state idea from that of the person of the prince everywhere accomplished. Nor was it carried through without many bickerings and quarrels between the princes and the representatives of the people, who claimed this dominium for the state. In the larger states, all this domanial property was finally declared state lands, while in the smaller principalities a partition of the land between the princes and the state took place, or else a relation was established by which a part of the revenue resulting from the state lands was secured to the princes. An increase of the state's property came also during the first decade of the century, through the abolishment of cloisters and secularization of church property generally, the lands of both Protestant and Catholic church institutions being taken by the state. Curiously enough, at the same time that the idea of state forest was being realized, the changes in economic thought which brought the principle of individualism to the fore gave rise to a movement to sell the state properties. This movement was inspired by French doctrines, whose influence was at the time very strong, by the teachings of Adam Smith, who held that the state is not fit to conduct business, and by the hope that in private ownership an improvement in forest conditions would be more readily realized. These ideas by themselves would probably not have led to the adoption of a policy of sale if it had not been for the need for cash, which, as a result of the French wars, was felt everywhere during the first years of the decade. The sale of this property seemed to provide a ready means for states to secure funds. In Prussia, after the collapse of 1806, this measure was widely discussed, and eventually in 1810 to 1813, repeatedly instructions for the sale of state forest property were issued. There were to be excluded from such sales only large complexes of forest, those on the sea-coast, sand dunes, and river fronts, where the protection of the forest cover was needed, and those which it was desirable to maintain for the use of important industrial establishments. Only the accession of Hartisch, 1811, as chief of the forest administration, which was a branch of the Treasury Department, prevented the execution of this dismemberment. It was due to him that the difference in character between farm and forest property began to be recognized. Although after 1820 sales of forest property took place, they were never a fiscal measure, but were made either for the purpose of rounding off existing state forest property or paying off servitudes, or else in order to turn over agricultural soil to farm use. At present, everywhere in Germany state properties are on the increase. The property conditions of the communal forests naturally changed also with the political changes of the 19th century, when existing communities were made part of the large political machine and changed from economic and social to modern political municipalities. The ownership conditions, however, were not simplified, but, as before, remained extremely varied. Of the mock forests, but a very small portion remains today. The majority of it had been finally divided among the America in the first decade of the century, and the few remaining parts became independent of the political organization and now exist merely in the form of appurtenances to certain farm property known as Genossenwald, association forests. In addition to the variety of communal ownerships existing in the preceding period, some new communal properties originated from the granting of land and the settlement and dissolution of servitudes, whereby an undivided property, Interessentenwald, in which sometimes even the state retains an interest, came into existence. The municipal property of the cities had become either the property of the entire community or of that part which constituted the real citizenship, or at least of certain class of citizens of the municipality. the encumbrances which had grown up with regard to forest property under the name of servitudes, and which so much retarded the development of better forest management, continued into this period, and although through the influences of the French Revolution a desire had been stimulated to get rid of all curtailments of property, some have persisted to this day. Indeed, for a time an increase of these servitudes took place due to the carelessness of forest officials in keeping unjustified use of the forest in check, when ancient usage of these rights of users was claimed and new servitudes were established. In Bavaria, it became at last necessary, in 1852, to positively forbid the further establishment of new servitudes or rights of user. Laws having in view the dissolution or buying out of these rights were issued in Bavaria in 1805 and in Prussia in 1821, giving the right to forest owners whose properties were so encumbered to call for a division of interests. But as at the first, the only way to settlement was by exchange for definite parcels of forest property, the progress in the abolishment of these rights was slow, until money exchange was permitted, as in Saxony 1832. At the present time, the state forest administrations have mostly got rid of these servitudes, or at least have progressed so far in their regulation that they are now rarely impediments to forest management. These peaceable adjustments of the rights of user constitute the last act of freeing property socially and economically. 2. Forest conditions. In spite of the sporadic efforts which had been made to bring about the recuperation of forest areas during the 18th century, the conditions of the forest at the beginning of the new century were most pitiable. The division of the mark, by which the peasants became individual owners, profited little and led to devastation rather than to improving the condition of the property. In addition, export trade in wood had become brisk, and the financial depression, a result of the French wars, led to increased exploitations, which, with the improvement in means of transportation, progressed to the more distant forest areas and enlarged the waste area. Especially in the more densely populated parts of the country, the deforested area widened, and large wastes with poor young growth increased in all directions, in the same manner as now in the United States. The alarmists had good cause for renewing their cries, and around the year 1800 a considerable literature sprung up on the subject of the threatened timber famine. It is interesting to note that at that time the catalpa played a role, at least on paper, as it does in our own day, being recommended as the only means of staving off the timber famine. A renewed betulomania spread widely over the country. In North Germany especially, great efforts were made to replant the denuded areas and to change the coppice areas, fit only for firewood, to coniferous species, pine, etc., by which eventually a great change in the forest type from the original mixed forest to the pure forest was effected. 3. Personnel. The great change which led to improved conditions during the first half of the century was preeminently due to the knowledge and intelligence of a group of men, 6 in number, competent foresters who combined the high-grade education of the cameralists with the practitioner's knowledge. Hartisch, Cotta, Hundeshagen, König, Pfeil, and Heyer. These men built, to be sure, on the shoulders of their precursors of the century in which they were born, but, being placed in authoritative positions, found better opportunities for putting their teachings into practice. The first 2 mentioned were older than the rest, and are usually described as the fathers of modern forestry. Born about a year apart, both educated at universities, they excelled in both scientific and practical directions. Georg Ludwig Hartig, 1764 to 1837, studied at the University of Gießen, and after having served in various functions in various parts of southern Germany, became in 1811 head of the Prussian Forest Administration. He was equally eminent as a practical man and organizer, as a writer, and as a teacher. In literary direction, his work lay not so much in developing new ideas as in formulating clearly the known ones, as evidenced in his celebrated General Rules in Silviculture. Not less than 30 separate publications attest his assiduity. Among them stands preeminent Anweisung zur Holzzucht für Forster, 1791, 8th edition, 1818. As a teacher, he began his work by establishing a master's school, 1789 to 1791, at Hungen, transferred to Stuttgart in 1807, and afterwards, as head of the Prussian Forest Administration, he lectured at the University of Berlin, continuing his lectures there even after the forestry school at Eberswalde had been established until his death. He may be considered as having established on a firm basis the forest administration of Prussia, and many of the things he instituted still prevail. In organizing the service, he introduced fixed salaries. He relieved the foresters from financial responsibilities, transferring all handling of money to a separate set of officials, whereby the temptation of fraudulent practices of graft was removed, and he issued instructions for the very different grades of foresters, and every part of this work was all his own. In regulating the forest area of the state, he developed the volume allotment method, which, however, proved too cumbersome to be readily applied to large areas. Toward the end of his life, his work was not entirely successful, and he lost prestige in his later years. Heinrich von Cotta, 1763 to 1844, studied at the University of Jena, and afterwards practiced in Thuringia, where he established a master's school at Zilbach, 1795. In 1811 he was called to Saxony as director of forest surveys, whither he also transferred his school at Tarent, which in 1816 was made a state institution and is still flourishing. In that year he was made the director of the Bureau of Forest Management. Like Hartig, he was eminent in the three directions of practical, literary, and educational work, but he excelled Hartig in originality, developing new principles and thoughts. Being a good plant physiologist and observer of nature, he developed new ideas in silviculture, especially with reference to methods of thinning, and his Anweisung zum Waldbau, written in the simplest, clearest, and most forceful manner, forms a classic worthy of study to this day. In the field of forest management, he became the inventor of the area allotment method and the originator of the highly developed Saxon forest management. As a teacher, he excelled in clearness, exposition, wealth of ideas, and geniality. Of an entirely different stamp was the third of the great masters, Johann Christian Hundeshagen, 1783 to 1834, who, having studied in Heidelberg, became, after some years of practice, professor of forestry at Tübingen in 1817 and at Gießen, 1825. He was a representative of the theoretical or philosophical side of forestry, being highly cultivated and imbued with the spirit of science. His bent was to systematize the knowledge in existence and extend it by means of exact experiments. In forest organization, he invented the well-known formula method or rational method of regulating felling budgets, and became also one of the founders of forest statics, 1826, which he called, quote, the doctrine of measuring forestal forces, end quote, being thus the forerunner of modern scientific forestry. The fourth of the group, Gottlob König, 1776 to 1849, was a practitioner without a university education, who had enjoyed the teaching and influence of Cotta, whom he succeeded in Eisenach as the head of the ducal forest administration. He also founded here a private forest school, which in 1830 became a state institution and is still in existence. König became noted by his contributions to the scientific, especially the mathematical side of forestry, developing forest mensuration and statics. In this latter branch, he was the forerunner of Pressler and of the modern school of finance. In his Anleitung zur Holztaxation, 1813, he gives a complete account of forest mensuration, and in the part devoted to forest valuation, he develops the first soil rent formula and the methods of determining the cost value of his stands. His Forest Mathematics, 1835, in which he introduces factors of form and many other new ideas, was an original contribution to science. Very different in character from these four leaders was the aggressive, sharp-witted Friedrich Wilhelm Leopold Pfeil, 1783 to 1859, who, without a university education, and in spite of his poor knowledge of mathematics and natural history, advanced himself by native wit and genius. After a brief period of employment in private service in the province of Silesia, he accepted the position of professor of forestry at the Berlin University in 1821, in connection with Hartisch, with whom, however, he was at sword's point. It was at his instigation, with the assistance of von Humboldt, that the school was transferred in 1830 to Eberswalde, Pfeil becoming its director. While Hartisch was a generalizer, Pfeil was an individualizer, free from dogma and most suggestive, a freelance and a fighter, critical in the extreme, and prolific in his literary work. He domineered the forestry literature of the day by means of his Kreistische Blätter, a journal of much import and merit. The youngest of the group, Karl Heyer, 1797 to 1856, a thoroughly educated man, combined the professorial position in the University of Gießen, 1835, with practical management of a forest district, but in 1834 abandoned the latter in order to devote himself entirely to literary work. He was one of the clearest and most systematic expounders, and both his Waldbau, Silviculture, 1854, and his Walter Tragregelung, Forest Organization, 1841, are classics. The last, 5th edition of the Waldbau, appearing in 1906 in 2 volumes, has been brought up to date by Professor Hess. He devised one of the most rational methods of forest organization, and indeed, with the necessity of basing forest management on exact scientific inquiry instead of on empiricism alone, he formulated instructions for forest static investigations, a subject which his son, Gustav Heyer, elaborated into a science. 4. Progress in silviculture. Natural regeneration continued to be the favorite method well into this period, and for a long time selection, forest, and coppice were all that was known in practice until Hartisch and Cotta forced the recognition of the shelter wood system. The only way in which a transition from the generally practiced unregulated selection forest to an intensive management was possible, with the ignorant personnel of underforesters, was to formulate into an easily intelligible prescription the necessary rules, allowing the least play to individual judgment. This was done by Hartisch when he formulated his 8 general rules in 1808, which coincided also closely with the teachings of Cotta. Since these rules represent in brief the most definitely the status of silvicultural knowledge on natural regeneration at the time, it may be desirable to translate them verbatim. Number 1. Every forest tree which is expected to propagate itself by natural regeneration must be old enough to bear good seed. Number 2. Every district or stand which is to be replaced by a thoroughly perfect stand by means of natural regeneration must be brought into such position, or density, that the soil may everywhere receive sufficient seeding. 3. Each compartment must be kept in such condition, or density, that it cannot, before the seeding takes place, grow up to grass and weeds. Number 4. With species whose seed loses its power of germination through frost, as is the case with the oak and beech, the compartments must be given such a position, or density, that the foliage which after the fall of seed covers and protects the same cannot be carried away by wind. Number 5. All stands, which must be given such density that the germinating plants in the same, as long as they are still tender, find sufficient protection from their mother trees against heat of the sun and against cold. Number 6. So soon as the young stand resulting from natural regeneration does not any longer require this motherly protection, it must gradually, through the careful removal of the mother trees, be accustomed to the weather, and finally must be entirely brought into the open position. Number 7. All the young growths, whether secured by natural or artificial seeding, must be freed from the accompanying less useful species and from weeds, if these, in spite of all precaution, threaten the better kinds. Number 8. From every young forest until it is full grown, the suppressed wood must be removed from time to time, so that the trees which are ahead or dominate may grow the better. The upper perfect crown cover, however, must not be interrupted until it is the intention to grow a new forest again in the place of the old one. Since these rules are applicable only in beech forests, much mischief and misconception resulted from their generalization. Pure, even-aged high forests became the ideal, and the mixed forest, which was originally the most widespread condition, vanished to a large extent. This was especially unfortunate in northern and northeastern pine forests. A reaction against Hartisch's generalization began about 1830, under the lead of Pfeil. He had at first agreed with Hartisch, and then with equal narrowness advocated for many years a clear-cutting system with artificial reforestation. Finally, however, he was not afraid to acknowledge that his early generalizations in this respect were a mistake, and that different conditions required different treatment. In the development of the shelterwood system, there was at first, under the lead of Hartisch, a tendency to open up rather sharply, taking out about 3/4 of the existing stand, but gradually he became convinced that this was too much, and finally reduced the first removal to only about 1/3 of the stand. This was the origin of his nickname of Dunkelmann, in spite of the fact that it was claimed that Coulter took the opposite view, for which he was called Lichtmann. He, too, grew in favor of a dark position, and as he progressed, leaned more and more towards more careful opening up. Hartisch originally recognized only 3 different fellings: the cutting for seed, the cutting for light, and the removal cutting. By and by, a second cut was made during the seed year, and the number of fellings to secure gradual removal were increased, so that by 1801 this system seems to have been pretty nearly perfected to its modern conditions. The best exposition of this Familienschlagbetrieb shelterwood system, as then developed, is to be found in Karl Heyer's Handbook 1854. The method was unfortunately extended by Bergsdorff in 1787 to the northern pineries with a 70-year period of rotation. Within 10 years, however, he recognized its inappropriateness and modified it by instructions to leave only 6 to 12 seed trees per acre. His successor, Kropf, reduced the number of seed trees to 4 or 5, which were to be removed within 2 or 3 years. In spite of the development of this more rational method, the practitioners under Hartisch's approval held mainly to a dark position even for pine, much in the manner of a selection forest, which produced a poor growth of oppressed seedlings, retarding for a long time the development of the pineries. In spruce or fir, either a pure selection forest or a strip system was employed. Attempts at a shelterwood system were made, but experience with the wind danger soon taught the lesson that this was not a proper method with shallow-rooted species. Even Hartisch preferred for spruce clearing and planting, and this is still the most favored method with that species. For the deep-rooted and shade-enduring fir, the shelterwood method with a long regeneration period was thoroughly established in the Black Forest and in Württemberg by 1818. Natural regeneration being the main method of reproduction until the beginning of the 19th century, artificial means, as is evident from the forest ordinances of Prussia and Bavaria, 1812 and 1814, were usually applied only to repair fail places or to plant up wastes. In this artificial reforestation, with the exception of the planting of oak in pastures, sowing was almost entirely resorted to because it could be done cheaper and easier. But as the sowings were mostly made on unprepared soil and with very large amounts of seed, 30 to 60 pounds per acre, now only 7 to 10 pounds, the results were not satisfactory, either because the seed did not find favorable conditions for germinating, or when germinated the stand was too dense. Planting, if done at all, was done only with wildlings dug from the woods, and usually, following the practice of the planting of oaks in pastures, with saplings. The plant material was too large for success. Nurseries, except for oak, were not known, even Dakota in 1817, and Haya, having to plant up several thousand acres, still relied on wildlings, 2 or 3 years old, which he took up with a ball of earth by means of his hole spade, a circular spade reinvented by him and much praised by others. Hottish, in 1833, still advised the use of 4 to 5-year-old pine wildlings, root pruned, but eventually, having met with poor success, for which he was much discredited, came to the conclusion that unpruned 2-year-old plants were preferable. The credit of having radically changed these practices belongs to Pfeil, who, entirely reversing his position, advocated for pine forest a system of clearing followed by sowing, or by planting of wildlings with a ball of earth. Then, suggesting that possibly planting without this precaution could be attempted, and pointing out the necessity of securing a satisfactory root system, he recommended about 1830 the use of 1-year-old seedlings grown in carefully prepared seed beds. While for securing these he relied upon the simple preparation of the soil by spading, Biermans added the use of a fertilizer in the shape of ashes of burned sod. The method of growing pine seedlings and planting them when 1 to 3 years old was further developed by Butler, 1845, who introduced the practice of dense sowing in the seed beds. He also invented an ingenious planting iron, or dibble, a half cone of iron which was thrown by the planter with great precision, first to make a hole and then to close it. This was improved by the addition of a long handle into the superior, well-known and much-used Wattenberg planting dibble. At the same time, 1840, Manteuffel devised the method known by his name of planting in mounds, which is especially applicable on wet soils. It was not until 1840 that transplanting of yearling pines with naked roots became general. The widespread application of this latter system resulted in abandoning to a large extent mixed growth, and led to the establishment of pure pine forests, introducing thereby most intensively all the dangers incident to a clearing system and pure forest, which are avoided by the mixed forest, namely insects, frost, and drought. A practice of planting spruce in bunches, originally 12 to 20 plants in a bunch, had been in existence since 1780. This practice increased until 1850 and is still in use in the Harz Mountains and in eastern Prussia, although the bunches have been reduced so as to contain only from 3 to 5 plants, the object of the bunching being to make sure that one or the other of the plants should live. Much discussion as to the merits of this method took place between the old masters, Cotta favoring the small bunches upon the basis of successful plantation of his own, Hottish and Pfeil opposing it, but finally weakening. Since 1850, however, the practice of setting out single plants has become more general. A reaction from the indiscriminate application of the shelterwood method to the hardwoods, and of the clearing method to the pine, set in during the last quarter of the 19th century, under the lead of Burckhardt and Gea. These advocated return to mixed forest and to natural regeneration with long periods, approaching a selection forest. Gea, especially, professor of silviculture at Munich, became the foremost apostle of this school. Yet, even to this day, the principles of silvicultural treatment under the many different conditions remain unsettled. On the whole, however, with the financial question assiduously brought forward, the clearing system has made most progress, and the selection system has nearly vanished, being replaced by the group method and the shelterwood system. A number of special forms of silvicultural management, applicable under special conditions, have been locally developed, without, however, gaining much ground and being mainly of historical value. Among these may be mentioned Seebach's modified beech forest, which consists in opening up a beech stand so as to secure regeneration, merely to form a soil cover, leaving enough of the old stand on the ground to close up in 30 or 40 years. By this treatment, the large increment due to open position is secured without endangering the soil. Similarly, the storied or two-aged high forest was applied to the management of oak forest in mixture with beech. In a few localities also on limited areas, a combination of forest and farming, Waldfeldbau, has been continued and elaborated, besides the more general use of coppice and coppice with standards. According to the statistics for 1900, the following distribution of the acreage under different silvicultural methods prevailed throughout the empire. Total forest, deciduous percent, 32.5. Coniferous percent, 67.5. High forest, deciduous percent, 18.4. Coniferous percent, 60.1. Selection forest, deciduous percent, 2.3. Coniferous percent, 7.4. Coppice, deciduous percent, 6.8. None. Coniferous percent. Coppice with standards, deciduous percent, 5. None. Coniferous percent. Coniferous forest, of which 68% is pine and 30% spruce, prevails in eastern and middle Germany. Deciduous forest, of which 20% is oak, the balance principally beech, in the west and south. Coppice and coppice with standards are mostly in private hands, as well as the coniferous selection forest, the state forest being almost entirely high forest, in other words, seed forest other than under selection methods. Methods of improving the crop. The credit of having first systematically formulated the practice of thinnings under the name of Durchforstung for the first thinning, Durchplantierung for the later thinnings, belongs to Hartisch, although the practice of such thinnings had been known and applied here and there before his time. He confined himself mainly to the removal of undesirable species, dead and dying, suppressed and damaged trees, being especially emphatic in his advice not to interrupt the crown cover. Excepting the early weeding or improvement cuttings, these thinnings were not to begin until the 50th to 70th year in the broadleaved forest, but in conifers in the 20th to 30th year. The first attempt to explain on a biological basis the process and effect of thinning was made by Späth in the Special Contribution 1802. Cotta in his Silviculture, although at first agreeing with Hartisch, later in his third edition in 1821, changes his mind and improves both upon the biological explanation of Späth and the practices of Hartisch, pointing out that the latter came too late with his assistance, that the struggle between the individuals should be anticipated, and the thinning repeated as soon as the branches begin to die. But he also recognizes the practical difficulty of the application of this cultural measure on account of the expense. Curiously enough, he recommends severer thinnings for fuel wood production than for timber forests. Pfeil accentuates the necessity of treating different sites and species differently in the practice of thinnings. Hundeshagen accentuates the financial result and the fact that the culmination of the average yield is secured earlier by frequent thinnings. Higher formulates the golden rule: early, often, moderate, but insists that first thinning should not be made until the cost of the operation can be covered by the sale of the material. Propositions to base the philosophy and the results of thinning on experimental grounds, rather than on mere opinion, were made as early as 1825 to 1828, and again from 1839 to 1846 at various meetings of forestry associations, until in 1860 Brunswick and Saxony inaugurated the first, more extensive experiments in thinnings. The two representatives of forest finance, König and Pressler, pointed out in 1842 and 1859 the great significance of thinnings in a finance management as one of the most important silvicultural operations for securing the highest yield. In spite of the advanced development of the theory of thinning, the practice has largely lagged behind because of the impracticability of introducing intensive management. Only lately, owing to improvement in prices and the possibility of marketing the inferior material profitably enough to justify the expenditure, has it become possible to secure more generally the advantages of the cultural effect. Within the last 30 or 40 years, great activity has been developed among the experiment stations in securing a true basis for the practice of thinning. New ideas were introduced through French influence and by others independently in the latter part of the 80s, when the distinction between the final harvest crop, élite, le haut, and the nurse crop, le bas, was introduced. The conception of such subdivision and the English nomenclature was independently first employed by the writer in his report for 1887 as Chief of Forestry Division when discussing planting plans for the prairies. The physiological reasons for the practice of thinning upon experimental basis were advanced by the botanists Gibbert and R. Hartisch, and among foresters the names of Kraft, Laurie, Hauck, Borgrave, Wagner, and others are intimately connected with the very active discussion of the subject lately going on in the magazines. Thinnings have become such an important part of the income of forest administrations, 25 to 40% of the total yield, that the prominence given to the subject is well justified, and a more modern conception of the advantages of thinnings, and especially of severer thinnings, is gaining ground. The proposition, now much ventilated, of severe opening up near the end of the rotation in order to secure an accelerated increment, Lichtungshebe, is, however, much older. Hosfeld in 1824 and Jäger in 1850 advocated this measure for financial reasons, while König and Pressler anticipated the development of an individual tree management by pruning and differentiation of final harvest and nurse crop, a method which is working itself out at the present time. 5. Methods of forest organization. As stated before, to Hartisch and Cotta belongs the credit of having applied systematically on a large scale methods of forest organization for sustained yield, Hartisch having been active in Prussia since 1811, and Cotta beginning to organize the Saxon forests in the same year. The method employed by Hartisch, the so-called volume allotment, had been already formulated and its foundation laid by Krechting and others, although Hartisch seems to have claimed the invention. But it was reserved to Hartisch to build up this method in its detail, and to formulate clearly and precisely its application, as well as to improve the practice of forest survey, calculation of increment, and the making of yield tables. His method involved a survey, a subdivision, a construction of yield tables, and the formulation of working plans, in which the principle according to which the forest was to be managed during the whole rotation was laid down for each district. The rotation method was determined, divided into periods, finally of 20 years, and the periodic volume yield represented by all stands was distributed through all the periods of the rotation in such a manner as to make the periodic felling budgets approximately equal, or, since the tendency to increased wood consumption was recognized, an increase in the felling budget toward the end of the rotation was considered desirable. Cotta based his system of forest organization upon a method described by a Bavarian, Schischler, 1796. It relied primarily upon area rather than volume division. This method was later on, in 1817, called by him Flächenfachwerk, area allotment. It divides the rotation into periods and allots areas for each periodic felling budget. But before this time, in 1804, Cotta had himself formulated a method of his own, which combined the area and volume method, the volume being the main basis and the area being merely used as a check. While Hartisch dogmatically and persistently carried out his difficult scheme, Cotta was open-minded enough to improve his method of regulation, and by 1820, in his Anweisung zur Forsteinrichtung und Abschätzung, he comes to his final position of basing the sustained yield entirely on the area allotment, using the estimate of volume simply to secure an approximately uniform felling budget. He laid particular stress on orderly procedure in the subdivision and progress of the fellings. He did not prepare an elaborate working plan binding for the entire rotation, but merely prescribed the principles of the general management, and after 1816 he confined the formulating of felling and planting plans only to the next decade. A similar method, making a closer combination of volume and area allotment, now known as the combined allotment, in which the area forms the main basis for distributing the felling budgets, was prescribed by Klipstein in 1833. This also confines the working plan to the first period of the rotation, and for this period alone makes a rather careful statement of the expected volume budget. A new budget is then to be determined at the beginning of the next period. This idea of confining the budget determination to a comparatively short period is now generally accepted, the future receiving only summary consideration. These methods of organization were the ones generally applied in practice, and are still with some modifications in practical use. About 1820, however, new theories were advanced which led to the formulation of methods based upon the idea of the normal forest. The conception of a normal forest, with a normal stock, distributed in normal age classes, so as to ensure a sustained yield management, was evolved in 1788 by an obscure anonymous official in the tax collector's office of Austria, designed for assessing woods managed for sustained yield. This fertile idea, which is still the basis of forest organization in Austria, and explains better than any other method the principles involved in forest organization, did not find entrance into forestry literature in all its detail until 1811, when André compared this so-called Kamerataxe with Hartisch's method of regulation. We find, however, that simultaneously with the Austrian invention of this method, Paulsen, 1787, proposed to determine the felling budget as a relation between normal stock and normal yield, and in his yield tables, the first of the kind, 1795, he gives the proportion of increment to normal stock in percentic relation, so that the felling budget may either be expressed as a fraction of the stock or as a percent. In beech forests, for instance, he determines the felling budget as 3.3% on best sites, 2.5% on medium, and 1.8% on poor sites. Probably stimulated by André's description, Huber, 1812, developed a method and formula which may be considered the foundation of the later development by Karl Heyer. Felling budget equals I plus S sub A minus S sub N over E. Based upon the normal forest idea, a number of methods were elaborated which, because of their employing a mathematical formula for the determination of the felling budget, are known as formula methods. They are indeed modified rational volume divisions. Hundeshaken has the merit of having first clearly explained the basis of these methods, and himself developed a formula, of the correctness of which he was so convinced as to designate his method as the rational one. Two other formulae were brought into the world by Koenig, 1838 to 1851, but the credit of the most complete elaboration, both of the principles of the normal forest idea and of its practical application, belongs to Karl Hayer. The principles of his method are briefly: first, determine upon the period of regulation during which the abnormal forest is to be brought nearer to normal conditions, the length of this period to be determined with due regard to the financial requirements or ability of the owner and to the conditions of the forest. The actual stock on hand is then determined, and the total increment based on the average increment at felling age of each stand, which will take place during this period, is added. Deducting from this total what has been calculated as the proper normal stock requisite for a sustained yield management, the balance is available for felling budgets, which may be utilized in annual or periodic installments during the period of regulation. A working plan is provided which takes care of securing an orderly progress of fellings and proper location of age classes, to be revised every 10 years. Although this is undoubtedly the most rational method yet devised, it has remained largely unused, and is found in somewhat modified application only in Austria and Baden. An entirely new principle in the theory of forest organization was introduced, when the aim of forest management was formulated to be the highest soil rent. According to this requirement, the proper harvest time of any stand, or even of any tree, was to be determined by the so-called index percent, and that is a calculation which determines whether a stand or a tree is still producing at a proper predetermined rate or is declining. The advocates of this principle were especially Pressler, professor of mathematics at Tarent, 1840 to 1843, and G. Hayer, son of Karl Hayer, who based his methods on his father's formula, merely introducing values for volumes. Udeich, director of the Tarent school, also developed in the 60s a method based upon financial theory, which is to attain the highest rate percent on the capital invested in forest production. On the basis of survey and subdivision of working blocks composing a felling series, and with a rotation determined by financial calculations with interest accounts, he makes a periodic area division for determining the felling budget in general, and in addition employs the index percent, as explained, for determining in each allotted stand the more exact time for its harvest. While these men pleaded for strict finance calculation, such as is properly applied to any business, making financial results the main issue, the defenders of the old regime, which thought the object of forest management mainly in highest material or value production, advanced as their financial program the attainment of the highest forest rent, as opposed to the highest soil rent. They neglected and derided the complicated interest calculations which have to take into consideration uncertain future developments, and were satisfied with producing a satisfactory balance, a surplus of income over expenses, no matter what interest rate on the capital involved in soil and forest growth that might represent. At the present time, these financial propositions are still mainly under heated discussion. In actual practice, the various state forest administrations, with the exception of the Saxon one, continue to rely upon the older methods in regulating the management of their forest properties without reference to financial theories. This is largely due to momentum of the practical existence and application of these methods in earlier times, and the difficulty and impracticability of a change. Just now, however, several of the state administrations are preparing to radically revise their working plans. In Prussia, the instructions for working plans of 1819, formulated by Hartisch, were improved upon by his successor, Oberland Forstmeister von Reuss, 1836, and these instructions formed the basis of the work of forest regulation until the end of the 19th century. It is a periodic area allotment, with only a summary check by volume. The working plan is only to secure rational location and gradation of age classes. The calculations of yields and specific rules of management are lately confined to the first period and are revised every 6 years. In Saxony, Cotta's area method was systematically developed, and as the larger part of Saxon forests is coniferous, mainly spruce, the proper location of age classes forms a special consideration for the progress of fellings. The determination of volume and increment was left to summary estimates, and the area division became entirely superior. The original idea of Cotta that orderly procedure in the management is of more importance than the actual determination and equalization of yield still pervades the Saxon practice. Since 1860, an attempt has been made to calculate the rotation and determine the felling budget on the principle of the soil rent, at least as a corrective of the annual budget, and in general to lean towards Udeichs-stand management. In Bavaria, after various changes, a complete allotment method of area and volume had come into vogue in 1819, but at the present writing, 1911, an entirely new and modern reorganization has begun, in which most modern ideas, and especially much freedom of movement, even to deviation from the principle of sustained yield, is allowed. In Württemberg, where in 1818 to 1822 a pure volume allotment had been introduced, in 1862 to 1863 the combined allotment method was begun, the felling budget being determined in a general way for the next 2 or 3 periods, and more precisely for the first decade, without attempting more than approximate equality. In 1898, new instructions were issued which abandon the allotment method and restrict the yield regulation to designating felling areas for the first period. In Baden, where the forest organization began in 1836 upon the basis of volume allotment, a change was made in 1849 to an area allotment, simplifying to a greater extent than anywhere else the calculation of the yield. Finally, Heyer's method was adopted entirely in 1869. It appears then that the schematic allotment methods found the most general application in the earlier time of the period, being favored probably on account of their simplicity in application. The improvement in their present application over the original methods as designed by Hartisch and Cotta is that now they require no volume calculation for any long future, but are satisfied with making a sufficiently accurate calculation and provision for the proper felling budget for the present. End of Section 6. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Section 7 of A Brief History of Forestry by Bernard Fernau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Germany. 6. Forest administration. About the middle of the 18th century, the recognition of the importance of forestry led to a severance of the forest and hunting interests, and it became the practice to place the direction of the former into the hands of some more or less competent man, a state forester, usually under the fiscal branch or treasury department of the general administration. Fully organized forest administrations in the modern sense, however, could hardly be said to have existed before the end of the Napoleonic Wars, 1815, which had undoubtedly retarded the peaceful development of this as well as of other reforms. The present organization of the large Prussian forest department, in its present form, dates from 1820, when Hartisch instituted the division into provincial administrations and differentiated them into directive, inspection, and executive services. The direction of the provincial management was placed in the hands of an Oberforstmeister, with the assistance of a number of Forstmeister, who acted mainly as inspectors, each having his inspection district consisting of a number of ranges. The ranges, 100,000 to 125,000 acres, were placed in charge of Oberförster or Revierförster, who, with the assistance of several underforesters, Förster, conducted the practical work. At first, only indifferently educated, these latter were allowed little latitude, but with improvement in their education, they became by degrees more and more independent agents. This tripartite system of directing, inspecting, and executive officers after various changes in titles and functions, finally became practically established in all the larger German states, in some rather lately, as for instance in Bavaria, not until 1885, and in Württemberg in 1887. With this more stable organization, the character and the status of the personnel changed greatly. The prior right of the nobility to the higher positions, which had lasted in some states until 1848, and the practice of making connection with military service a basis for appointment, were abolished, and instead of cameralists, educated foresters came everywhere to the head of affairs. The lower service, which had been recruited from hunters and lackeys, and which was noted for its low social, moral, and pecuniary status, was improved in all directions. The change from incidentals in the way of fees and natural instead of money emolument for the lower grade foresters, which had been the rule and still play a role even to date, to definite salaries, and the salutary change of methods in transacting business, which Hottisch introduced, became general. With the development and improvement of forestry schools, the requirement of a higher technical education for positions in state service could be enforced. Yet, only within the last 25 or 30 years has the ranking position of forest officers been made adequate and equalized with that of other public officials of equal responsibility, and still later have their salaries been made adequate to modern requirement. The central administration now lies in the hands of technical men, Oberlandforstmeister, with a council of technical deputies, Landforstmeister, all of whom have passed through all the stages of employment from that of district managers up. This central office or division of forestry is either attached to the Department of Agriculture or to that of Finance, and has entire charge of the question of personnel, direction of forest schools, of the forest policy of the administration, and the approval of all working plans, acting in all things pertaining to the forest service as a court of last resort. The working plans are made and revised by special commissioners in each case, or, as in Saxony, under the direction of a special bureau, with the assistance of the district manager. Upon the basis of the general working plan prepared by these commissions, an annual plan is elaborated by the district managers with consultation and approval of the provincial and central administration. These plans contain a detailed statement of all the work to be done through the year, the cost of each item, and the receipts expected from each source. This annual working plan requires approval by the provincial administration, which is constituted as a deliberative council, consisting of a number of Forstmeister with an Oberforstmeister as presiding officer. The titles of these officers, to be sure, and the details of procedure vary somewhat in different states, but the system as a whole is more or less alike. The district manager, or Oberförster, now often called Forstmeister, has grown in importance and freedom of position, although his district has grown smaller, mostly not over 25,000 acres. And being one of the best educated men in the country district, he usually holds the highest social position, although his emoluments are still moderate. He holds many offices of an honorary character, as for instance that of Justice of the Peace, and the position of state's attorney or public prosecutor in all cases of infraction of the forest laws. These forest laws are still largely local, i.e., state laws, although the criminal code of the empire has somewhat unified practice. Curiously enough, wood on the stump is still not considered property in the same sense as other things, so far as theft is concerned. The stealing of growing timber is not even called theft, the word used in the laws being Frevel, tort, and like other infractions against forest laws, it is punished by a money fine, more or less in proportion to the value of the stolen material or the damage suffered. This money fine may be transmuted into imprisonment or forest labor, but corporal punishment, which still prevailed in the first decades of the century, has been abolished. Wood stealing was very general and rampant during the beginning of the century, but improvement in the condition of the country population and in the number and personnel of the forest officers since 1850 has now reduced it to a minimum. Formerly, and until 1848, the administrators and even the forest owners acted at the same time as prosecutor, judge, and executioner, and only in 1879 was this condition everywhere and entirely changed, and infractions against forest laws adjudged by regular courts of law, holding meetings at stated times for the prosecution of such infractions. Nevertheless, the court proceedings in forest matters still vary from the usual court practice, providing a simpler, cheaper, and more ready disposal of testimony and witnesses, and quicker retribution, which is largely rendered possible through having every forest officer under oath as a sheriff, and his statement and perhaps the confiscated tools employed in the theft being accepted as prima facie evidence of the infraction. The social position of the underforesters and the Forest Protective Service has also been improved until all charges of incompetency and immorality, which were not undeserved even until past the middle of the 19th century, have become reversed, the Forest Service being morally on as high a plane as all the departments of German administrations. 7. Forest policy. During the first half of the century, the old conception of Forsthoheit, superior right of the princes to supervise and interfere with private property, changed into the more modern conception of the police function of the state, and by 1850, after the revolutionary period, the seigniorage of the princes had passed away. The issue of forest ordinances, the last in 1840, was replaced by the enactment of forest laws, which, since the establishment of representative government, has become a function of legislatures. The tendency to restrict the exercise of private property rights had been assailed by the theories of laissez-faire and the teachings of Adam Smith, and as a consequence, all the restrictive mandates of the older forest ordinances had been weakened and had more or less fallen into disuse. Especially the attempts to influence prices and markets had nearly, if not entirely, vanished during the first decade. Only for the state forest it was still thought desirable to predetermine wood prices, or at least keep rates low, because wood was a necessary material for the industries. This theory prevailed until perhaps under the lead of Hundeshagen, see above. The propriety of securing the highest soil rent was recognized as the proper aim, when the practice of selling wood at auction in order to secure the best prices became the rule. The regulations regarding export and import between the different states, which had been enacted under the mercantilistic teachings of the last century, see page 52, and the many tariffs which impeded a free exchange of commodities, lasted for a long time while into the 19th century, and were not all abolished until 1865, when under the lead of Prussia the Northern German Federation instituted the Zollverein, Tariff Alliance, which abolished not only all tariffs between the states of the Federation, but also tariffs on wood products against the outside world. Import duties were, however, again established in 1879, and the policy of protecting the established organized forest management against competition by importations from exploiting countries has been again and again recognized as proper in the revision of tariff rates and railroad freight rates on the government railroads. During the first decades of the century, the supply question was uppermost, and although such men as Pfeil, 1816, laughed at the idea of a wood famine, there was good reason, prior to the development of railroads, of coal fields, of iron and steel manufacturers, etc., for discussing with apprehension the area and condition of supply and the extent of the consumption. Nevertheless, the attitude of the state toward private property was much more influenced by the economic theories then prevalent, which taught the ideas of private liberty, to which the French Revolution had given such forcible expression. With the change of municipal communities from mere associations with common material interests into units or parts of political or state machines, also independence in the management of their property was secured, and many of the old restrictions which had circumscribed this right fell away. Curiously enough, during the French domination under Napoleon, The new masters, forgetting the spirit of the revolutionary period, introduced the prescriptions of the old French Ordinance of 1669, which restricted the use of communal property to the extent of excluding the owners entirely from the management of their property, and placed it under government officers. After the French withdrew, this method of course collapsed, although it probably had an influence on the final shaping of forest policies in these respects. Altogether, there was such variety of historic development in the different parts of Germany that it is not to be wondered at that one finds a great variety of policies still prevailing not only in different states, but in different localities of the same state. At the present time, 3 different principles in the relations of the state to the corporation forests may be recognized, namely, entire freedom, excepting so far as general police laws apply, which is the case with most of the corporation forests in Prussia, law of 1876. Special supervision of the technical management under approved officials with proper education, which is the case in Saxony, most of Bavaria, the Prussian provinces of Westphalia, Rhineland, and Saxony, and in some of the smaller states, or lastly, the absolute administration by the state, which prevails in Baden, parts of Bavaria, provinces Hesse-Nassau, and Hanover. The tendency, however, in modern times appears to be toward a more strict interpretation of the obligation of the state to prevent mismanagement of the communal property. Private forest property, which during the preceding century had been largely under restrictions, first under the application of the hunting right, and then under the fear of a wood famine, became in the first decades of the century under the influences already mentioned, almost entirely free, all former policies being reversed. Indeed, Prussia in 1811 issued an edict ensuring absolutely unrestricted rights to forest owners, permitting partition and conversion of forest properties, and even denying in such cases the right of interference on the part of possessors of rights of users. This policy of freedom was also applied, although less radically, in Bavaria, except as to smaller owners. The result was, to a large extent, the increase of exploitation and forest devastation, creating wastes and setting shifting sand and sand dunes in motion. The reaction which set in against this unrestricted use of forest property resulted in Prussia not in renewal of restrictive measures, but in the enactment of promotive ones. The law of 1875 sought improvement by encouraging small owners to unite their properties under one management. But the expectations which were founded on this ameliorative policy seem so far not to have been realized. This promotive policy has especially, since 1899, found expression in the institution in many provinces of information bureaus, which give technical advice, make working plans, secure plant material, and give other assistance to woodland owners. A new relation, however, of a conservative character arose by the establishment of the entail, i.e., a contract made by the head of the family with the government, under which the latter assumes the obligation of forever preventing the heirs from disposing of, diminishing, or mismanaging their property. As a result of this arrangement, many of the larger private forest properties are forced to a conservative management, not as a direct influence of the law, but as a matter of agreement. The condition of the state supervision of private and communal forest property at present prevailing is expressed in the following statement of divisions by property classes of forest areas of Germany, which shows that at least 63.9% are under conservative management. Total forest, 34,769,794 acres. Crown forest, 1.8%. State forest, 31.9%. Corporation forest, 16.1%. Institute forest, 1.5%. Association forest, 2.2%. Private forest, including 10.4% entail, 46.5%. Until the beginning of the present century, the protective function of the forest had played no role in the arguments for state interference. But just about the beginning of the century, cries were heard from France that, owing to the reckless devastation of the Vosges and Jura Alps by cutting, by fires and overgrazing, brooks had become torrents, and the valleys were inundated and covered by the debris and silt of the torrents. A new aspect of the results of forest devastation began to be recognized, which found excellent expression in a memoir by Moreau de Jonas, Brussels, 1825, on the question, "What changes does denudation effect on the physical condition of the country?" This being translated into German by Wiedemann, was widely spread, being interestingly written, although not well founded on facts of natural history and physical laws. Nevertheless, sufficient experience as regards the effect of denudation in mountainous countries had also accumulated in southwest Germany and in the Austrian Alps, and the necessity of protective legislation was recognized. This necessity first found practical expression in the Bavarian Law of 1852, in Prussia in 1875, and in Württemberg in 1879. But a really proper basis for formulating a policy or argument for protective legislation outside of the mountainous country is still absent, although for a number of years attempts have been made to secure such basis. 8. Forestry science and literature. The necessarily brief statements which are made under this heading presuppose knowledge of the technical details to which they refer. In this short history, it was possible only to sketch rapidly the development of the science in terms familiar to the professional man. The habit of writing encyclopedic volumes, which the cameralists and learned hunters had inaugurated in the preceding centuries, continued into the new one, and we find Hartisch, Cotta, Pfeil, and Hundeshagen each writing such encyclopedias. Karl Heyer began one in separate volumes, but completed only 2 of them. Even an encyclopedic work in monographs by several authors was undertaken as early as 1819 by J.M. Bechstein, who with his successors brought out 14 volumes, covering the ground pretty fully. While in the earlier stages the meager amount of knowledge made it possible to compress the whole into small compass, the more modern encyclopedias of Laurie, Furst, and Dombrowski arose from the opposite considerations, namely, the need of giving a comprehensive survey of the large mass of accumulated knowledge. Since 1820, monographic writings, however, became more and more the practice. Among the volumes which treat certain branches of forestry monographically, the works of the masters of silviculture, Cotta, Hartisch, and Heyer, based on their experiences in West and Middle Germany, and of Pfeil, referring more particularly to North German conditions, were followed by the South German writers Gewinner, 1834, and Stumpf, 1849. In 1855, H. Burckhardt introduced in his classic Seen und Pflanzen a new method of treatment, namely by species, and after 1850, when the development of general silviculture had been accomplished, such treatment by species became frequent. Of more modern works on general silviculture elaborating the attempts at reform of old practices, those of Geyer, 1880, Wagner, 1884, Borgreve, 1885, Ney, 1885, all writing in the same decade, are to be especially mentioned. In this connection should be also noticed first the valuable collective work on nursery practice, Pflanzenzucht im Walde, 1882. At present, the magazine literature furnishes ample opportunity to discuss the development of methods in all directions. The textbooks at present appearing seem to be justified by or intended mainly for the needs of the teacher, and rarely for the practitioner. Such a textbook is that by Weisse, but the latest contributions to silvicultural literature by Wagner, 1907, and Meyer, 1909, are works of a new order, utilizing broader ecological knowledge. Other branches than silviculture were similarly first treated in comprehensive volumes and then in monographic writings on special subjects of the branch. The literature on forest utilization, covering the whole field, was enriched especially by Pfeil, König, Geyer, and Furst. The first investigation into the physical and technical properties of wood was conducted by G.L. Hartisch himself, followed by Theodor Hartisch, and the subject has been most broadly treated by H. Nördlinger, 1860. In later years, Schwabach's investigations deserve special mention. The question of means of transportation gradually became also a subject capable of monographic treatment, and a series of books came out on locating and building forest roads. Braun issued such a book in 1855 for the Plains country, and Kaiser 1873 for the mountains. Also Mühlhausen 1876, who had been commissioned to locate a perfect road system over the demonstration forest at the Forest Academy of Münden. Only within the last quarter of the century were railroads introduced into the economy of forest management. The last comprehensive book on the subject of logging railroads was issued by Förster, 1885, and a later one by Runenbaum. Stutzer, 1903, furnished in his compact style the latest discussion on the subject of roads and railroads. A very comprehensive literature on the value of forest litter was brought into existence by the established usage of small farmers of supplying their lack of straw for bedding and manure by substituting the litter raked from the forest. Hartisch and Hundeshagen were active in the discussion of this subject as well as almost every other forester, the discussion being, however, mainly based on opinions. But after 1860, the subject became so important both to the poor farming population and to the forest, which was being robbed of its natural fertilizer, that a more definite basis for regulating its use was established by analysis and by experiments at the experimental stations. With the inauguration of the various methods of forest organizations described before, there naturally went hand in hand the development of methods of measurement. Better forest surveys developed rapidly, the transit generally replacing the compass and plane table. At this period, the necessity for books teaching the important methods of land survey was met by Bauer, 1858, and by Kraft, 1865. This subject does no longer occupy a place in forestry literature, the knowledge of it being taken for granted. On the other hand, the subject of forest mensuration, which formerly was generally treated in connection with forest organization, has developed into a branch by itself, and has been very considerably developed in its methods and instruments, making a tolerably accurate measurement of forest growth possible, although many unsolved problems are still under investigation. Still, late into the century, it was customary to measure only circumferences of trees by means of a chain or band, although an instrument for measuring diameters is mentioned by Cotta in 1804 and by Hartisch in 1808. Schörner and Richter are in 1813 mentioned as inventors of the first universal forest measure, or caliper. The improvement of calipers to their modern efficiency has been carried on since 1840 by Karl and Gustav Heyer, and by many others until now. Self-recording calipers by Roos, Wimmenauer, etc. have become practical instruments. For measuring the heights of trees, Hausfeld had already a satisfactory instrument in 1800. A very large number of improvements in great variety followed, with Faustmann's mirror hypsometer probably in the lead. As a special development for measuring diameters at varying heights, Pressler's instrument should be mentioned, and a very complicated but extremely accurate one constructed by Bremann. Various formulas for the computation of the contents of felled trees had already been developed by Uttelt and others in the 18th century, and a formula by Huber, using the average area multiplied by length, was definitely introduced in the Prussian practice in 1817. The names of Smalian, Hausfeld, Pressler, and others are connected with improvements in these directions. The idea of form factors and their use was first developed by Huber, who made 3 tree classes according to the length of crowns, measured the diameters 6 feet above ground, and used reduction factors of 0.75, 0.66, and 0.50 for the 3 classes. But the first formula for determining form factors is credited to Hausfeld, 1812. Hundeshagen and Koenig also occupied themselves with elaborating form factors. Smalian, 1837, introduced the conception of the normal or true form factor, relating it to the area at 1/20th of the height. An entirely new idea has lately been introduced by Schiffel in Austrian German under the name of form quotient, placing 2 measured diameters in relation. Volume tables, giving the volumes of trees of varying diameters and height, were already in use to some extent in the 18th century. Cotta gives such for beech in 1804, and in 1817 furnished a set of so-called normal tables, which were, however, based upon the assumption of a conical form of the tree. Koenig perfected volume tables by introducing further classification into 5 growth classes, 1813, published volume tables for beech and other species, and in 1840 published volume tables not for single trees but for entire stands per acre, classified by species, height, and density, using the so-called space number which he had developed in 1835 to denote the density. It is interesting to note that these tables, which he called Allgemeine Waldschätzungstafeln, were made for the Imperial Russian Society for the Advancement of Forestry. In 1840 and succeeding years, the Bavarian government issued a comprehensive series of measurements and a large number of form factors, which were used in constructing volume tables. These were found to be so well made and so generally applicable that they were used in all parts of Germany and translated into meter measurement by Boehm, 1872, are still generally in use, although new ones based upon further measurements have been furnished by Lori and Kunze. For arriving at the volume of stands, estimating was relied upon long into the 19th century, although Hausfeld in 1812 introduced measuring, and the use of the formula AHF, in which A was the measured total cross-sectional area of the stand, H and F the height and form factors, the latter being at that time still estimated. He first made form classes for the same heights, but in 1823 simplified the method by assuming an average form factor for the whole stand. Even in 1830, Koenig still estimated the form factor, although he introduced the measurement of the cross-section area and determined the height indirectly as an average of measurements of several height classes. But Huber, 1824, knew how to measure both the average height and form factor by means of an arithmetic simple tree. This method found entrance into the practice and held sway until about 1860, when the well-known improvements by Draut and Ulrich supplanted it. These last-mentioned methods have become generally used in the practice, while other methods like R. Hartisch and Pressler's have remained mainly theoretical. The study of the increment of the making of yield tables, which had been inaugurated toward the end of the last century by Uttelt, Paulsen, Hartisch, and others, was just at the end of that century placed upon a new basis through Speth, 1797, who constructed the first growth curves by plotting the cubic contents of trees at different ages, and through Sutter, 1799, by introducing stem analysis, on which he based his yield tables. On the shoulders of these, Hausfeld, 1823, built when he conceived the idea of using sample plots for continued observation of the progress of increment, and he also taught the method of interpolation with limited measurements, laying the basis for quite elaborate formulae. But the first normal yield tables based on the average trees of an index stand were published by Huber, 1824, and in the same year by Hundeshagen. From that time on, yield tables were constructed by many others, but only since the experiment stations undertook to direct their construction is the hope justified of securing this most invaluable tool of forest management in reliable and sufficiently detailed form. Even the newest tables are, however, still deficient, especially in the direction of detailed information regarding the division into assortments. The yield tables of Bauer, Kunze, Weisse, Lori, and others are now superseded by those of Schwabach for pine and spruce, and Schuberg for fir. As a result of the many yield tables which gradually accumulated, the laws of growth in general became more and more cleared up, and finally permitted their formulation as undertaken by R. Weber, Forsteinrichtung, 1891. The idea of using the percentic relations for stating the increment, and of estimating the future growth upon the basis of past performance for single trees, was known even to Hartisch, 1795, and Cotta, 1804, who published increment percent tables. The methods of making the measurements of increment on standing trees were especially elaborated by Koenig, Karl, Edward, and Gustav Heyer, Schneider, his formula 1853, Jäger, Borgreve, and especially by Pressler, 1860, who opened new points of view and increased the means of studying increment by causing the construction of the well-known increment borer, and in other ways. The most modern textbook which treats fully of all modern methods of forest mensuration, giving also their history, is that of Udo Müller, Lehrbuch der Holzmesskunde, 1899, superseding such other good ones as those of Bauer, 1816 to 1882, Kunze, 1873, Schwabach, Short Handbook, last edition, 1903. The many sales of forest property which took place at the beginning of this period naturally stimulated the elaboration of methods of forest valuation. Even the soil rent theory finds its basis at the very beginning, 1799, in a published letter by two otherwise unknown foresters, Bein and Eber, who proposed to determine the value of a forest by discounting the value of the net yield with a limited compound interest calculation to the 120th year. This idea was elaborated in 1805 by Nördlinger and Hosfeld into the modern concept of expectancy values, and the now familiar discount calculations were inaugurated by them. Cotta and Hartisch participated also in the elaboration of methods of forest valuation. Cotta, writing his manual in 1804, recognizes the propriety of compound interest calculations, while Hartisch, 1812, still uses only simple interest and exhibits in his book, as well as in his instructions for practice in the Prussian state forests, rather mixed notions on the subject. Altogether, even in the earlier part of the period, there arose considerable differences of opinion and warm discussions, in which all the prominent foresters took part, as to the use of interest rates and methods of calculation. But this warfare broke into a red-hot flame when Faustmann, 1849, with much mathematical apparatus, developed his formula for the soil expectancy value, and when Pressler and G. Heyer transferred the discussion into statical fields, making the question of the financial rotation the issue. Then, the advocates of the soil rent and of the forest rent theories ranged themselves in opposite camps. This war of opinion, although abated in fervor, still continues, and the issue is by no means settled. The discussion of what should be considered the proper felling age or rotation naturally occupied the minds of foresters from early times, a maximum volume production being originally the main aim. As early as 1799, Sutter had recognized the fact that the culmination of volume production had been obtained when the average accretion had culminated. Hartisch, in 1808, made the distinction of a physical and economical and a mercantilistic, i.e. financial felling age, and Pfeil, considerably ahead of his time, is the first to call, 1820, for a rotation based on maximum soil rent. As, however, he had so often done, he changed his mind, and while he first advocated even for the state a management for the highest interest on the soil capital involved, he later rejected such money management. About the same time, Hundeshagen clearly pointed out the propriety and proper method of basing the rotation on profit calculations, but it was reserved for a man, not a forester, to stir up the modern strife for the proper financial basis, namely Pressler, a professor of mathematics at Tarrant, who became a sharp critic of existing forest management and developed to the extreme the net yield theories. It was then that the danger of a shortening of the existing rotations, due to the apparent truth that long rotations were unprofitable, called for a division into the two camps alluded to. G. Heyer, Udeich, and Lehr elaborated especially the mathematical methods of the soil rent theory. Kraft and Wegener came to the assistance of Pressler, while Burckhardt, Bose, Bauer, Borgreve, Dankelmann, Fischbach, and others pleaded for a different policy for the state at least, namely the forest rent with the established rotations. As in the previous period, the mathematical subjects, namely forest measurement and forest valuation, were more systematically developed than the natural history basis of forestry practice, the slower progress of the latter being caused by the greater difficulties of studying natural history and of utilizing direct observation. In botanical direction, descriptive forest botany was first developed, and several good books were published by Walther, Borkhausen, Beckstein, Reum, the latter 1814, of high value, and also by Baelen, Gwinner, and Hartisch. In the direction of plant physiology, Cotta early and creditably attempted 1806 to explain the movement and function of sap, but remained unnoticed. Meyer's 1805 to 1808 essay on the influence of the natural forces on the growth and nutrition of trees contains interesting physiological explanations for advanced silvicultural practice, but these sporadic attempts to secure a biological basis were soon forgotten. Not until Theodor Hartisch, 1848, published his Anatomy and Physiology of Woody Plants was the necessity for exact investigation of forest biology as a basis for silvicultural practice fully recognized. With the development of general biological botany or ecology, a new era for silviculture seems to have arrived. Perhaps in this connection there should be mentioned as one of the earlier important contributions of much moment, G. Heyer's Verhalten der Bäume gegen Licht und Schatten, 1856, in which the theory of influence of light and shade on forest development was elaborated. Among those who placed the study of pathology of forest trees on a scientific basis should be mentioned first Willkomm, 1876, followed by R. Hartisch. In zoology, the early writers began with a description of the biology of game animals. Next, interest in forest insects became natural, and in 1818 Bechstein in his encyclopedia devoted one volume by Schaffenberg to the natural history of obnoxious forest insects. Toward the middle of the century, with the planting of large areas with single species, insect pests increased. Hence the interest in life histories of the pests grew and gave rise to the celebrated work by Ratzeburg, Die Waldbewerber und ihre Feinde, 1841. A number of similar handbooks on insects and on other zoological subjects followed, the latest, the most complete work on insects, being still based on Ratzeburg's work, is that of Udeich und Nietzsche, in 2 volumes, 1895. Of course, the general works on forest protection always included chapters on forest entomology. The first of these textbooks on forest protection was published by Larope, 1811, and others by Bechstein, Pfeil, Kauschinger, and recently by Hess, 1896, and First, 1889. Knowledge of the soil was but poorly developed in the encyclopedic works of the earlier part of the period. Not till Liebig's epoch-making investigations was a scientific basis secured for the subject. Then became possible the improvements in the contents of such works as Grebe, 1886, Senft, 1888, and of Gustav Heyer, whose volume Lehrbuch der forstlichen Bodenkunde und Klimatologie, 1856, well records the state of knowledge at the time. But only since then has this field been worked with more scientific thoroughness by Ebermeier, Schroeder, Weber, Volney, and by Raman, whose volume on Bodenkunde, 1893, may be still considered the standard of the present day, newest edition, 1910. The question of the climatic significance of forests is one which first became recognized as capable of solution by scientific means when the movement for forest experimentation began to take shape and the systematic collecting of observed data was attempted. Most of the problems are still unresolved. With the aspects of political economy, in reference to forest policy, the foresters had occupied themselves but little, leaving the shape of public opinion to the cameralists, whose influence lasted long into the century. These produced a good deal of literature in the early years of the century when the question of retaining or selling state forests was under discussion, and, under the influence of the teachings of Adam Smith, their opinion was mostly favorable to sale. Only gradually was the propriety of the state forests recognized by them, till finally the leading economists, Rau, Rocher, and Wagner, took a decided stand in favor of this view. The foresters naturally were for retention of the existing state properties, but one-sided mercantilistic views regarding their administration persisted with them till modern times. Wedekind, as early as 1821, advocated the theory which is now becoming a practice, that the state should not only retain, but increase its present forest property by purchase of all absolute forest soil for the purpose of reforestation. The erratic and radical Pfeil alone was found with the Cameralists on the opposite side in 1816, but by 1834 he had entirely gone over to the side of the advocates of state forest, declaring anyone who opposed them fit for the lunatic asylum. Division of opinions existed also regarding the supervision by the state of private and communal forests. The political economists were inclined to reduce, the foresters to increase supervision, accepting again Pfeil in his earlier writings. He modified his views later by recognizing supervision as a necessary evil. Cotta, who was inclined to favor free use of forest property, sought to meet the objections to such free use by increasing the state property. The main incentive urged by the early advocates of state supervision was the fear of a timber famine. This argument vanished, however, with the development of railroads, and was then supplanted by the argument of the protective functions of the forest, a classification into supply forests and protective forests suggesting differences of treatment. Nevertheless, the belief that absolute freedom of property rights in the forest is not in harmony with good political economy. A belief correct because of the long time element involved, still largely prevails. The difficulty, however, of supervising private ownership and the advantages of state ownership find definite expression in the policy which Prussia especially is now following, in acquiring gradually the mismanaged private woodlands and impoverished farm areas for reforestation, making annual appropriations to this end. Many other states are also beginning to see the propriety of this movement. On the whole, the systematic study of the economics of forestry has been rather neglected by foresters, although the subject was discussed by early writers, Meyer, Larope, Pfeil, and in modern times by R. Weber, Lehr, and Schwapach. Forstpolitik, 1894. The latest comprehensive volume on this subject comes from Andres, 1905. 9. Means of advancing forestry science. During the century, the means of increasing knowledge in forestry matters have grown in all directions. Schools, associations, journals, and prolific literature attesting the complete establishment of the profession and practice. The master schools, which began to take shape at the end of the last century, and a number of which were found in the beginning of the century as private institutions, were usually either of short duration or were changed into state institutions. They became either middle schools for the lower service or else academies. For the higher education, the chairs of forestry at the universities continued to do service, as at Heidelberg, Gießen, Leipzig, Berlin, etc. But as these were mostly occupied by cameralists, although Hartisch in 1811 filled a chair at Berlin, and were intended for the benefit of such rather than of professional foresters, the education of the latter was somewhat neglected. Most of the existing institutions had their beginnings in private schools. Both these and the state schools passed through many changes. The first high-class forestry academy was established at Berlin directly by the state in 1821 in connection with the university. Here, Pfeil was the only professor of forestry subjects, the other subjects being taught by other university professors. The fact that in the absence of railroads a demonstration forest was not easily accessible, and perhaps the friction between Pfeil and Hartisch, brought about a transfer to Neustadt-Eberwald in 1830, with 2 professors till 1851, when a 3rd professor was added. Now 16 with 8 assistants. At the same time, the lectures at Berlin were continued by Hartisch until 1837. In Saxony, Cotta's private school became a state institution in 1816, the Forest Academy of Tarent, with 6 teachers, now 13, and later in 1830 an agricultural school was added to it. In Bavaria, a private school was begun in 1807 at Aschaffenburg. It was made a state institution, divided into higher and lower school, in 1819, but was closed in 1832 on account of interior troubles and inefficiency. It was reopened and reorganized in 1844 with 4 teachers, and was intended to prepare for the lower grades of the service. Meanwhile, the lectures at the University of Munich, supplementing this lower school, were to serve for the education of the higher grades. A reorganization took place in 1878, when a special faculty for forestry was established at Munich, with Gustav Heyer as head professor. This was done after much discussion, which is still going on throughout the empire, as to the question whether education in forestry was best obtained at a university or at a special academy. The present tendency is toward the former solution of the question, since railroad development has removed the main objection, namely, the difficulty of reaching a demonstration forest. Nevertheless, Prussia retains its two forest academies, Eberswalde and Münden, since 1868, for the education of its forest officials, the other state academies being at Tarent and Eisenach, while chairs of forestry are found at the universities of Tübingen since 1817, Gießen since 1831, and Munich, and for Baden at the Polytechnicum in Karlsruhe, 1832. For the lower grades of forest officials, there are also schools established by the various governments, 3 in Prussia, 5 in Bavaria. In 1910, the school at Aschaffenburg was discontinued, and the entire education of foresters for Bavaria left to the university. Although as early as 1820, Hundeshagen had insisted upon the necessity of exact investigation to form a basis for improved forest management, and especially for forest statics, and although in 1848 Karl Heyer elaborated the first instruction for such investigations which he expected to carry on with the aid of practitioners, the apathy of the latter and the troublesome times prior to 1850 retarded this powerful means of advancing forestry. During the decade from 1860 to 1870, however, the movement for the formation of experiment stations took shape, the first set being instituted in Saxony, 1862, by establishing 9 stations for the purpose of securing forest meteorological data, the next in Prussia in 1865 to solve the problems of the removal of litter, and in Bavaria, 1866, also for the study of forest meteorology by Ebermeier, and of the problem of thinnings. But not until Bauer, 1868, had pointed out more elaborately the necessity of systematic investigations, and a plan for such had been elaborated by a committee instituted by the German Foresters' Association, was a system of experimentation as organized in modern times secured in 1872. The various states established independently such experiment stations, but at the same time, a voluntary association of these stations was formed for the purpose of coordinating and planning the work to be done. Forestry associations, instituted merely for the purpose of propaganda, were apparently not organized. The first association of professional foresters appears to have been formed as the result of Bechstein's conception, who proposed in connection with his school, 1795 at Gotha, 1800 at Dreisickige, the formation of an academy of noted foresters. As a result, the Societät der Forst- und Jagdkunde was formed, in which all the noted foresters joined with much enthusiasm, and in 1801 a membership of 81 regular and 61 honorary members was attained. At the same time, the official organ Diana was founded, 1797, in which the essays of the members were to be printed, after having passed 4 censors. 2 sessions were to be held annually. This much too elaborate plan for then rather undeveloped education and deficient means of transportation defeated to some extent the great object. But 1812, it was thought necessary to divide the academy at least into a northern and southern section, and for the latter an additional journal, edited by Larope, was instituted. The interest, however, decreased continually, and by 1843, at Bechstein's death, the academy was abandoned. At the same time, there had sprung up a number of local associations in the modern sense. The first in 1820 composed of the foresters and agriculturalists of Nassau, the next in 1839 of the foresters of Baden, and by 1860 9 such local societies of foresters were in existence, and they have since increased rapidly until now some 30 may be counted. The desire to bring these local associations into relation with each other led to the first Forestry Congress in 1837, Kongress der Land- und Forstwirte, meeting at Dresden. At that time, and in the congresses following, the agriculturalists played a leading part, so that in 1839 the South German foresters separated, and peripatetic congresses were held every 1 or 2 years. In 1869, a general organization was determined upon, and in 1872 the first General German Congress of Foresters met, holding yearly meetings thereafter. A rival association having been organized in 1897, 2 years later an amalgamation of the two was effected in the Deutsche Forstverein, now over 2,000 members. The most striking feature of this forceful means of advancing forestry is the institution of the Forstwirtschaftsrat, 1890, a permanent committee of about 50 members, which is to look after the political and economic interests of forestry, forming a semi-official national council. There also exists an international association of forest experiment stations. The magazine literature, the Camerales, dominated until the 18th century. The first journal edited by a forester was Reiter's Journal für Forst- und Jagdwesen, which ran from 1790 to 1797. During the first part of the century, many others were started, especially after 1820, usually failing soon for lack of support. Hartisch himself participated in this literature with 5 volumes, until 1807, of Journal de Forst, Jagd und Fischereiwesen, and later, 1816-1820, with the semi-official journal Forst- und Jagdarchiv. Files, Kritische Blätter, were continued by him from 1823 to 1859, when Nördlinger had the editorship till 1870. An irregular publication of much note was Burckhardt's Aus dem Walde, 1865 to 1881. Some of the journals founded in earlier times have continued, with changes in title and editorships, to the present day. Of these, it is proper to mention as the oldest Allgemeine Forst- und Jagdzeitung, founded by von Behlen, 1825, later conducted by G. Heyer. Forstwissenschaftliches Zentralblatt, 1828. Zeitschrift für Forst- und Jagdwesen, founded in 1869 by Dankelmann. Forstliche Blätter, founded 1861 by Grunert, continued by Borgrever until 1890. The Tarante Forstliche Jahrbücher were begun in 1842, and the Mündener Forstliche Hefte in 1892. In 1893, the Forstlich Naturwissenschaftliches Zeitschrift was established to discuss mainly the biological basis of forestry, changed in 1903 to Naturwissenschaftliche Zeitschrift für Land- und Forstwesen. For the lower grades, there has been published, since 1872, Zeitschrift der Deutschen Forstbeamten. Several lumber trade journals also discuss forestry matters. A weekly journal, Silva, was begun in 1908. To assist in keeping track of the historic and scientific development of the art, an annual summary of magazine literature is being published. The first effort in this direction was made in 1876 by Bernhardt's Chronik des Deutschen Forstwesens, which was continued for several years, but is now supplanted by Jahresbericht über die Leistungen und Fortschritte der Forstwirtschaft, since 1880. Besides this more scientific magazine literature, pocketbooks and calendars have been published from early times. The regular annual appearance of the latter, giving detailed statistics, personalia, tables useful in the practice, etc., dates from 1851. With the accomplishment of the unity of the empire in 1871, with the establishment of the experiment stations and their association in 1872, and with the organization of the Society of German Foresters, which dates from the same year, a new and most active era in the development of forestry science may be recognized, the tendency of which is to lift the art out of the shackles of empiricism and place it on a more scientific basis. End of section 7. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Section 8 of A Brief History of Forestry by Bernard Fernau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Austria. Zur Fortgeschichte Österreich bei Binder von Kraigelstein in Verhandlungen der KK Landwirtschaftsgesellschaft, 1836. Geschichte der österreichischen Land- und Forstwirtschaft und ihrer Industrien, 1848-1898, 5 volumes, 1902, parts referring to forestry, volumes 4 and 5 by Dr. von Gutenberg and 15 others, a unique and most comprehensive work, magnificently published as a jubilee of the semi-centennial of the coronation of Emperor Franz Joseph. Die Forste der Staats- und Forstgüter by Karl Schindler, 1885 and 1889, 2 volumes, pages 487 and 742, contains in greatest detail, with historical data, a description of the state and fund forests and their management. Jahrbuch der Staats- und Fondsgüterverwaltung, 9 volumes, L. Dimitz, 1897 to 1904, continued. Urkundensammlung zur Geschichte der ungarischen Forstwirtschaft bei Albert V. Bedő, 1896, in Magyar. Die wirtschaftlichen und kommerziellen Beschreibungen der Wälder des ungarischen Staates by A. van Bedő, 2nd edition, 1896, 4 volumes, 2,242 pages, 4th, published as a jubilee of the 10th-centennial existence of Hungary. 1st volume contains the general description, 3rd volume the details of government forests. A magnificent work describing in detail the forests and forest management of Hungary. This is briefed by the same author in the chapter in The Millennium of Hungary and Its People by Jacofalussy, 1897. Germany's neighbor to the southeast, and until 1866 a member of the German Empire or Federation, largely settled by Germans and hence swayed by German thought, developed forestry methods on much the same lines as the mother country. Yet there are differences to be found due to difference in economic development, and there is for the United States perhaps more to be learned from Austria in the matter of introducing forestry methods, especially as lately practiced in Bosnia-Herzegovina, than from any other country, for economic conditions are in several respects alike. The interest in the forest history of Austria lies especially in the fact that private forest property in large holdings is predominant, and that large areas are still untouched or just open to exploitation, so that Austria is still in the list of export countries, although in some parts intensive management has been long in existence. In the main, although movements for reform in forest use date back to the Middle Ages, the condition of forestry in Austria was past the middle of the 19th century still most deplorable, and in a stage of development which most of the German states had passed long before. But in the last 50 years such progress has been made that both science and practice stand nearly, if not quite on the same level with those of their German neighbors. If Germany exhibits in its different parts a great variety of development, political and economic, Austria, although long under one family of rulers, since 1526, exhibits a still greater variety due to racial, natural, and historical differences within its own borders. It is indeed an extraordinary and singular country, without an equal of its kind, except perhaps Turkey, in that it is not a national but a dynastic power, composed of unrelated states or lands, with people speaking different languages, mixed races widely different in character. These were gradually aggregated under one head or ruling family, the Habsburgs, who as Archdukes of Austria occupied the elective position of German emperors for several generations, and after the collapse of the empire in 1806, retained the title and called themselves Emperors of Austria. The Kingdom of Hungary alone, which was joined to the Habsburg dominions by election of its people in 1526 and under new relations in 1867, with at least 50% Hungarians, is a national unit with a national language, Magyar, while all other parts have in their composition a preponderatingly Slavish population, although German elements have the ascendancy more or less everywhere. Not less than 10 different languages are spoken among the 40-odd million people, of whom the Germans comprise about 1/4, the Hungarians 1/3, the balance being Slavs. Originally, this section of the country was occupied by Germans with the German institution of the mark, but when the Slavish and Magyar tribes pressed in from the east, it became the meeting ground of the three races, and during the first 1,000 years after Christ, the Eastmark formed the bulwark of the German Empire against the eastern invaders, who were in succession the Slavs, the Huns, the Turks. With the unexpected election of Rudolf of Habsburg, a little-known prince of small possessions to the dignity of German emperor in 1272, the foundation of the Austrian Empire was laid. The Archduchy of Austria he secured by conquest in 1282, and around this nucleus all the other territories were from time to time aggregated by the Habsburgs through marriage, conquest, or treaty. At one time their rule extended over Spain, the Netherlands, Switzerland, Naples, Sicily, and Sardinia. The abdication of Francis II in the year 1806 prepared the separation from Germany, although Austrian influence persisted in Germany until 1866, when, by the crushing defeats suffered at the hands of Prussia, its place and voice was permanently excluded from German councils. By arrangement with Hungary, the new dual empire of Austria-Hungary came into existence and gave a new national life and new policies to the coalition, which is to amalgamate these southeastern territories into a homogeneous nation. By the Treaty of Berlin in 1878, this territory of 241,942 square miles, with over 45 million people, was further increased by the addition of the Turkish provinces of Bosnia and Herzegovina, with 1,250,000 inhabitants and 23,262 square miles. First merely placed under Austria's suzerainty and administration, in 1908 incorporated as an integral part. It is natural that, corresponding to this great diversity of ethnological elements and historical development, we should find a great variety of forest conditions and uneven development of forestry. While in Bohemia, Moravia, and Silesia the most intensive management has long been practiced, in the Carpathians of Galicia and in Hungary, rough exploitation is still the rule, and in other parts large untouched forest areas still await development. We can distinguish at least 7 regions thus differently developed. The northwest, with Bohemia, Moravia, and the remaining part of Silesia, settled the longest, and the longest under forest management. The northeast, Galicia, with the Carpathian Mountains, still largely either exploited or untouched. The Danube lands, or Austria proper, with the Vienna forest and the forest connected with the salt works in Upper Austria and Styria, under some management since the 12th and 16th centuries respectively. The Alp territory, including Tyrol and Salzburg, parts of Styria, Carinthia, and Crane, much devastated long ago and offering all the problems of the reboisement work of France. The coastlands along the Adriatic with Dalmatia, Istria, and Trieste, which from ancient times, under Venetian rule, bring with them the inheritance of a mismanaged limestone country, creating the problems of the cost reforestation, which has baffled the economist and forester until the present time. The 2 new provinces east of this region, Bosnia and Herzegovina, with rich forest areas, have only lately begun to be treated under modern conservative ideas, and finally Hungary, with a great variety of conditions itself. The large forest percent, a little over 24 million acres, or over 32% of the land area, is due to the mountainous character of the country, the Alps occupying a large area on the west and southwest, the Carpathians stretching for 600 miles on the northeast, various mountain ranges encircling Bohemia, the Sudetes forming part of the northern frontier, and the Wienerwald and other lower ranges being distributed over the empire and bounding the fertile valleys of the Danube and its tributaries. At least 20% is unproductive. The climate in the northern portion of Austria is similar to that of southern Germany, in the southern portions to that of Italy, while Hungary partakes of the characteristics of a continental plains climate with low rainfall and extreme temperature ranges. In addition to the tree species found in Germany, there are of economic value 4 species of pine: Pinus austriaca, Sembra, Pinea, halepensis, 2 oaks, Quercus ilex and Suber, and the chestnut Castanea vesca. Conifer forest is prevailing in Austria with 82%. Deciduous forest in Hungary, mostly beech and oak, with 75%, 27% being oak in pure stands. The following pages refer to Austria proper, Hungarian conditions being treated separately further on. The value of the total raw product exported from the Austrian forests, some 180 million cubic feet, may be estimated at over $50 million annually. 1. Property conditions. On the whole, property conditions developed not unsimilarly to those of Germany. There were free men and serfs to start with, developing into barons, peasants, burghers. There were ban forests, royal domain, forests of the Mark, and private properties, rights of users or servitudes, and all the methods and conditions that were developed in other parts of Europe are also found here, only perhaps differing in time and rate of progress in their development. As a result of gradual changes, the present distribution of property resulted, in which the state ownership is comparatively small, namely, in Austria proper, not more than 7.3%, with 2.8 million acres of which nearly one-third is unproductive land, while private ownership represents over 58.6%. Of this, 34% is in large landed estates, among which those of the princes of Liechtenstein and of Schwarzenberg, with round 350,000 acres and 290,000 acres respectively, are the largest, and 25 others with from 50,000 to 230,000 acres may be named. By the middle of the 19th century, at least 75% of the forest area was in large compact properties, a guarantee for the possibility of forest management. The industrial development of the last decade has, however, led to considerable exploitation. In Upper and Lower Austria, and in the Alpine region, small private ownership prevails. The communal forest comprises 13%, entailed forest 8%, and the rest belongs to church and other institutions. These so-called Fondsforste are in part under government administration. 2. First attempts at forest control. The oldest record of attempts at an orderly management in any part of the empire seems to date back to the 12th century, when the city forest of Vienna had been placed under management. During the 16th and 17th century, this property appears to have been managed upon the basis of careful surveys and estimates. We also find a definite forest organization in the forests attached to the ducal salt mines in Styria by 1524, and the dams, canals, and waterworks for floating timber developed by 1592 through Thomas Seeauer were the wonder of the times. In 1524 also, Archbishop Matthias Lang of Wellenberg issued a forest ordinance which was full of wise prescriptions, probably little heeded. A forest ordinance of 1599 refers to burning of tops and care of young growth in fellings. Generally speaking, as in Germany proper, forest ordinances were issued from time to time by the dukes under the theory of the Forsthoheit, applying to limited territories and attempting to regulate forest use. No uniformity existed. The iron industry in the more northern provinces had led early to a more conservative use of forest properties for fuel, and since the mines were regal property, the dukes had a special interest in their conservation. In the Alp territory, especially in Styria, the regal right to the mines combined with the Forsthoheit led early to the reservation by the dukes of whatever forest was not fenced or owned by special grant for the use of the mines. In addition, a superior right was asserted by them in some of the private forests to all the forest produce beyond the personal requirements of the owners, for use of the mines at a small tax, and what other private property existed was burdened by innumerable rights of user. The exercise of these rights and the warfare against irksome restrictions led to widespread illegal exploitation and devastation, which as early as the 15th century had proceeded to such an extent that in Tyrol associations for protection against the torrents were already then in existence. Yet in this province, scantily populated, with one-third of its area unproductive and one-third forested, wasteful exploitation continued until recent times. In Crane, which was unusually well wooded, forest reservations were made for the use of the mines and furnaces in 1510 and 1515. these reservations comprising all forest lands within a given radius. The balance was mostly divided among small owners whose unrestricted, unconservative exploitation continued until the latter half of the 19th century. In Styria, nearly one-half wooded and one-third unproductive, a regulated management was attempted as early as 1572, and by subsequent forest ordinances of 1695, 1721, and 1767, devastation was to be checked. But the resistance of the peasants to the regulations and the efficiency of the Forest Service were such that no substantial improvement resulted. In Galicia, unusually extensive rights of user in the crown forests led to their devastation, and the attempts to regulate the exercise of these rights by ordinances in 1782 and 1802 were unsuccessful. The forest area along the coast of the Adriatic in Istria and Dalmatia had furnished ship timber even to the ancients. The Venetians, becoming the owners of the country in the 15th century, declared all forests national property, reserved for ship timber, and placed them under management. They instituted a forest service, regulated pasturing, and forbade clearing. The oak coppice was to be cut in 8 to 12-year rotation, with standards to be left for timber, etc. A reorganization of this service with division into districts is recorded in the 16th century, when Charles V in 1520 instituted a forest college, i.e. administration. But the district officers, capitani ai boschi, being underpaid, carried on a nefarious trade on their own account, and by 1775 the whole country was already ruined in spite of attempts at reform. The cost problem remained unsolved, and when Austria secured Dalmatia in 1897, that country was too found in the same deplorable condition, the forest area there in the hands of the peasants having suffered by pasture and indiscriminate cutting. It was the work of Maria Theresa to reform the administration of the various branches of government, and wholesome legislation was also extended to the forest branch by her Forest Ordinance of 1754, which remained in force until 1852. It relieved the private owners who held most of the forest area from the restrictions hitherto imposed, except in the frontier forests. These, for strategic reasons, were to be managed according to special working plans prepared by the Patriotic Economic Society. The management of communal forests also was specially regulated. Otherwise, the ordinance merely recommended in general terms orderly system and the stopping of abuses. In 1771, another forest ordinance proposed to extend the same policy of private unrestricted ownership to the karst forests, with the idea that thereby better conditions would most likely be secured. But since here the property was not as in Bohemia in large estates, but in small farmers' hands, the result was disastrous. As we shall see later, it merely led to increased devastation. The same result followed the increase of private peasant ownership, which came with the abolishment of serfdom in 1781. In 1782, an ordinance full of wise prescriptions against wasteful practice intended for the Northwest Territory sought to check the improvident forest destruction. A further wholesome influence on private forest management was exercised by the tax assessment reform in 1788, when not only a more reasonable assessment, but for the first time a difference was made in taxation of managed as opposed to unmanaged woods, and the epoch-making fertile idea of the normal forest was announced. See page 115. At the same time, the hunting privileges and other burdens hampering forest properties were abolished, and measures for the extinguishment of the rights of user enacted. 3. Development of forest policy. As appears from the foregoing sketch of early attempts at forest control, no uniformity existed in the empire, each province being treated differently and the regal rights being applied differently in each case. Originally, the regular circuit or district governments had charge not only of the management of state forests, but also of the forest police and the regulation of the management of communal forests. This supervision was exercised by the political administration, often without technical advisors, and the different provinces had developed this service very variably. While in some provinces no special effort was made to look after these interests, The laws remaining mainly dead letters, in others a better system prevailed. In Styria, for instance, in 1807, 5 forest commissioners and 20 district foresters were employed, but this organization was of short duration. A loose administration of the forest laws was most general. The movement for reform and to secure general law for the empire controlling forest use dates from the year 1814, but only after the political reaction of 1848 and when the severe floods of 1851 had forcibly called attention to the unsatisfactory state of things was the necessity of change recognized. In 1852, such a general law was enacted, supplanting all the forest ordinances with minor exceptions. This law, which in the main is still in force, distinguishes between banned forests and protective forests. The former are such as require in their management consideration of their protective value to adjoining private or state property and personal safety, e.g., to prevent landslides, snowslides, avalanches, etc. Protection forests are specifically located forests which, for their own continuance as well as for that of neighboring ones, must be managed under special restrictions, e.g., on sand dunes, shores of waters, steep slopes. The dangers which they are to prevent being more of an indirect or hidden nature, and only produced by their mismanagement. The control also is of a more general nature, the owner being allowed to manage his property within general prescriptions, while the banned forests are protective forests of a higher order, and are more strictly and more directly controlled by the authorities. The declaration of a banned forest and the prescription for the conservative management depend on the findings of a commission assisted by experts, since 1873. The execution of the law, however, being left to the political administration of the provinces, jealousies between imperial and provincial governments, and fear of resistance and ill will of forest owners, prevented a strict and uniform application of the law. Hence, from time to time, we find ministerial rescripts and special provincial legislation to secure a more energetic enforcement of the law. At first, the reform had reference mainly to the Alp districts, which had suffered the most, and in Tyrol, at least, an organization was created in 1856, which was to manage the state forests, supervise the management of corporation forests, and exercise the forest police. Not until the years 1871 to 74, however, was a similar service extended to other portions of the empire. But at the end of that period, the entire empire had been placed under the administration of a Forest Protective Service, an organization quite distinct from the State Forest Administration. In 1900, there were placed under this service nearly 2 million acres of protective and somewhat over 150,000 acres of banned forests. But some 5 to 6 million acres of private or communal forest was under some other restrictive policy. In 1888, this service consisted of 14 forest inspectors, 56 forest commissioners, 63 forest adjuncts, and 80 assistants and forest guards. In addition, 252 special appointees and officers of the State Forest Administration were doing duty in this service, so that altogether, nearly 500 persons were then employed in carrying on the protective forest policy of the state. In 1910, there were 388 technical attachés to the provincial authorities employed and 124 on reboisement work, while the state administration employed only 297 officials of the higher grade. The law declares the function of this technical service to be, quote, to assist the political government by technical advice and observation in supervising forest protection and in the application of the forest laws, unquote. In 1883, the functions of this organization were extended, quote, to instruct and encourage forest owners in forest culture and to manage forests designated to be so managed, unquote. The service has been so satisfactory that, while at first much complaint against the enforcement of the regulations was heard, owners now ask constantly for its extension. The details of the duties devolving upon this organization are found in a series of laws, applicable to different parts of the empire, which are based upon the recognition of protection forests, in which sanctioned working plans regulate the management. Forcible reforestation and employment of competent foresters in these are obligatory. Now, Altogether, about 60% of the Austrian forest area is managed under working plans. A special reboisement law for the extinction of destructive torrents was the result of unusual damage by floods in Tyrol and Carinthia in 1882. The basis for this legislation was laid by a translation from the French of de Montsay's great work on the reboisement of mountains by Van Seckendorf in 1880, and a subsequent report by the same author in 1883. A law similar to that of the French was enacted in 1884 for the regulation of torrential streams. A special fund for the work was created to which the interested parties are required to contribute, assisted by annual subventions from the state. The contributions of the state have averaged from 40 to 60%, of the provinces 20 to 50%. The interested parties having contributed 30% of the round $5 million expended on this work by 1901. In 1910, the contribution to the amelioration fund by the state had grown to $1.6 million. At the same time, for the regulation of the lower rivers, an appropriation of $1,350,000 was made, of which $400,000 was to be used for reforestation work. This work, as well as the reforestation of the coast, see page 173, under the laws of 1881, 1883, 1885, is carried on by the Forest Protective Service. On the whole, the forest policy of Austria tends toward harmony with forest owners and liberation of private property. By reduction of railroad freights which are under government management, by abolition of export duties, by reasonable tax assessments, etc., the wood export trade, now exceeding $30 million, is favored. By the extinction of rights of user under liberal laws, improvement in forest management is made possible. The emperor setting a good example by having renounced in 1858 his superior right to forest reservations in the Alp districts. The best exemplification of the spirit of the Austrian forest policy and of the methods of forest organization and administration is to be found in the administration of the provinces of Bosnia and Herzegovina, described in a volume published in 1905 by the veteran Austrian forester Ludwig Dimitz. Die forstlichen Verhältnisse und Einrichtungen Bosniens und der Herzegowina, Ludwig Dimitz, Vienna, 1905, page 389. See Forest Quarterly, volume 3, page 113. Here the Austrian government has, in the short time of 25 years, succeeded in bringing orderly conditions into the forest management. Until 1878, these countries were provinces of Turkey, and were placed under Austrian suzerainty as a result of the Russo-Turkish War. The Turks had already attempted a management of the forest lands which were in their entirety claimed by the Sultan. Property conditions being entirely unclear when the Austrians assumed the administration, these questions had first to be settled by a survey. This survey resulted in showing a forest area of 6.3 million acres, 51% of the land area, of which probably all but about 1.5 million acres is private or communal property. Half of the state property is fully stocked, and it is estimated that about 100 million cubic feet is the annual increment. 4. State forest administration. The state domain in the first half of the 19th century had been reduced by sales from nearly 10 million acres to 4.5 million acres, and to a little over 3 million acres in 1855. In that year, about one half of this property was handed over to the National Bank to secure the state's indebtedness of $30 million, and between 1860 and 1870, further sales reduced the domain to about its present size of 1.8 million acres productive forest. In 1872, however, a new policy and the present organization were instituted. Before 1849, the forest properties which the Crown or state owned in the various territories were not managed as a unit or in any uniform manner, but a number of separate provincial or territorial forest administrations existed, which were often connected with mining administrations, and were placed under the Minister of Finance. These, under the influence of the educated foresters issuing from the newly established forest school, had, to be sure, been much improved. Nevertheless, the Camerales, as in Germany, were at the head of affairs, and kept the technical development back until after the Revolution of 1848, when the accession of Franz Joseph I brought many reforms and changes in methods of administration. A Ministry of Soil Culture and Mining was created in that year, and as a branch of it, a Forest Department, separated from the Department of the Chase. To the head of this Forest Department was called a forester, Rudolf Feistmantel, who elaborated an organization. But before much had been accomplished, the ministry and its Forest Department were abolished, 1853, and the forest domain again transferred to the Ministry of Finance. Feistmantel returned in 1856 as chief of the Forest Division in that ministry, and his organization of the forest property of the state into forest districts under forest managers and into provincial forest directions was perfected. Matters, however, did not thrive, and only when public attention and indignation had been aroused by a policy of selling state property, a change of attitude took place in 1872, which led to the present organization. This places the State Forest Administration in the Department of Agriculture, with an Oberlandforstmeister and 2 assistants as superior officers, and the rest of the organization is also very nearly the same as that in vogue in most German states, each province having a directive service of Oberforstmeister with Forstmeister as inspectors, and Oberförster with the assistance of Forstwarte as executive officers. In addition, a special corps of forest engineers and superior forest engineers is provided for the elaboration of working plans. Lately, 1904, a reorganization of the central office provided, besides the Department of Administration of State and Funds Forests, a Department of Reboisement and Correction of Torrents, and a Department of Forest Policy charged with the promotion of forest culture, including the education of foresters and similar matters. Most of the state property is located in the Alps and Carpathian Mountains at an elevation above 2,000 feet. Hence, financial results do not make a good showing. Since 1885, it has been the policy to add the state forest area by purchase, and by 1898, over 350,000 acres had been added to it. 5. Progress of forest organization. Since 1873, working plans according to unified principles have been prepared for most of the state property, so that by 1898, about 82% was under regulated management. The progress made in bringing forest areas under organized management varied greatly in the different provinces. In northeastern Austria, the first methods of regulated management consisted, as in the neighboring territories of Germany, in a simple division into felling areas. The example of the neighbors was also followed later in the northwestern provinces, and in both regions this method was improved upon by allotment according to the propositions of Hartisch and Cotta. In addition, since 1810, the method of Austrian Kameraltaxe, with the new and fertile idea of the normal forest, began to be employed. See page 115. The new method now largely employed is an area allotment checked by the normal forest formula. Especially in Bohemia, most of the large baronial properties had by 1848 been put under a regular system of management according to Saxon and Prussian precedent. The influence of the former was especially strong, and Saxon foresters were largely employed to regulate the management. Most prominent among these was Jüdich, who became the director of the Austrian Forest School at Weißwasser, afterwards of Tarent. By 1890, over 83% of the total forest area of Bohemian capable of such management had been placed under rational working plans according to the most modern conception, and nearly the same proportion in the neighboring provinces of Moravia and Silesia. In the Alps territory and in the Danube provinces, the regulation of forest management has not progressed with the same rapidity, partly owing to the existence of the many hampering rights of user. Only here and there are properties managed intensively. By 1890, only 23% were managed under rational working plans, 40% state and 60% private and communal property, mostly regulated by a combined area and volume method. In Styria, in the forests attached to the mines, we find already in 1795 quite a remarkable effort in the matter of working plans. Such a plan by an unknown author deals with volume tables and sample area methods for determining the stock. But The fine plan was stowed away in a cupboard, and when in 1830 Forest Councillor Wunderbaldinger proposed to apply a similar plan, he had to wait 7 years before permission for a trial was granted. He continued, however, the organization of these forests until 1848, using Hundeshagen's use percent in the selection forest and volume allotment for the woods managed under clearing system. In Lower Austria, the Vienna State Forest of 70,000 acres had for a long time received attention, the first thorough forest survey and yield calculation being made in 1718-20, revised in 1782-86, and regulated for the shelter wood system in 1820. Within the last 50 years, the method has been changed again and again until, in 1882, the present Austrian method based on normal stock principles was applied. Since in this province 50% of the forest area is small peasant property and communal forest, which are usually managed without systematic plans, the 33% under working plans represents more than half of the area capable of such management. In Upper Austria, where the salt works are situated, the attempts at regulated management in connection with these date back to the middle of the 16th century, and, after various changes, these forest areas were by 1888 placed under working plans of modern style. Over 50% of the forest area of this province is so regulated. One of the most modern working plans, based upon Pressler's soil rent theory and a most intensive silviculture, is that of Baron Meyer-Melnhof on his estate Kogel. These details are merely brought forward to illustrate the great variation both in the progress of development and in the present conditions in different parts of the empire, similar differences being found in other portions. Suffice it to say that in round numbers about 1,500,000 acres are managed under more or less intensive working plans, and of the balance 7 million acres are farmers' woodlots, on which only silvicultural treatment is necessary. 6. Development of silviculture. The necessity for conservative forest use and reforestation did not arise as early in Austria as it did in Germany. It was not until the middle of the 19th century that this necessity became apparent in most of the provinces, when German experiences in silviculture could be readily utilized. In Bohemia, the clearing system with artificial reforestation, mostly by seed, had been introduced at the beginning of the century for the conifer forests, planting as a rule being resorted to only in fail places. For this planting, wildlings were mostly used. In the broadleaf forest, the selection system and to some extent the shelterwood method were largely followed. The strip system was also much employed, and as the felling areas were often made too large, undue increase of undesirable softwoods resulted. During the last 50 years, silvicultural theory and practice developed very much on the same lines as in Germany, more intensively in the densely populated and more accessible regions, and less so in the more distant and thinly settled mountain districts. The most noted work of reforestation, which has occupied Austrian foresters for the last 40 years or more, is that of the Kost, a name applied to the waste lands in the mountain and hill country of Istria, Trieste, Dalmatia, Montenegro, and adjacent territories skirting the Adriatic Sea. It is a dry limestone country of some 600,000 acres in extent, stony and rough, and over-drained. Originally well forested with conifers and hardwoods, it had furnished for ages ship timber and other wood supplies to the Venetians. Through reckless cutting, burning, and pasturing by the small farmers, it had become almost entirely denuded, natural reforestation being prevented by these practices, combined with the dryness of the soil intensified by the deforestation. For centuries, countless laws were passed to stop the progress of devastation, but without effect. The first attempt at planting was made by the city of Trieste in 1842, and found some imitators, but with meager result. In 1865, the Austrian government, acting upon representations of the Forestry Association, undertook to encourage and assist private landowners in reforesting their karst lands by remitting taxes on reforested lands for a period of years, by technical advice, and by assistance with plant material and money. By this move, so much land was withdrawn from pasture and taxation that opposition was aroused among the cattle owners, which led to additional legislation during the years 1882 to 1887, and finally to the creation of a commission charged to select the lands which in the interest of the country required reforestation, and empowered to enforce this improvement within a given time, the state expropriating the lands of objecting owners. At the same time, the commission brought about the division of pasture lands which were held in communal ownership. By 1909, of the 75,000 acres selected by the commission as of immediate interest, 15,000 acres had been planted, mostly with Austrian pine, at an average cost of $8 to $16 per acre. The cost including stone enclosures for the plantations to protect them against cattle and fire, and the repairs which sometimes equaled the original expense. In addition, some 50,000 acres of natural growth were brought into productive condition merely by protection. While this activity refers to the northern portion of the coast region, the cost of Dalmatia farther south, being oak country, was mainly recuperated by protective measures. Here, in 1873, the pasturing of goats was forbidden on areas of over 1 million acres in extent which were found capable of reforestation. In 1876, the partition of communal holdings was ordered, and portions were designated for forest use to be planted. As a result of these measures, nearly 400,000 acres have been recuperated. 7. Education and literature. The first forest schools in Austria were established through private effort, namely one in 1800 in Bohemia by Prince Schwarzenberg, and another one in Moravia by Prince Liechtenstein, these two being the largest forest owners in Austria. In 1805, another private forest school was opened in Bohemia, and at the same time the State Institute near Vienna came into existence. This was, in 1813, transferred to Mariabrunn, and after various changes in the character of the teaching, was in 1867 raised to the dignity of an academy with a 3-year course. In 1875, it was transferred to the Hochschule für Bodenkultur at Vienna, an agricultural school, which had been instituted in 1872, intended to give the higher scientific education in both forestry and agriculture by a 3-year course. The course was, in 1905, increased to 4 years. During the years from 1875 to 1904, over 2,600 students in forestry alone had attended this excellent school, at which over 70 professors and instructors were employed. For the lower grades of foresters, schools were from time to time opened in addition to the private ones first mentioned. Such so-called middle schools were founded at Eulenberg, 1852, Weißwasser, 1855, transferred to Reichstadt, and Lemberg, 1874, at which latter the course is 2 years in the Polish language, and one at Bruck, 1900, where the course is 3 years. At present, there are 5 middle schools in operation. For the education of guards, 3 Forstwart schools were instituted in 1881 and 1883, one each for Tyrol, Styria, and Galicia, where, in an 11-month course, 15 forest guards at each receive instruction. In addition, there are 5 schools of silviculture where the course is 1 year. Besides these schools, courses in forestry of shorter duration are given at 3 other institutions. Besides these schools, the promotion of forestry science is, as in Germany, secured by forest experiment stations, which came into existence as a result of the earlier deliberations of the German foresters. The first proposition to establish such a station was submitted in 1868, but its establishment was delayed until 1875, when such a station was instituted at Vienna in connection with the school there. The results of the investigations are published from year to year, and have enriched the forestry literature in the German language with many important contributions. Very active association life exists in Austria, largely due to the influence of the many large private forest owners. Curiously enough, the first attempt at forming a society of foresters in Bohemia was suppressed by the authorities, probably for fear of revolutionary tendencies, and the effort simply resulted in a literary or reading association to obviate the need of private purchase of books. Not until 1848, the very year of the Revolution, did the Bohemian Forestry Association become a fact. And under the leadership of the large forest owners among the nobility, it has become the strongest in Austria, issuing a bi-monthly association journal from the beginning. Another strong local association, which dates back its beginning as a society for agriculture to 1770, is the Moravian-Silesian Forestry Association, which segregated from the Mother Society in 1850, first as a section, and having by 1858 attained a membership of 1,000, it constituted itself as a separate association in 1886. Besides these, many smaller ones exist in Austria. In 1852, a general Austrian Forestry Association was founded, which, in 1854, began the publication of a quarterly journal and held sessions in various parts of the empire. But by and by, the interest seemed to flag, the attendance at the meetings became smaller and smaller, and finally the association was abandoned after a rival, the Austrian Forestry Congress, had been organized in 1874, which later became the Österreichisches Reichsforstverein. In Galicia and in Bukowina, the foresters met as a section of the Society for Soil Culture. The same method of forming forestry sections of the agricultural societies is followed in other parts of the empire, and at least a dozen or more other local foresters' associations might be mentioned, in which owners of forest properties are as fully represented as professional foresters, and their activity is not only to be found in literary labors, but also in practical work. In addition to the meetings of these local societies, representative congresses have met annually at Vienna since 1876, and have become powerful agents for improving legislation and practice. Although, as was natural, owing to the difference in conditions, the forestry literature in Austria began much later than that of Germany, a very active progress is noticeable since the middle of the last century, and the Austrians are vying successfully with the Germans in this direction. The names of Fiachelli, Pokorny, Böhm, Weissner, Molisch, Wilkom, Hempel, and Kerne in the direction of forest botany, Vesely, von Lorenz Leburnau, Feistmantel, Dimitz, Wachtel, entomology, Dombrowski, Encyclopedia 1886, Axner, Janke, wood technology, Gutenberg, forest mensuration and regulation, von Seckendorf, Schiffel, forest mensuration, Ciesla, Rus, Burmerle, Hufnagel, Machet, and many others are familiar to all German readers. In addition, a very considerable literature in the Bohemian language is in existence, some in the Italian by Austrian authors, and some in the Slavonian. The magazine literature began with publications by various forestry associations, which became active after 1848. At the present time, weekly, monthly, bi-monthly, quarterly, yearly, and irregular publications to the number of not less than 14 in German, in addition to several in Bohemian, may be counted, among which the monthly Centralblatt für das gesamte Forstwesen, in existence since 1875, and the weekly Österreichische Forstzeitung since 1883 are perhaps the most widely known. End of section 8. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Section 9 of A Brief History of Forestry by Bernard Fernau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Hungary. Hungary is mainly a fertile plain traversed by the Danube and Theiss, an agricultural country with the forest confined to the hilly portions, to the mountainous southern provinces of Slavonia and Croatia, and to the Carpathians which bound it on the north and east. Nevertheless, while wood in the plain is scarce, the total forest area, including that of the two mentioned provinces, is but little less than that of Austria proper, namely 23 million acres, or 28%. Large areas of shifting sands and along the Danube and Theiss rivers, swamps, partly created by deforestation, are interspersed with the heavy black prairie and compact clay soils. At present, of the 23 million acres of forest the state owns 16%, corporations somewhat over 20%, churches, cloisters, and other institutions 7.5%, and the balance, over 13 million acres, is owned privately. The administration of the state forests is in the Department of Agriculture, but some are still under the control of the military and railroad departments. All but the private forests are under state surveillance. Of the private properties, the majority consists of large holdings, and about 10% are entailed, a hopeful condition for conservative management. Yet, with an export of $10 to $12 million or more, exploitation would appear still to be general, and devastated areas abound. It is claimed that half the area is under working plans and that the 1,000 million cubic feet of annual cut do not approach the annual increment. The state forests yield now in the neighborhood of $600,000 net. Although naturally influenced by Austrian precedent, forestry matters in Hungary, like all matters of administration, are largely independent of Austria, the connection being only in the identity of the ruler. The forests, which had been for the most part the property of the kings of the Arpad dynasty, had by them been turned over from time to time in donations to the churches, cloisters, and to colonists, so that when the Habsburgs succeeded to the throne in 1526, only a small portion remained undisposed, and this became state property. In the forests which were necessary for the working of the royal mines and furnaces, an attempt was early made to secure systematic treatment under an ordinance, 1565, which gave instructions as to the order of fellings, the reservation of seed trees, etc. But otherwise, the government did not make much effort at regulating forest use until the middle of the 18th century, and then, largely owing to military considerations urged by General von Engelshofen, commanding on the frontier against the Turks. The planting of forests for defense was ordered in 1743 by Maria Theresa, but this order was probably never executed. About this time, however, movements of reform in various directions are noticeable. Complete working plans were made for the Kremnitz forest in 1750 and for the Chemnitz forest in 1763. The forest ordinances of 1770 and 1781 and the law of 1791 attempted to regulate the use of communal forests and ordered the reservation of devastated forest areas. Other legislation followed in 1807, designed to arrest the further extension of shifting sands. Although since 1809 forest inspectors had been employed to look after the execution of the forest laws, mismanagement and forest destruction by promiscuous cutting, pasture, and fire remained the rule, and with the advent of the railroads in 1850 increased apace. Political troubles prevented any attempts at improvement until, in 1867, comparative peace and the new regime had arrived, and finally, in 1879, it became possible to pass a reform law which is the basis of present conditions. A general forest law had been enacted in 1807. This was superseded in 1858 by the adoption of the Austrian law of 1852. But in 1879, a new law reorganized forest policy and forest service. In that year, the state interests were placed under the administration of the Department of Agriculture, with a technical forester at the head, Oberlandforstmeister, assisted by 4 section chiefs, one in charge of the state forest administration, one for the administration of corporation forests, one for the elaboration of working plans, and one with the assistance of 20 forest inspectors having supervision of the execution of all forest laws. Otherwise, the general features of German administrative methods prevailed, except that for purposes of executing the protective forest laws, committees composed of 3 members chosen from the country officials cooperate with the government service. The law of 1879, modified and intensified in 1898, provides government supervision of the management of corporation and of protection of forests, and prescribes that land unfit for farming, i.e., absolute forest soil, 3/4 of all forest land, no matter by whom owned, is to be reforested within 6 years after having been stripped, and no new clearings may be made on such soils. Mountain forests, which are classed as protection forests, around 1 million acres or 5.4% of the forest area so classed, as well as entailed properties must be managed according to working plans approved by the Forest Department. The declaration of protective forests was to be made by a commission within 5 years of the enactment of the law. New planting for protective purposes could also be ordered, and this under certain conditions may be done by the interested or protected parties, which may associate themselves for this purpose. Violations of this law are liable to be punished by a fine for each acre, imposed annually as long as the offense continues. Two-thirds of the whole forest area is thus more or less under state supervision, and working plans for over 12 million acres have been or are to be prepared by the government. An area allotment method with a normal forest formula as a check has been mostly employed in this work, which is by no means as yet completed. To promote forest planting, several nurseries have been established by the government, from which around 10 million plants are annually distributed free of charge, and subventions for reforestation of wastes are also granted annually. It is interesting to note in this connection that more than 170,000 acres have been planted to black locust, which is managed as coppice for vineyard stakes. In 1884, a special fund for the purchase of forest land by the state was instituted by turning all monies received from eventual sales of forest land into that fund. Another fund for forest improvement is accumulated by placing 4/5 of all penalties collected for forest trespasses into a separate account for that purpose. These funds have not accumulated very fast, the Forest Improvement Fund in 1896 being only about $120,000. Similar to the lands in France, there exist in various parts of Hungary extensive sand wastes and shifting sands, partly caused by deforestation. Ever since 1788, legislation has attempted to secure a rehabilitation of these waste areas, which cover in all some 600 square miles. In 1817, a first systematic beginning was made in the Banat, on the Alfeld of the Magyars, under the forest dictator Bachhofen, similar to Bremontier's undertaking in France. By 1842, the total plantations amounted to about 12,000 acres, and by 1869, some 20,000 acres had been reforested, and parts of the plantations had begun to yield profits. But even today, there are still large areas in a desert condition. A classic volume in German by Josef Wessely, Hungarian forest director, Der Europäische Flugsand und seine Kultur, describes in detail the principles and methods of reclamation of shifting sands. Most of the Hungarian forestry literature being written in the Magyar language is inaccessible to the rest of the world. Efforts by private endeavor to promote forestry education date back as early as 1796, when forest inspector Wisner opened an elementary forest school and wrote a forestry catechism. This effort was followed in 1806 by introducing the subject in the agricultural school at Keszthely, and in 1808 in the School of Mines in Chemnitz, Salmitsbanya. A German forester, Wilkins, filling the chair, while a special forest school was established in Hermannstadt in 1817. The forestry courses at Chemnitz were enlarged and the school reorganized in 1846 and again in 1872, one of the changes being the use of the Hungarian language in its instruction, which had originally been in German. In 1904, the course, which was 3 years and only optionally 4, 1 year for engineering education, was made 4 years for all, and is obligatory for all higher grade state officials. In Croatia, Slavonia, which is in many respects separately administered, an agricultural and forestry school exists at Kreutz, Kuros, with a 3-year course. For the lower service, 4 schools of 2-year courses have been established by the government, the instruction being given by practitioners, and some of the students receiving free tuition. A forest experiment station was established in 1898. It issues a quarterly magazine, Erdeteti Kizerletek, in which its results are recorded. A Hungarian Forestry Association was formed in 1866. It issues a monthly journal, distributes pamphlets, gives prizes for literary effort, etc., and is, with over 2,000 members, an active agent in the work of reform. A separate forestry association, which also publishes a monthly in the Slavish language, exists in Croatia. End of section 9. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Section 10 of A Brief History of Forestry by Bernard Fernau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Switzerland. A very good brief statement of present conditions of forestry in Switzerland, with some historical references, may be found in Handwörterbuch der Schweizerischen Volkswirtschaft, Berlin, 1903. with 2 chapters by Dr. J. Coates and Professor C. Bourgeois. F. Funkhauser, Geschichte des Bernischen Forstwesens bis in die neuere Zeit, Bern, 1893, gives insight into the developments in one of the cantons beginning in 1304. Landolt, Über die Geschichte der Waldungen und des Forstwesens, Zürich, 1858. L'évolution forestière dans le canton de Neuchâtel, Histoire statistique, 1896. Paris, die kulturgeschichtliche Entwicklung und wirtschaftliche Bedeutung des schweizerischen Waldbesitzes, Luzern, 1898. Meister, die Stadtverwaltungen von Zürich, 2nd edition, 1903, exhibits on 225 pages in great detail the history and methods of management of this remarkable city forest of only about 3,000 acres. Report of the British Foreign Office on Swiss Forest Laws by Conway Thornton, 1888, gives a very satisfactory exposé of the earlier legislation. The interest which we have in the development of forestry in this small territory of somewhat less than 16,000 square miles, with over 3 million people, lies in the fact that it is a republic, or rather an aggregation of republics, the oldest in existence, and that, occupying an alpine mountain country, it has developed a unique cooperative policy of forest protection. Being largely German by origin and sentiment, German influence on the development of forestry methods, outside of the administrative measures, has here been as strong as in Austria. Switzerland did not exist as a power in name until the 17th century, and as a unit not until the Reconstruction of 1815, and in its present settled condition and constitution not until 1848, although the nucleus of its political existence dates back at least 600 years, when, in 1291, the people of the 3 forest cantons, Schwyz, Uri, and Unterwalden, formed their first league to resist encroachments on their rights by the Church and by the feudal barons. The country became settled, similarly to Germany, by Germans, and especially Burgundians, a free people. But when the control of the Obermarker over the free communities began to ripen into feudal superiority, it found resistance in the forest cantons, and these formed a league to fight the Duke of Habsburg, who partly as feudal lord, partly as Reichsvogt, the emperor's representative, claimed obnoxious rights. Through admission of neighboring lands and cities to the league, the number of confederates had by the middle of the 14th century grown to 8, and when by the battles of Sempach, 1386, and Neffels, 1388, the Austrian Habsburg supremacy had been permanently destroyed, the number of allies grew, and by conquest and annexation and otherwise, their territory attained nearly the present size by the middle of the 15th century, the war against feudalism being the cause for this growth. These various small republics, however, always formed a part of and owed allegiance to the German Empire, although they resisted the arms of the emperor as Archduke of Austria, until, with the peace of 1499, this connection became entirely normal. The final separation from the German Empire and acknowledgment of independence was not pronounced until the Peace of Westphalia in 1648. The League of Cantons was only a very loose confederation, without any central power, although a diet, to which each canton sent a delegate, had deliberative functions. Almost immediately after the alliance was formed, it became fatally divided, especially when religious differences arose, and throughout the 16th and first half of the 17th century, continuous warfare existed between the different allies. It must not, however, be understood that the peasants in the different cantons were entirely free from the ancient tyrannies. With the exception of the 3 forest cantons, which were truly democratic republics, the majority of the Swiss peasants, free in the eyes of the outside world, were mere serfs until the beginning of the 18th century, and secured their freedom only after many revolts. After nearly 500 years of this loose federation, it was reserved to Napoleon to proclaim the Helvetian Republic one and indivisible in 1798 after a short struggle of 74 days. This constitution fell with the fall of Napoleon and gave place in 1815 to a reorganized federation, in which the former sovereignty of each canton was re-established, the inviolability of the territory being guaranteed by the European powers. Finally, in 1848, the seventh and last phase of reconstruction brought into existence the Bund, the Confederation of Switzerland, very much after the pattern of the United States, the constitution then adopted being once more revised in 1874. The country is divided into 19 entire and 6 half-states or cantons, which are a unit towards foreign powers, but have as much independence among themselves as each of the United States, each self-governing. A parliament, Bundesversammlung, of 2 chambers, the Nationalrat, of 145 members, corresponding to the House of Representatives, the Standesrat, with 44 members, equivalent to the Senate, represent the interests of the whole federation. The administration of the cantons lies in the hands of the Great and Small Councils, with an executive ministry of 3 members chosen for 2 years by the former council. The administration of the Bund is in the hands of the Bundesrat, of 7 members elected by the parliament, which also elects one of the members as president for 1 year. The referendum, which, if 30,000 voters demand it within 3 months, requires reference of any law to direct vote of the people, is used as a check on legislation. Although the larger part of the population of 3 million people is German, parts of Switzerland are French, and other parts Italian. From this brief statement of the political development of the country, it will appear that the development of forestry must also have varied. 1. Forest conditions and property rights. Topographic and soil conditions necessarily had also their influence on this development. In the plains, the plateau, and the hill country, the distinction of forest and field as it now exists had been in general attained in the 15th century, while in the mountain country, forest destruction began only in the 18th century and continued till the middle of the 19th century, stimulated by the development of the metal industry and the improvement in means of communication. The clearings made here were turned into pasture, and being overpastured became wastelands. Thus, owing to topographic and soil conditions, a very uneven distribution of forest has resulted, and we find a variation in forest area from 9% Genf to over 39% in Jura, of the total land area of the different cantons, the average being 20.6%, leaving out of consideration the area above timber limit, 5,000 to 7,500 feet, and the waters and rocks below. This is less than in Germany and Austria, more than in France, but if allowance is made for unproductive soil, which is included in the German area statements, the percentage of forest area on productive soil would about equal that of Germany. In the last 25 years, the area has increased by 10% to 2,140,000 acres. This area is insufficient to supply the demand, from 15 to 25% of it being imported. In 1907, the imports had risen to nearly 25 million cubic feet, valued at $9 million. Property rights developed at first similarly to those developed on German soil, except that, as we have seen, feudal conditions were not allowed to gain foothold to the same extent, and liberty from serfdom was secured earlier. In 1798, seigneurial rights had pretty much nearly been extinguished. At present, ownership is still largely communal. Nearly 67% are so owned, making this property of highest forest political importance. Private owners hold only 28.5%, and the cantonal forests represent but 4.6%, the Bund as such owning none. It is also to be noted that communal property is constantly increasing by purchases from private holdings. 2. Development of forest policy. No doubt, in some parts, the first beginnings of care for forest property and forest use date back even to Roman times. Charlemagne had his forest officials here as elsewhere, and the number of ban forests seems to have been especially great, some 400 Bahnbriefe, documents establishing them having been collected at Bern. The first forest ordinance regulating the use of a special forest area in Bern dates from 1304. But the first working plan seems to have been made for the city forest of Zurich. the so-called Seelwald, in 1680 to 1697. And to this day, this corporation property, with its intensive and most profitable management, is the pride of all Switzerland. The Bernese cantonal forests were first surveyed and placed under management from 1725 to 1739, and fully regulated by 1765. An excellent forest code for Bâle was drawn up in 1755 by Bishop Joseph William, and in 1760, through the propaganda of the two scientific societies of Zurich and Bern, the teaching of forestry was begun, and forest organization in the two cantons secured in 1773 and 1786. The canton of Soleure-Solothurn was the first to start a regular system of instruction, 2 citizens from each woodland district being given the opportunity to qualify themselves as foresters. Each canton had, of course, its own laws protecting forest property against theft and fire. In the latter respect, especially great care was exercised, and burning of brush could only be done by permit and under a force of watchers. The example of Zurich and Bern in organizing the management of their forest areas was followed more or less by other cantons. But a real serious movement is not discernible until the beginning of the 19th century, when, with the impetus of modern life and trade, the value of forest property increased, and most cantons issued regulative forest laws. Forest ordinances had from time to time attempted to prevent the decrease of forest area by forbidding clearings, regulating pasture, and forbidding wood export to other villages or cantons, a local timber famine being dreaded. But only when a severe flood in 1830 had accentuated the protective value of forest cover were the forest ordinances more strenuously enforced, and a general movement for better management began in the various cantons. This was partly signalized by sending young men to the forest schools of Germany. Largely through the influence of a lively propaganda carried on by such men as Landolt and Coates, backed by the Swiss Forestry Association founded in 1848, and through the increase of torrential floods, especially in 1834 and 1868, was it made clear that a central power would have to be clothed with authority to regulate the use, at least, of the alpine forest. In 1857, the Bund ordered an investigation of the mountain forests in all parts. This was made by Landolt, but opposition by the cantons against restrictive measures prevented any legislative result. At the same time, an annual vote of $2,000 was made to the Forestry Association for reforestation and engineering works in the Alps. This grant was changed in 1871 by voting an annual credit of $20,000 to be expended by the Bundesrat for similar purposes. The floods of 1868 brought such distress in certain cantons that contributions from all other parts were required to assist the flood sufferers, and $200,000 of the collections were appropriated for reforestation. Finally, in 1874, through the effort of the Forestry Association, it was determined to create a central bureau of forest inspection for the whole Bund in the Department of the Interior, and an article was inserted in the Constitution declaring the superior right of oversight by the Federation over the water and forest police in the High Alps. At the same time, proposing to aid in the engineering and reboisement work necessary to correct the torrents, and to take measures for the preservation of these works and forests. The result was the installation of a federal forest inspector with 1 assistant in 1875, and the enactment of a law in 1876 which determined the area within which the federal government was to exercise supervision. The execution of the law was, however, left to the cantons, the jealousies of state rights as against federal rights being even more strongly developed in Switzerland than in the United States. Each canton proceeded in its own way, or neglected to proceed, and hence no uniform progress in applying the law was made. Indeed, not a single prescription of the law was applied within the prescribed time, although again and again extended, and even today some cantons have not yet complied. Stubborn opposition to the law continues even to date in some cantons. Besides the unwillingness to submit to federal authority, the lack of technically trained foresters, their employment being a requirement of the law, and the objection to their employment by the cantons, who looked on them as disguised policemen, impeded the progress of the reform. Until 1884, each canton held its own examinations for forest officials, but in that year a standard was enacted for employment within the federally supervised territory. The most frequent quarrel was as to what was to be considered forest and what pasture, so that finally, as a compromise, a classification between the two, called pasture woods, was introduced. It will be noted that the federal surveillance was to extend only to the high Alps above a certain limiting line. This limitation was removed in 1898 by resolution of the Council and change of the Constitution, by which the federal exercise of water and forest police was extended over the whole country, and a bill to carry this into effect was introduced. Finally, in 1902, a revised law was passed establishing fully the present federal forest policy. This law places the surveillance of all forest police in all forests of Switzerland in the Bund, the private forests as well as the public, i.e. state and communal or corporation forests. But, as there are distinctive differences in the manner of this surveillance, a differentiation of ownership conditions and forest conditions was to be made by the cantons within 2 years. The forests are to be divided into protection and non-protection forests by the cantons, with sanction of the Bund. The former being such as are located at headwaters or furnish protection against snowslides, landslides, rockfalls, floods, and climatic damage. Most of this segregation had already been made and mapped in consequence of the law of 1876. In 1904, 71% of the total forest area had been classed as protective forest, nearly 80% of the communal and over 50% of the private forest property. All public forests are to be surveyed and their corners permanently marked by the cantons according to the instructions by the Bund, the latter furnishing the needed triangulation survey and inspecting and revising any older surveys free of charge. The surveyed public forests are to be fully regulated according to a sustained yield management, under working plans made according to instructions by the cantons, to be sanctioned by the Bundesrat. For the unsurveyed forest areas, at least a provisional felling budget is to be determined, as nearly as possible, representing the sustained yield. In protection forests, the working plans must conform to the objects of these forests, and clearings in these are as a rule forbidden. The fellings are to be made under direct supervision of foresters, and after being cut, the wood must be measured. Sale on the stump is forbidden, otherwise no interference in the management is intended. Up to 1902, under the law of 1876, working plans for 540,000 acres had been made. In 1907, 90,000 acres of state forest and over 1 million acres of corporation forests were under working plans. For other than protection forests, the law provides a number of restrictions, such as the following. Pasture woods may not be decreased in area except by permission of the cantons. Communal forests are not to be subdivided without consent of the cantonal government, except where 2 or more communities have joint ownership, nor are they to be sold, except with such permissions. Rights of user in public forests, especially in protection forests, may be forcibly extinguished by the cantonal government, but under appeal to the Bundesrat. Money equivalents are to be the rule, territorial equivalents to be given only by special permission. By 1902, over $300,000 had already been spent in extinguishing 2,842 different rights of user. The establishment of means of transportation, roads, etc., is encouraged by subventions from the Bund and in other ways. Private forests, as far as they fall under the classification of protection forests, are subject to the same supervision and rules as the public forests as regards their survey, the prohibition of clearings, except by permission of the federal government, of diminishing pasture woods, the extinguishment of rights of user, the prevention of damaging use, and assistance in establishing means of transportation. The cantonal government is obliged to ensure the execution of these laws. In addition, while the law encourages cooperative forest management of small holdings as larger units, the Bund paying for the cost of effecting such cooperation, it empowers the canton or the Bund to enforce such cooperative management of protection forest areas in specially endangered localities, as at the headwaters of torrential streams. Otherwise, in the non-protective private forests, only the prohibition of clearing except by permission of the cantonal government, the obligation of reforesting felling areas within 3 years, and of maintaining existing pasture woods is ordered. Wherever on private properties conversion of forest into farm or pasture is permitted, after report of the Forest Administration of Canton or Bund, an equivalent reforestation of other parts may be ordered. Wherever by the reforestation of bare ground protective forest areas can be created, this may be ordered, the federal or the cantonal government contributing towards such work. Or else, if the owner prefers, he may insist upon having his ground expropriated by the canton or other public corporation, the federal government assisting in the first case to the extent of 30 to 50% of the cost, and in establishing new protection forests to the extent of 50 to 80%. Before 1902, under the law of 1876, some 16,000 acres had been reforested and put in order at an expense of over $1 million. The federal government contributing just about 50%. In 1910, the area of planted protection forest had grown to 25,000 acres. Besides the various restrictions with provisions of penalties for disobedience, from $1 to $100 for each transgression, and enforced execution by cantonal government, there are a number of directions in which the federal government makes contributions for the purpose of encouraging conservative management. For the salaries of the cantonal higher forest officials, 20 to 35% are contributed. For the higher corporation and cooperative association officials, 5 to 25%. For the lower forest service, 5 to 20%. The Federation participates to the extent of 1/3 in the accident insurance of forest officers, a minimum salary of the officials and also their proper education being made conditions. To secure the latter, the Federation pays for teachers and demonstration material under prescribed conditions. In 1901, the federal contributions amounted to $100,000 in all. In 1903, the total appropriation was $126,000, namely $9,000 for the Inspector General's office, $26,000 towards salaries of cantonal foresters, $80,000 towards reboisement, $8,000 towards survey, and the cantonal governments contributed about the same amount outside of the cost of their forest administrations. It is estimated that the budget will have to be increased by $50,000 annually for some time to come. By 1910, the federal government had altogether contributed $2 million in the 35 years toward the execution of the law outside its administrative office. The organization which is to carry out this forest policy is still the one which originated with the law of 1876, somewhat modified by the law of 1892, namely, a forestry division in the Department of the Interior with 1 superior forest inspector and 3 assistants. The cantons have their own administrations, mostly under 1 forester of higher grade, called variously Oberforster, Forstinspektor, Forstmeister, Oberforstmeister. Bern has 3 coordinate forest inspector. The cantons are, or are to be, districted into forest circles, Forstkreise, the subdivision to be approved by the Bundesrat, and some are further subdivided into ranges, Unterförsterei. The forest districts, from 7,500 to 45,000 acres each, are to be managed by properly educated and paid foresters elected by the people. The eligibility depends upon an examination, the theoretical part of which is conducted by the forest school. The practical part, after a year's practical work, is conducted by a commission of foresters, after completion of which the candidate becomes eligible, the election being for 3 years, and re-election being usual unless there are good reasons against it. In 1903, there were employed as administrators or managers 119 state or cantonal foresters and 33 communal foresters, besides 11 federal forest officials. In 1909, the total number had grown to 193, besides 1,091 under-foresters to whose salaries the Bund contributed. The state foresters are allowed to manage neighboring communal properties. 3. Forest practice. The timber forest is the most general form of silvicultural management. Selection forest with 150 to 200 year rotations is practiced in the Alps and in the smaller private forest areas. Shelterwood system in compartments is in use in other parts, with a rotation of 60 to 80 years in the deciduous and 80 to 120 years in coniferous forest, supplanting largely the clearing and planting system which had found favor during the middle of last century. In corporation forests, large areas are still under coppice with standards, but will probably soon be converted into timber forest, a policy favored by cantonal instructions. Pure coppice is only rarely met, usually confined to the overflow lands and small private holdings. In some of the public forests in the French territory, it is practiced with a double rotation, viertage, according to French pattern. Artificial means to secure complete stands in natural regenerations is favored by the cantonal regulations, but thinning operations are still mostly neglected, except where local market for inferior materials makes them advisable, which is mostly in the plains country where the annual yield from thinnings may represent 30% of the total harvest yield. Conversion from coppice and coppice with standards into timber forest, and change from the clearing system to natural regeneration, proper for mountain forest, and from pure to mixed forest have become general provisions of the working plans. The average cut in the state forest during 4 years prior to 1893 was over 64 cubic feet per acre, and 42 cubic feet for the corporation forests, an average for all the public forests of around 45 cubic feet. Not a very good showing as yet. So far, the collection of material for yield tables and for a statement of increment and stock on hand in the country at large are still insufficient, although in 1882 Professor Landolt estimated the annual product at little less than 500 million cubic feet, or 50 cubic feet per acre. Only for the intensively managed city forests of Zurich and the cantonal forests of Bern are more accurate data available. In the latter, the state forests yield 50 cubic feet in the plateau country, 73 cubic feet in the middle country, and 76 cubic feet in the Jura, while the communal forests of that country yield 15, 66, and 56 cubic feet respectively. Prices for wood are higher in the Low Country than the average in Germany, and have been steadily rising for the last 40 years, especially for coniferous saw material, which at present brings stumpage prices of 12 to 15 cents. Owing to these high prices, the gross yield of some Swiss forests is the largest known in Europe. The city forest of Zurich exhibiting yields of $12, and the city forest of Aarau as much as $14 per acre on the average, although in the Alps forests the gross yield sinks to $3 and $4. The more intensively managed city forests mentioned spend on their management $6 and even $7 per acre, while most of the state forests keep their expenditures within $2.50 to $3.50, and in some places down to $1.50 per acre. The net yields vary therefore for the state and communal forests of the plateau country between $3 and $6.50, for some of the city forests from $6.50 to $8 and $9. Switzerland has long ago ceased to produce its wood requirements and imports from $8 to $9 million annually of wood and wood manufactures. 4. Education and literature. For the education of the higher forest officials, the federal government instituted a 2-year course at the Polytechnicum at Zurich, which was founded in 1885. The course being in 1884 increased to 3 years. 3 professors of forestry besides the faculty of the institution in fundamental and accessory branches are active here, the number of students averaging in the neighborhood of 35. 2 examinations, a scientific and a practical one, the latter taken before a special commission, test the eligibility of candidates, foreigners not excluded, for positions. For the education of the lower grade foresters, the canton themselves are responsible, the Bund only contributing by paying for teachers and demonstration material, about $1,250, to carry on cantonal or intercantonal forestry courses. The courses usually last from 2 weeks to 2 months, in succession or divided into spring and fall courses. They are mainly practical and require candidates to be not less than 18 years of age and to possess a primary school education. Their number must be at least 15 and not more than 25. There have also been instituted specially conducted excursions and progressive underforesters courses, as well as additional scientific courses which the Bund subsidizes. In connection with the Zurich School, forestry science and art are furthermore advanced by a well-endowed central forest experiment station, with several substations and an annual budget of $10,000. The greatest credit for the advancement of forestry and forest legislation is due to the Swiss Forestry Association, 365 members in 1911, which was founded in 1843, meeting annually in various places, managed by a committee of 5 elected for 3 years. This association is subsidized by the Bund for its educational work, a Schweizerische Zeitschrift für das Forstwesen, begun 1850, and its organ, with Dr. Frankhauser as editor. In 1898, an association of underforesters with a special organ, Der Forstwirt, came into existence, 526 members in 1902, and several cantonal foresters' associations are also active. In the literature, which is largely in German, with some French and Italian volumes, notable works have appeared and real advances in forestry science, especially with reference to management of mountain forests, are due to Swiss writers. In 1767, the Société d'Économie de Zurich published a forester's manual, and during the first quarter of the 19th century, Zocke and Kasthofer developed silviculture in the Alps. Landolt, in 1860, published the results of his investigations under the order of the Bund in 1857 into the forest conditions of the Alps, and contributed other volumes along similar lines. He was succeeded by the now venerable Dr. J. Coates as Inspector General of the Bund, still active at 90 years of age, who also contributed to the science of mountain reboisement and in other directions. The work on the management of the city forest of Zurich by its longtime manager, Meister, is classic. Under the active direction of Anton Bühler for many years, the publication of, now under Dr. Engler, Mitteilungen der Eidgenössischen Zentralanstalt für das Forstliche Versuchswesen, since 1891, have become important contributions to forestry science. In the direction of wood technology, the name of L. Tettmeyer, who is conducting timber tests, should be mentioned. End of section 10. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Section 11 of A Brief History of Forestry by Bernard Fernau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. France. No complete monographic history of forestry in France is in existence, and mainly incomplete notes scattered through various volumes were at the disposal of the writer. The work, which contains the largest amount of historic information, is G. Huffel, Économie forestière, 3 volumes, 1904 to 1907, pages 422, 44, 510. Perhaps the most ambitious work in the French language, which has been largely followed in the account here given. It is a collection of 10 studies, historical data being interspersed throughout the 3 volumes, the 3rd volume containing 1 study entirely historical. L.F.A. Maury, Les forêts de la Gaule et de l'Ancienne France, 1867, 501 pages, is mainly descriptive but full of interesting historic data and detail up to the Revolutionary period. Jules Clavet, Études sur l'économie forestière, 1862, 377 pages, 12 degrees, while mainly a propagandist essay, rehearses to some extent the history of forest practice, policies, etc., and gives a good insight into conditions at that time. Die forstlichen Verhältnisse Frankreich, by Dr. A. von Seckendorf, 1879, 228 pages, furnishes a few historical notes. 3 English publications by John Crombie Brown, Pine Plantations in France, Reboisement in France, 1876, French Forest Ordinance of 1669 and 1882, are profuse and not entirely accurate, but give hints of historic development. C. H. Guillot, L'enseignement forestier en France, 1898, 398 pages, gives an insight into the development of forestry education and a complete history of the school at Nancy, and throws much light on other developments. Code de la législation forestière par Pouton contains all the legislation having reference to forests. An article on l'idée forestière dans l'histoire by L.F. Tessier in Revue des Eaux et Forêts, 1905, January and February, gives on 26 pages an interesting brief survey of the history of forest policy in France. Forestry in France by F. Bailey in the Indian Forester, 1886, 61 pages, describes well conditions at that time. France is one of the countries in which forestry has been practiced for a long time, and forestry practice has been almost as highly developed as in the preceding Teutonic countries. Germany's neighbor to the west has evolved, however, forest policies and practices which are different in some respects from those of Germany, although the early history of forestry in France was largely analogous to that of Germany. Indeed, until the end of the 9th century, the two countries being undivided, the same usages existed more or less in both, except that in the Gallic country Roman influence left a stronger imprint, Gallia having been long under the dominion of Rome. The fact that France has for nearly 1,000 years been a unit, while Germany has until recently been split up into many independent principalities, did much for uniform, albeit less ambitious, development in forestry matters. Most of the forest policy as it exists today was inaugurated during the monarchical regime, which came to an end in 1871. Since that year, a republican form of government, with an assembly of 584, a senate of 300 members, under a president elected by the legislature for 7 years, has been in existence. The country is principally a plain, mostly below 1,200 feet in altitude, sloping to the north and west. The mountain ranges, Pyrenees, Alps, Jura, and Vosges, are confined mainly to the south and east boundaries, with secondary ranges, Cevennes, Côte d'Or, Auvergne, etc., in the southeastern part of the country. Of the 204,000 square miles of territory, just about 18% is wooded, which, with a population of nearly 40 million, leaves only about 0.6 of an acre per capita. In its present condition, this area does not produce more than 1/3 of the home demand, which requires on the average an import, in excess over export, to the amount of about $25 million, $33 million in 1902, representing over 110 million cubic feet annually, mostly woodwork, while the export is of mine props and railroad ties at about half the value of the imported wood. Since in 1892 there were still nearly 12%, or over 15 million acres, wasteland, opportunity for enlargement of the forest area seems to exist. It appears that about 2/3 of this wasteland is capable of bearing forest, and the existing forest area is capable of much larger production than the present, 3/4 of the production being fuel wood. The distribution of forest area is very uneven, varying from 3.5 to 56% in the various departments. Only about 20% of the area is located on the mountains, 19% in hill country, and 60% in the plains. 6 forest regions may be differentiated according to Huffel, which, however, are mainly geographical divisions: the northeast, valleys of Seine and Loire, northwest and central, southwest and Pyrenees, Mediterranean and Prealps, Alps. Hardwoods, oak 40%, beech and ash, etc., occupy fully 80%, while pine, the 2 species Sylvestris and Maritima, largely planted, represents the bulk of the 20% of coniferous forest area, fir, spruce, and larch in the mountains forming a very small part. Only 25% of the forest area is timber forest, 38% is coppice, and 35% coppice with standards, 2% being in process of conversion into timber forest. In the state forests alone, however, 68% are timber forest or in process of conversion to that form. Of the 227 million acres, hardly more than 1/3 belonging to state and communities are placed under the régime forestier, i.e. supervised and managed under working plans. The larger area is under coppice. 3/4 of the communal and 1/6 of the state's timber forest is managed under selection system. Combinations of farm and forest culture, sartage and feuilletage, are still quite extensively practiced. The production of saw timber under these practices is naturally small. Of the 40 cubic feet of wood per acre produced in the better class of managed state and communal properties, only 10 cubic feet are saw logs, and if the private forests were taken into consideration, the average product on the whole would appear still smaller, the private properties being mostly small, poorly managed, and largely coppice. Neither the owners nor their managers and guards have, as a rule, any professional education, although the means of obtaining it exist in the schools at Nancy and Bars. Blessed for the largest part with a most favorable climate and with rich soil of tertiary formation, the difficulties in forestry practice experienced by other more northern and continental countries are hardly known. Hence, many practices which are successful in France might in Germany prove disastrous, and such yields as some of the oak forests show, unattainable. The greatest interest for the forester attaches to the methods of conversion of coppice into timber forest, to the extensive areas reforested during the last century, which probably exceed 3 million acres, and to the reboisement work in the mountains. 1. Development of forest property. As in Austria, private ownership of forest property is largely preponderant, while state property is small. In ancient Gaul, the Romans found the forest outside of holy groves as communal property. After the conquest, all the unceded lands, especially the extensive mountain forests, were declared either state or imperial property, more than half the whole territory, and were managed as res publica in the administrators of public affairs. And while later, with the advent of the German hordes, property conditions shaped themselves somewhat according to their ways, the influence of the Roman law and institutions were never quite eradicated. The country outside of the public property was by the Romans divided into communities called fundus, each placed under a Gallic seigneur or ex, a former chief, now proprietor, his tribesmen, and the remnants of the earlier sessile population becoming serfs. 1/3 of the fundus was handed to the serfs as their property and divided among them, the first private property. Another third was retained by the seigneur and utilized by means of the service of the serfs, corvées, but usually so burdened by rights of user on their part, and the last third became common property of the community at large. There remained, however, here and there, also some of the original free communes or mark, vicus, so that 5 different property classes were in existence. The 5th century saw Teutonic tribes, Suevi, Alani, Vandals, and Burgundians, overwhelm the Romans who had for 500 years kept the Gallo-Celtic population under their rule, and these were followed by Visigoths and Franks, who in turn took possession of the country. The conquerors did not drive out the Gallo-Romans, but merely quartered themselves on them under the euphemistic title of guests, assuming to themselves 2/3 of each estate, and leaving the remainder to their hosts. On these lands, undoubtedly, similar economic and social institutions were developed as in Germany. Communal ownership under these was at first developed to such an extent that the Salic laws declared all trees which were not reserved by special sign as subject to the use of all and any of the mockers. But later, as in Germany, the socialistic mock was followed by the feudal system, with its banned forests and the creation of great landed proprietors or lords. When Clovis, the king of the Franks, in the first decade of the 6th century, defeated the Visigoths and took possession of the country, he found communal forests of the villagers, vicus, property of seigneurs, equites, royal forests and state forests, and remnants of Roman origin. The latter properties and much of the mock forest he claimed for himself, and divided 2/3 among his vassals. But the large part of the other third became also gradually property of the nobility and church, so that by the 12th century only a relatively small royal property remained. Afterwards, the royal or state property grew again in various ways, as the power of the kings grew. In 1539, Francis I declared the same inalienable, but neither himself nor his successors paid heed to this self-imposed prohibition, and whenever financial troubles made it expedient, they disposed of some of their holdings. By the ordinance of 1566, Edit de Moulins, King Charles IX again declared the domain of the crown inalienable. Nevertheless, he himself in the same year, and repeatedly afterwards, sold parts of his domain. Henry III, in 1579, renewed the ordinance of non-alienation and restored some of the last parcels to the domain by the exercise of the royal right. Himself and his successors, however, continually broke this contract, and the royal domain decreased while that of the seigneurs grew. Similarly to what happened in Germany, the church property was taken by machination or force, to increase the holdings of kings or seigneurs. Nevertheless, at the beginning of the Revolution in 1789, the royal domain comprised not more than 1,200,000 acres, producing a net income of $1.2 million. Then followed an era of ups and downs, continuous changes of policy, increases and decreases of the property until, with the inauguration of the Republic in 1871, comparative stability was secured. In 1791, after the Revolution, the royal property became national domain, and by further spoliation of church property and otherwise, attained an area of 4,300,000 acres. In the law of 1791, a distinction was made between the inalienable domain, which comprises roads, canals, fortresses, harbors, etc., and the alienable national domain, including the forest and other property derived from royal or crown domains. To this national domain was added, by the law of 1792, the forest property of the refugees of the Revolution, which was, however, later for the most part restored or indemnified. Finally, when by the Treaty of Basel 1795 the French frontier had been pushed to the Rhine, the total state forest had grown to around 6,500,000 acres, nearly one-third of the total forest area. But through sales and otherwise, this area had by 1850 been reduced to 3,200,000 acres, and during the period until 1872, the area had been further again reduced to less than 2,500,000 acres. At present, in 1905, it comprises 2.9 million acres, or less than 12% of the total forest area, 55% of which comes from the original royal domain, and 22% from original church property, and 23% from recent acquisitions secured under the laws of reboisement of mountains, sand dunes, etc. The communal property developed largely in a similar manner as in Germany, from the Mark and through the feudal system, with its rights of user as a result. In the 12th century, the grandees or seigneurs were active in colonizing their domains, acquired as fiefs or otherwise, with serfs and others, giving them charters for villages with communal privileges and rights. Under this method, another kind of communal forest property grew up by written instruments or contracts, in which limitations and reservations of rights are imposed by the seigneurs. One of the most usual conditions of the contract was the prevention of clearing or sale. At the same time, a new set of rights of user, this time on the part of the seigneur, brought new complications. One of the worst features originating in the 14th century as an outgrowth of feudal relations was the right of the third, triage, which gave to the seigneur, whenever he wished to exercise it, one-third of the property free of all rights of user. In this way, the communal area was diminished until 1667. The widespread abuse of this right led to an ordinance abolishing it. It was, however, re-established by the ordinance of 1669 in all cases where the forest had been gratuitously ceded by the seigneurs, or when the remaining two-thirds was deemed sufficient for the needs of the parish. Not until 1790 to 1792 was this exorbitant right finally abolished. As an outgrowth of the revolutionary doctrine of 1793, the most radical legislation decreed presumptive ownership by the municipal corporations of all lands for which the claimant could not show a deed of purchase, excluding any title acquired as a result of feudal relations. The day of revenge of all old wrongs had come, and appeal to justice being useless, the municipalities increased their holdings freely. Although later legislation attempted to arrest this public theft and to restitute some of the stolen property, much of the communal forest area of today consists of this kind of ill-gotten property. Another method of increasing municipal properties was by exchange of territory for the rights of user. Efforts to get rid of these rights, which grew up as described, and to prevent their extension, were instituted much earlier than in Germany, Philip of Valois expressly forbidding such extension as early as 1346. Nevertheless, they continued to grow so that by the middle of the 18th century, they were as general and afforded as great a hindrance to forest management as in Germany. The ordinance of 1669 also provided for the extinction of these rights, apparently without much success, and the troublesome times after 1789 increased their number. Only when the orderly regime following the reign of Napoleon gave rise to the Code Forestier 1827 was a systematic attempt for their extinguishment by the cessation of territory and cash payment begun. And by this time, the extinction may be considered practically concluded, at least for the state and communal property. Private property, not seigneurial, was but little developed before the 16th century. After that, the frequent sales by the kings and barons gave rise to small forest owners, so that by 1789, over 10 million acres were in such possession. During the 19th century, this grew by purchase, by cessions, and by reforestation of wastelands to double that amount, not less than 2 million acres being added by the latter cause alone, while some decrease came from clearings. In 1905, private holdings comprised 15 million acres, or 65% of the total. The communal and institution forests, 4.8 million acres, or 21%. Leaving for the state forest 2.9 million acres, or a little over 12% of the total 22.7 million acres. 22% of the state and communal property is, however, wasteland, and such areas in private hands may be 6 times as large, there being altogether between 14 and 15 million acres of wasteland. 2. Development of forest administration. In the earlier times, and indeed into the 18th century, the most important use of the forest was in the mass from oak and beech for the pigs in pasture, for the cattle, besides firewood, for which mostly the softwoods were used. This was given free from the royal domain, and the administration consisted mainly in regulating this use. The main incentive for the regulation of forest use on the part of the king were the interests of the chase. Toward the end of the 9th century, special forest officers, forestarii, are mentioned in Charlemagne's celebrated Capitularium, which describes in detail the administration of the public domains. These were, to be sure, only lower rank officials working under mayors, intendants, and the Count Combes, who was the administrator and soon independent arbiter of the royal domain, as well as the administration of justice in general. His office early became hereditary. The first mention of forest masters, maîtres des eaux et forêts, dates back to 1291, and later ordinances mention higher officials. But the credit for a full and detailed organization and regulation of management belongs to Charles V, the wise Valois, in his ordinance of 1376. This organization, after various changes by the end of the 16th century, under the reign of Henry IV, took about the following form. Under a general superintendent of forests, titulary head of the forest service, a number of grands maîtres généraux réformateurs des eaux et forêts, some 17 were appointed by the king to watch over the conduct of the maîtres and gruyères, officers in charge of the forest districts, maîtrises. All of these officials had their deputies and lieutenants under various designations: procureur du roi, greffier, garde-marteau, sergeant du garde, etc. A stamping hammer, kept by the garde-marteau, was employed for marking trees which defined the boundaries, or which were to be reserved in the fellings. In addition to these regular officers, there were employed a great number of capitaines de chasse, whose functions, as the title indicates, related mainly to the chase. The function of the forest masters did not stop with the supervision of the use of the forest and sale of the wood, but included also the jurisdiction of all misdemeanors and crimes committed in the royal and later in all forests. They became thus gradually a privileged class of immense power. Graft and sale of offices became the order of the day. Sometimes the offices were made hereditary and again were limited to 3 or 4 years' tenure in the endeavor to break up the shameful practices. For nearly 3 centuries all efforts at reform were failures. The method of prescribing the rules and regulations during the 12th to 17th century was by ordinances like those issued by the German princes. The first ordinance on record being that issued by Louis VI in 1215. These ordinances usually appeared under the name La Fée des Eaux et Forêts, the matters of waters and woods. Curiously enough, thus suggesting the relation of the two. The latter term was used exactly like that of the German Forst, designating the reserved territory under the ban, while bois is used to designate actual woodland or silva.
In 1376, Charles V, in his endeavor to build up a navy against England, made reservations for naval timber and also issued the Ordinance of Melun, a general forest code, the provisions of which lasted largely until the Reform of 1669. In 1402, the many ordinances, often contradictory, were codified under one text, and another codification was made under Francis I in 1515. By the middle of the 17th century, the devastation of forests had progressed so far, and the abuses in the management of the royal domain had become so evident, that Louis XIV's great minister, Colbert, was induced to make the historical remark, "France will perish for lack of woods." Again, the needs of the navy was the prime incentive of the vigorous reform which he instituted after most searching investigations. The result was the celebrated Forest Ordinance of 1669. For this purpose he appointed in 1662 a commission which not only investigated conditions but was clothed with the power to reform the abuses which it might discover. For this work he selected 4 trusted men outside of the Forest Service, to whom later more were added, and gave them the aid of technical advisers, among whom Froudouard seems to have been the most prominent. Colbert himself gave close attention to this work of reform. As the first act, the commission recommended the ceasing of all cutting in the royal forests, and after deliberation and consultation with interested parties through 8 years, the final law was enacted, a masterpiece whose principles and prescriptions to an extent have persisted into the 19th century. The commission from time to time made reports giving their findings in detail, and these form a most interesting record of conditions prevailing at the time. As one of the historians, Jourdain, puts it, "The commissioners did not recoil before long hours of inspection nor high influence. They neither hesitated to declare against nor prosecute, great and small alike, nor to pronounce a most serious sentence. A thorough cleaning up was done, and a complete reorganization secured." By this ordinance, 3 special courts of adjudication in matters pertaining to the forest were established, with special officers whose duties were carefully defined, namely the courts of the Gruerie and the Maîtrise and the Table de Marbre. The first-named lower-grade courts took cognizance of the lesser offenses, abuses, wastes, and malversations, disputes in regarding to fishing or chase, and murders arising out of these. Grueries being the woods belonging to individuals in which the jurisdiction and the profit from such jurisdiction belonged to the king, or at least to the seigneurs. The courts of the Maîtrise referred to the forest territory placed under administration of the Maître Particulier, Forstmeister, and were established near the many royal forests as courts of appeal in forest matters. A final appeal could be made to the Table de Marbre, courts of the marble table, which also decided on the more weighty questions of proprietorship by whatever term held, and especially civil and criminal cases relating to the eaux et forêts, the wrongdoings in the discharge of official duties, abus, contraventions to the orders and regulations, misdemeanors or depredations, délits, and all kinds of fraud not included under those cited, malversation. The whole country was divided into 18 arrondissements of Grande Maîtrise des Eaux et Forêts, and these were divided into 134 maîtrises, each under a maître particulier, with a lieutenant, a garde-marteau, a garde-général, 2 arpentiers, and a number of gardes. A financial branch for the handling of moneys, and the judicial branch, represented by the 3 courts described above, completed the organization, which lasted until the Revolution, albeit some details were changed soon after its enactment, and the offices became again purchasable and hereditary. The sale of royal forests was again forbidden, penalties being provided for the eventual purchaser. Theft and incendiarism were severely punished, and specific rules of management were established. Clearings could only be made by permission even on the part of private owners. The methods of sale and harvest were determined. The prescriptions of older ordinances were renewed to the effect that at least 13 to 16 seed trees, balivaux, per acre in the coppice, and 8 seed trees in timber forest were to be reserved in all forests without exception. Private owners were not to cut these seed trees before they were 40 years old in the coppice, and 120 years in the timber forest, while in the public and church forests these seed trees were treated like reserves. Similarly, the prescription that no woods were to be cut before 10 years of age was revived from former ordinances, at the time later, 1787, being increased for public forests to 25 years. Also, the obligation to keep 1/4 of the forest in reserve, which Charles IX had decreed in 1560, was renewed for the public forests, those belonging to corporations and other public institutions. For the fir forests of the mountains, which had become important as furnishers of ship masts, special regulations were issued and the mast timber reserved for the crown. There was lively opposition to the enforcement of these prescriptions, especially where they interfered with property rights. Nevertheless, they persisted until the changes brought about by the Revolution of 1789. Certain prescriptions, as for instance the exclusion of shepherding, were never enforced, and this practice continues even today in certain sections. As a result of the reform, however, the revenues from the royal forests trebled in 20 years. During the 18th century, several famines occurred and led to the encouragement of extending farm operations at the expense of the forest, notably in the 60s, when among other similar efforts, some 200 families returning from Canada after the English conquest were colonized in the forests of Poitou. At that time, also the Declaration of 1766 exempted those who cleared land for farm purposes for 15 years from all taxes. As a result of this invitation, some 750,000 acres were cleared, and the practice of clearing for farm use continued until the middle of the 19th century. In this way, by inconsiderately exposing soil which would not everywhere be found adapted to farm use, wastes naturally existing were greatly increased. The Revolution brought with it sudden and disastrous changes. The law of 1791 abolished not only the jurisdiction of the maîtresse, but removed all restraint and thereby inaugurated widespread destruction and devastation of forest property, against which legislative attempts of the Republican government were entirely powerless. Not only did the peasants take advantage of this order, and the municipalities cut their reserves without hindrance, but extraordinary fellings in the state forests were necessitated by the needs of the navy and the exchequer. In 1801, after various previous attempts at organization, Napoleon reorganized the service with 5 administrators, 30 conservators, 200 inspectors, and 8,600 inferior officers. At that time, it appears that the revenue from the public forest domain amounted to $6 million, a sum justifying such elaborate organization. But otherwise, the methods of Colbert's ordinance were revived. Devastation, however, continued. Incompetence in the service was again introduced, when in 1811 half the number of officials was recruited from superannuated army officers. In 1817, the whole forest service was abolished, and the properties placed in the hands of the fiscal agents of the government, without any technical knowledge. The old order of things was, however, re-established in 1820, and soon after the final organization which has lasted to date was effected. 3. Development of modern forest policy. In 1822, a commission composed of foresters was instituted to revise the ordinance of 1669, which here and there, modified, had continued to be valid, except during the Revolutionary period. The result of the work of this commission was the Code Forestier in 1829, which is the law of the present day. In it, principles are laid down under which the state, communal, and other public forests are to be managed. All forests submitted to the Régime Forestier, namely the state and communal forests and those belonging to public institutions, are entirely managed by the State Forest Administration. The communities or other public forest owners paying for the service not to exceed 9 cents per acre, or 5% of the revenue. All jurisdiction and execution of forestry laws is in the hands of the officials of the Forest Administration. The foresters of the state have the exclusive responsibility of making and executing working plans without interference by the municipalities after the plans having once been submitted and approved by them. The corporations have not even the right to appoint their own guards, all such being appointed by the prefects of the departments upon recommendation by the Forest Department. The fellings, usually performed by the purchaser, the wood being sold on the stump, are supervised most rigorously, making even the smallest deviation from the conditions of the contract sale, which otherwise would only entail the payment of damage, punishable by fine, and the responsibility for any trespass which may occur on the land reaches 250 yards beyond the limits of the purchaser's territory, unless he gives proper warning and tries to find out the perpetrators of the same. Legal proceedings are brought before the courts of correction and are greatly simplified, as is customary in Germany. The public forest may not be sold, mortgaged, or divided, and the product can be sold only through state foresters. As in the olden times, 1/4 of the stands in the timber forest and 1/4 of the felling budget in the coppice is placed in reserve for urgent and unforeseen needs. In addition to these and other restrictions which refer to the public forests, there are prescriptions which apply to all woods in general. All foresters employed, even on private properties, have sheriff's power. Walking in the woods with axe, saw, and wagon outside of the public roads which pass through them is forbidden. The making of fires is forbidden. The making of fire lines 20 yards wide between private forests can be enforced by either owner, and railroads along their rights-of-way are required to make such. By special law of 1893, the setting of fires even within 200 yards of a wood is forbidden in certain regions, and the punishment of infractions of these laws is very severe. The rights of user are gauged by the administration according to the possible yield, even in private forests, and are surrounded by many other restrictions. The wood falling under such rights of user is cut and delivered by the forest agents, and the rights can be forcibly extinguished by exchange of territory. Supervision of the communal forests, which had indeed existed since the 16th century, was by no means an easy task. The opposition to it, which had always existed and was in earlier times, justified by the incompetence and graft of the officials, continued even after this justification of it had ceased. Thanks to the tact and efficiency of the officials of the modern period, the opposition has been largely overcome, and thanks to the progress made in enforcing these rigorous laws, their necessity has almost vanished, and at present, relatively few infractions need to be investigated and punished. Moreover, the rigor of the original law was somewhat abated by the law of 1859. There are, however, voices which proclaim that the supervision by the government is not as thorough as it should be, and that the conditions of the communal property have deteriorated. While the supervision of the management of communal property is mainly based on fiscal considerations, the Code Forestier also authorizes the administration to interfere in the management of forests whose influence on the public welfare can be demonstrated. In order to assure the possibility of such interference, every private owner who desires to clear land is required to advise the government of his purpose, when the administration can prevent such clearing, if deemed necessary to prevent landslides, erosion, and torrential action, to protect water sources, sand dunes, for defensive purposes at the frontier, and for public health. Otherwise, the management of private forests is unhampered. By special legislation enacted in 1860 and 1882, however, the special cases of torrential action were taken care of in a special manner, which will be set forth in the following pages. The Reboisement Law of 1882 authorizes the administration to acquire by expropriation mountain forests or mountain slopes needed for reforestation for the sake of safeguarding them and preventing torrential damage. For Algiers, the same authorization to expropriate was extended by law of 1903 to include all such areas on which, according to the Code Forestier, the administration might forbid clearing, and such extension is advocated for the mother country. As a rule, the administration has been able to avoid expropriation and secure the territories by voluntary sale at less than $10 per acre. At present, the Forest Service is under the Minister of Agriculture as President of the Forestry Council, with a Director General as Vice President and technical head, and 3 Administrateurs Verificateurs Généraux, chiefs of the 3 bureaux into which the administration is divided, each with 2 chiefs of sections, inspectors, and the necessary office staff. For purposes of the local administration, the forest area is divided into 32 conservations, each under charge of a conservateur, equivalent to the German Oberforstmeister. These are again subdivided into chefferies or inspections, 2 or 12 in each conservation, which are administrative units under the supervision of inspectors, 200, and assistant inspectors, 210. In addition, A special service for forest organization and reboisement employs 14 inspectors and some 20 assistants. The forest districts, or cantonnement, ranges, finally, are under the direct charge of Garde Générale, 162, with the assistance of Garde Générale Stagiaire, 67, and under foresters or guards, brigadiers, 3,650, altogether a personnel of over 4,400 officials. While this is a larger force per acre, yet the expense for personnel per acre is less than one-half that of the Prussian Forest Administration, and one-quarter of that in several of the other German state administrations. In 1909, a reorganization was effected, improving to some extent the salaries. The legislation of 1909 also further strengthened state influence by placing certain private properties under the control of the administration, and allowing the latter to undertake the management of private properties at the request of owners for a consideration. The budget for 1911 places the total expenditure for the Forest Administration at $3 million, 98 cents per acre, of which $950,000 for reboisement and other improvement work. The receipts for the last 5 years have averaged near $7 million, so that a net result of $1.60 per acre seems attained, considering the expense of reboisement as new investment. 4. Work of reforestation. The most noted work of the Forest Administration, and one for which it deserves high credit, has been that of the reclamation of wastelands, of which in 1879 it was estimated there were still 20 million acres in extent. Especially the reboisement work in the Alpine districts, as a result of the law of 1882, has become celebrated. The movement for recovery of wastelands dates from the beginning of the 19th century, and today reforestation by state, communal, and private effort encouraged by legislative acts during the last 60 years has restored well nigh more than 3 million acres of ground, which had been lost to forest production. There are 4 definite regions of large extent in which systematic effort in this direction has been made, namely the sand dunes of Gascony and the Landes of southwestern France, the sandy plains of La Saône, the limestone wastes of Champagne, and the mountain slopes in the Vosges and Jura Alps. The sand dunes on the coast of France comprise around 350,000 acres. Those on the coast of Gascony and southwest France alone have an extent of nearly 250,000 acres, these being the most important and having for a long time endangered the adjoining pastures and fields. It seems that the land occupied by dunes was originally forested, and that these were created by deforestation. As early as 1717, successful attempts at reforestation were made by the inhabitants of La Teste, and from that time on sporadically small plantings came into existence. But the inauguration of systematic reforestation was begun only after a notable report by Bermontier, who, in 1786, secured as chief engineer of the department of Bordeaux a sum of $10,000 to be employed in ascertaining the possibilities of draining the Landes by means of a canal, and of fixing the dunes. As a result of this beginning, the method for their recovery having been in 1793 experimentally determined by Bermontier, 275,000 acres of moving sand had been fixed during that last century. The revolutionary government in 1799 created a commission of dunes, of which Bermontier was made president. An annual appropriation of $10,000 was made, later in 1808 increased to $15,000. In 1817, the work was transferred to the Administration des Ponts et Chaussées. The appropriations were increased until, in 1854, they reached $100,000 a year, and in 1865, the work being nearly finished, the dunes were handed over to the Forest Administration. There being still about 20,000 acres to be recovered, this was achieved in 1865, when 200,000 acres had been reforested at an expense of about $2 million, and an additional expense of $700,000 to organize the newly formed pine forests. Pinus maritima was entirely used. These at present, with their resinous products and wood, are furnishing valuable material. An unfortunate policy of ceding some of these forest areas to private and communal owners, who claimed them as of ancient right, and also of sales, was inaugurated just as the planting was finished, so that at present only 125,000 acres remain in the hands of the state. The returns from the sales, however, reimbursed the cost of the reboisement in excess by 140,000, so that the state really acquired for nothing, a property now estimated to be worth $10 million. A similar plantation on moving sands of 35,000 acres is found north of this tract. To the eastward of this region of dunes stretched the so-called Lande, a territory triangular in shape, containing 2 million acres of shifting sands and marshes, on which a poor population of shepherds on stilts used to eke out a living. In 1873, Chamberlain, an engineer of the Administration of Bridges and Roads, Administration des Ponts et Chaussées, conceived the idea of improving this section by reforestation, and at his own expense recovered some 1,200 acres in the worst marsh by ditching and planting. The success of this plantation invited imitators, and by 1855, the reforested area had grown to 50,000 acres. This led in 1857 to the passage of a law ordering forestation of the parts of the land owned by the state, as well as by the communities, the state at the same time undertaking the expense of building a system of roads and making the plans for forestation free of charge. The communities were allowed to sell a part of the reclaimed land in order to recover the expense, and sold some 470,000 acres for $2.7 million, of which less than $300,000 were used to forest the 250,000 acres belonging to them. From 1850 to 1892, private owners imitating the government and communal work, altogether nearly 1,750,000 acres, were covered with pine forest at a cost of $4 to $5 per acre, or, including the building of roads, for a total expenditure of around $10 million. In 1877, the value of the then recovered area was estimated at over $40 million. This figure being arrived at by calculating the possible net revenues of a pinery under a 75 years rotation, which was figured at $2.50 per acre, with a production of 51 cubic feet per acre and 200 quarts of resin at $3 each. An estimate of recent date places the value of the recovered area at $100 million. Centrally located between the valleys of the Loire and the Cher near Orléans lies the region of La Salonne, a sandy, poorly drained plain upon an impenetrable calcareous subsoil giving rise to stagnant waters. This region, too, had been originally densely wooded and was described as a paradise in early times, but from the beginning of the 17th century to the end of the 18th it was deforested, making it an unhealthy, useless waste. By 1787, 1,250,000 acres of this territory had become absolutely abandoned. About the middle of the 19th century, a number of influential citizens constituted themselves a committee to begin its work of recovery, the Director General of Forests being authorized to assume the presidency of that committee. As a result, a canal 25 miles in length and 350 miles of road were built, and some 200,000 acres, all non-agricultural lands, were sowed and planted with maritime and Scotch pine, the state furnishing assistance through the Forest Service and otherwise. A setback occurred during the severe winter of 1879, frost killing many of the younger plantations, which led to the substitution of the hardier Scotch pine for the maritime pine in the plantings. The cost per acre set out with about 3,500 two-year-old seedlings accounted to $5. An estimate of the value of these plantations places it at not less than $18 million, so that lands which 50 years ago could hardly be sold for $4 an acre now bring over $3 as an annual revenue. In the province of Champagne, south of Reims, a plain of arid limestone wastes of an extent which in the 18th century had reached 1,750,000 acres, is found. About 1807, the movement for the recovery of these wastes began, first in a small way, gaining strength by 1830 after some sporadic experiments had shown the possibility of reforestation, and today over 200,000 acres of coniferous forest, mainly Austrian and Scotch pine, largely planted by private incentive, are in existence, the better acres being farmed. It is interesting to note that land which 50 years ago was often sold without measurement by distance, as far as the cry would carry, and rarely for more than $4 per acre, is today worth over $40 at a cost for planting of less than $25. The stumpage value of a 30 years' growth is figured at from $50 to $100. The total forest area is valued at $10 million, with net revenue from the 200,000 acres at $2 per acre. France is unfortunate in having within her territory, although so little mountains, the largest proportion of the area in Europe liable to torrential action. Not less than 1,462 brooks and mountain streams have been counted as dangerous waters in the Alps, the Cevennes, and the Pyrenees mountains, or two-thirds of the torrents of Europe. An area nearly 1,000,000 acres in extent of mountain slopes is exposed to the ravages of these waters by erosion. Here, the most forcible demonstration of the value of a forest cover in protecting watersheds was furnished by the results of the extensive forest destruction and devastation which took place especially during and following the years of the Revolution. Long ago, in the 16th century, the local parliaments had enacted decrees against clearing in the mountains, with severe fines, confiscation, and even corporal punishment, and these restrictions had been generally effective. But during the Revolutionary period, all these wholesome restrictions vanished. Inconsiderate exploitation by the farmers began, and the damage came so rapidly that in less than 10 years after the beginning of freedom, the effect was felt. Within 3 years, 1792, the first complaints of the result of unrestricted cutting were heard, and by 1803 they were quite general. The brooks had changed to torrents, inundating the plains, tearing away fertile lands or silting them over with the debris carried down from the mountains. Yet in spite of these early warnings and the theoretical discussions by such men as Boussingault, Becquerel, and others, the destructive work by axe, fire, and overpasturing progressed until about 8,000,000 acres of tillable land had been rendered more or less useless, and the population of 18 departments had been impoverished or reduced in number by emigration. A young engineer, Sorel, was the first to study the possibility of coping with the evil, and proved in his Études sur le torrent in 1841 its relation to forest cover and the need of attacking it at the sources. The first work of recovery was tentatively begun in 1843, but the political events following did not promote its extension until, in 1860, a special law charged the Forest Department with the mission of extinguishing the torrents. There were recognized 2 categories of work, the one considered of general public interest being designated as obligatory, the other, with less immediate need, being facultative. The territories devastated by each river and its affluents on which the work of recovery was to be executed were known as perimeters. In the obligatory perimeters, private lands were to be acquired by the state by process of expropriation, and communal properties were to be only, for a time, occupied by the state, and after the achievement of the recovery were to be restituted on payment of the expense of the work, or else the corporation could get rid of the debt by ceding 1/2 of its property to the state. In the facultative perimeters, the state was simply to assist in the work of recovery by gratuitous distribution of seeds and plants, or even by money subventions in some cases. It appeared hard that the poor mountaineers should have to bear all the expense of the extinction of the torrents, and much complaint was heard. In response to these complaints, in 1864, a law was passed allowing the substitution of sodding instead of forest planting for at least part of the perimeters, with a view of securing pastures. But this method seems not to have been successful and was mostly not employed. Finally, by the reboisement law of 1882, the complaints of the mountaineers were properly taken care of by placing the entire expense of the reboisement work on the state. The attitude of the mountaineers, which was at first hostile due to the restriction of the pasture, has been overcome by the beneficial results of the work, and now the most hostile are ready to offer gratuitously their territory to the Forest Department. Wherever necessary, the state has bought territory, and from year to year has increased its holdings and continues to acquire land at the rate of 25,000 to 30,000 acres per year. The budget of 1902, for instance, containing $1 million for this purpose, that of 1911, only 40,000. Altogether, the state had, up to 1900, acquired 400,000 acres, of which 218,000 have been planted, and it is estimated that about 430,000 acres more will have to be acquired. The total expense outside of subventions to communities and private owners, up to 1900, has been over $13 million, of which somewhat over $5 million was expended for purchases. It is estimated that around 25 to 30 million more will be needed to complete the work. Of the 1,462 torrents there were in 1893, 163 entirely controlled, and 654 began to be cured. Among the former, there were 31 which 50 years ago were considered by engineers incurable. It is estimated that with the expenditure of $600,000 per annum, The work may be finished by 1945. The names of Mathieu and de Montsey, especially the latter, are indelibly connected with this great work. Lately, however, Briot, in his classical work Les Alpes Françaises, criticizes severely as improperly extravagant the large expenditures in places where the result does not warrant them, and proclaims as illusory some of the methods adopted.
End of section 11. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Section 12 of A Brief History of Forestry by Bernard Fernau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. France. Continued.
5. Forestry Science and Practice.
Until the 16th century, whatever regulations had been issued regarding forest use were merely administrative or police character, and had nothing to do with the management or silviculture except perhaps so far as the number of baliveaux, reserved trees to be left, might be considered as bearing upon the subject. The reformateurs, who were from time to time appointed, had to deal only with judicial questions and abuses, and usually the ordinances referred only to special forests. But in 1563 the Table de Marbre of Paris issued instructions which were to serve in all forests. A futile attempt to secure statistical knowledge of the forest domain was made, apparently with a view to regulation of the cut, by de Fleury, the chief of the Forest Service, in 1561. In default of data from many of the maîtrises, a provisional partial order to regulate the cut was issued in 1573, which remained in force for 100 years and was regularly disregarded, extraordinary cuts being made without authority and with the connivance of the officers. An ordinance of 1579 describes the deplorable condition of the forests at length and calls for statistical data, but again without result. A number of further ordinances also made no impression upon the callous and corrupt officials of the Forest Service. The first-class attempt to secure more conservative forest use and to regulate the cut was made by Henry IV in instituting a commission, and as a result of its report, issuing his General Order of Rouen in 1597, a highly interesting document giving insight into conditions and opinions of the foresters of that period. It also remained without any result whatsoever. Repeated replacement of the higher officials had no more effect than the issuance of ordinances. Not until Colbert's vigorous reform in 1669 came a change in conditions. Meanwhile, some forestry notions had been developed. A sequence of felling areas in the coppice, and hence an area division, an idea of rotation and of the exploitable age, 10 to 20 years, although sometimes down to 3 and 4 years, the leaving of overwood, which became obligatory in the royal domain, and a kind of regulation of its age, 40 years, too short, according to one writer of the time, to furnish valuable trees, and some proper considerations of its selection. In the timber forest, the fellings proceeded by area in regular order from year to year, leaving a prescribed number of marked seed trees, at least 6 to 8 per acre, on such areas as were outside the rights of user and removed from the likelihood of depredations, the felling age being at least 100 years, under the notion that the oak, the most favored species, grows for 100 years, keeps vigorous but stands still for another 100, and declines in a third 100. Sowing of acorns on prepared ground was also ordered in the 16th century, and perhaps occasionally done. Young growths were sometimes protected by ditches or fences against cattle, although objections were raised against the former as impeding the chase. A diameter limit sometimes reserved all oak and beech 2 feet in circumference at 6 inches from the ground, the height of the stump. Even improvement cuttings, called recépage, are on record in Normandy, mainly for the purpose of cutting out softwoods and freeing the young valuable reproduction, repeated in decennial returns. Later thinnings assumed the character of selection fellings and indeed received the name of jardinage. They were continued until the time for final cut and regeneration had arrived. In the coniferous mountain forests, selection cutting, pure and simple, was the rule. It appears, then, that quite sane notions of silviculture existed, albeit they may not have been very generally and very strictly carried out. Especially during the 16th century, the maladministration of the royal domain brought with it a decadence of the practice in the woods. The area of the coppice increased by clear cutting at the expense of the timber forest, and by Colbert's time,
all forestry knowledge had well nigh become forgotten. The Forest Ordinance of 1669 attempted to reform not only the administrative abuses, but to improve the method of exploitation hitherto practiced, at least put in writing, codified as it were, the best usage of the time. A commission of 21 was instituted to make working plans and prescribe the practice. The prescriptions had reference both to management and silvicultural practice. A felling budget, état d'assiette, was prescribed annually by the Grand Maître for each garderie district, and felling areas were also sometimes, but not always, definitely located. Besides, extraordinary fellings might be ordered. The garderies were divided into triages now called cantons, management classes or site classes under different rotations, and the fellings proceeded in each triage in sequence. In each felling area, as had been supposedly the practice, at least 8 seed trees per acre, and generally 16, besides those under the diameter limit, were to be left, the method à tiers et art. Intermediary thinnings, were avoided and frowned down upon, probably because of the abuses to which they had given rise. Meanwhile, their need grew more and more, especially in those places where the felling method did not produce satisfactory regeneration, and softwoods impeded the development of the better kinds. To improve the chances for valuable regeneration and to keep the softwoods down, the foresters proposed the reduction of rotations from 100 to 50 and even 40 years, and as with each felling the number of reserve trees had to be left, the forest assumed a form resembling the coppice under standards. In the coniferous forest of the mountains, fir, which in Colbert's time appear almost like a new discovery to his reformers, the selection forest with a diameter limit, e.g., 6-inch at the small end of the 21-foot log, was the method most generally in vogue, and is still to a large extent the method in use, but somewhat better regulated and modified, sometimes with improvement fellings added. In some parts, especially in Lorraine, for a time artificial regeneration and a strip system were tried, and even a group selection with a regeneration period of probably 25 to 30 years and an exploitable age of 100 years was practiced in the 18th century. Buffon, in 1739, proposed a treatment for the pineries to secure natural regeneration by cutting 1/3 to 1/2, leaving 40 to 50 seed trees per acre, while Duhamel, 1780, considers selection method best for larch and pine as well as fir, although pine might, like oak, be readily reproduced by sowing. While system and orderly progress of fellings in selection forests had gradually been established during the Revolution, this was largely disregarded, and unconservative fellings became the order. Guyot's Manuel Forestier, published in 1770, gives a good idea of the status of forestry at that time. It appears that for timber forest, mostly royal woods, rotations varying from 60 to 200 years, for coppice from 10 to 20 years, were in use on the royal domain, that fellings were regulated according to species, soil quality, and the most advantageous yield. To facilitate regeneration, a superficial culture of the soil is also advocated. The prescription of Colbert's ordinance to leave a certain number of seed trees no matter for what species or conditions of soil or climate had as early as 1520 been pointed out as faulty by one of the Grand Masters, Tristan de Rostaing, who had recommended a method of successive fellings. This prescription, applied pretty nearly uniformly as a matter of law, removed from the officials all spirit of initiative and desire or requirement of improving upon it. No knowledge beyond that of the law was required of them, hence no development of silvicultural methods resulted from the 17th and 18th century. The seed trees left on the felling areas grew into undesirable and branchy wolves, injuring the aftergrowth, or else were thrown by the wind or died, and many of the areas became undesirable brush. Not until the first quarter of the 19th century was a change in this method proposed through men who imported new ideas from Germany. When the inefficiency of the méthode à tiers et art was recognized, the only remedy appeared to lie in a clearing system with artificial reforestation, recommended by Réaumur and Duhamel. And indeed, the ordinance of 1669 recognized the probable necessity of filling up fail places in that manner. Yet the success of plantings in wastelands does not seem to have brought about much extension of this method to the felling areas. As late as 1862, Clavet, complaining of the conditions of silviculture in France, and of the ignorance regarding it, refers to the clearing system as méthode allemande, the German method. The shelterwood system, la méthode du renommement, was introduced in theory from Germany by Lorentz in 1827, was hardly applied until the middle of the century. Indeed, the promulgation of this superior method cost Lorentz his position in 1839, and other officers suffered similarly for this German propaganda. In this statement we follow Clavé and other authors. Hoffel takes exception to this conception of the origin of the shelterwood system because he finds in some documents allusion to a modified application of the tir et air method, which might be construed into shelterwood regeneration. Indeed, Guyot 1770 and Ferrand de Fenil 1790 describe methods of procedure which resemble somewhat this method of regeneration, but as the method of successive fellings was practiced in Germany since 1720, and fully developed in all its detail by 1790, Hartisch formulating merely into rules what was long practiced, it is likely that the French authors had heard of it. Moreover, in another place, volume 3, page 271, Hoffel says, quote, "At this time, 1821, one made several tentative regeneration cuttings by successive fellings according to the new formula, but without success." End quote. At the present time, large areas of coppice and of coppice with standards characterize the holdings of the municipal and private owners, and the selection forest still plays a considerable part, even in the state forests. The method of shelterwood in compartments being still more under discussion than found in practice. The main credit for advance in silviculture direction, which belongs to the French foresters in particular, is the development of new and fertile ideas regarding the operations of thinnings. Here, the differentiation of the crop into the final harvest, la haute, and the nurse crop, le bas, see page 105, and the differentiation of the operations, par la haute and par la bas, seems to have been for the first time described by Bopp in 1887. Indeed, the theory of thinnings at least seems to have been well understood by Buffon, who advanced his theories in a memoir to the Academy of France in 1774, and gives a very clear exposition of the value of thinnings and improvement cuttings. Nevertheless, thinning practice, while often accentuated in the literature, is too often omitted in practice, or exercised only in long intervals, while otherwise silvicultural practice is excellent, especially in the coppice. Most valuable lessons may be had especially from the experience in converting coppice into timber forest. At the International Congress of Silviculture, convening in connection with the Universal Exposition in 1900, supposedly the best home talent was represented, but it cannot be said that anything new or striking or promotive of the art or science transpired. The desirability of establishing experiment stations outside the one in existence at Nancy, established in 1882, and the desirability of constructing yield tables still required arguments at this meeting. In the direction of forest organization, it is stated by Clavé that in 1860 only 900,000 acres of the state domain were under a regulated management, namely 380,000 acres in timber and 520,000 in coppice with standards, leaving about 1,500,000 acres at that time still merely exploited. The same writer states that of the corporation or communal forests, hardly any are under management for sustained yield, and private forest management is not mentioned in this connection. Even today, less than one-third of the total area is under systematic control. In 1908, still, about 14% of the state forests were without working plans and 15% in selection forests. The method of forest organization employed, outside of the crude determinations of a felling budget in the selection forest, is an imitation of Cotta's combined area and volume allotment, with hardly any attempt at securing normality, introduced in 1825. Characteristic and differing from the German model is the practice of actually co-locating in each district, canton, the periodic felling areas, affectations, on the ground so as to secure a schematic felling series or periodic block, série. This is done often at great sacrifice. Lately various more pliable modifications have come into vogue, méthode de l'affection unique, and freer methods, méthode de quartier de régénération. Somewhat similar to Udike's stand management are proposed. Altogether, working plans such as elaborated in Germany are rare, and yield tables are still looked upon by Hoffel as doubtfully useful. The management of the state forests is extremely conservative, large accumulations of old stock, the holding over of one quarter for reserve, and high rotations, only apparently based on maximum volume production since the statistical data are scanty, are characteristic. The opposite conditions appear in the private forests. 6. Education and literature. In the earlier times, the service established was, as we have seen, often, nay, mostly, in incompetent hands. The offices of forest masters were purchasable, were given to courtiers as benefices, and became hereditary. In all of these, higher professional knowledge was unnecessary. The ignorance of the subordinates was as great as that of their German counterparts, but lasted longer. Hardly any book literature on the subject of forestry developed before the 19th century, and educational institutions had to wait until long past the beginning of that century. The first and up to the present only forest school came into existence after a considerable campaign directed by Baudrillard, Chief of Division, Administration Générale des Forêts, and Professor of Political Economy. His campaign in the Annales Forestières, the first volume of which appeared in 1808, and in other writings, as in his Dictionnaire des Eaux et Forêts, 1825, led to the establishment of the Forest School at Nancy in 1825. The first director of this school, Bernard Lorentz, having become acquainted with and befriended by G.L. Hartisch and his assistant, afterwards his son-in-law and successor, Adolphe Parade, having studied under Cotta, 1817-1818 in Tarente, this school introduced the science of forestry as it had been developed in Germany. But later generations under Nanquet, Barnery, Boyard, Bopp, and Pouton, imbued with patriotism, attempted in a manner to strike out on original lines. As a consequence of the unpatriotic German tendencies in its first directors, the continuance of the school at Nancy was several times threatened, there being friction between the administration of the school and the service, which in 1844 came to a climax, agents in the service being employed without preparation in the school, a condition which lasted until 1856. Even to date, an active service of 15 years is considered equivalent to the education in the school for advancement in the service. In 1839, Lorentz was disgracefully displaced, in spite of his great merits, because he advocated too warmly the application of the superior system of regeneration under shelter-wood to replace the coppice and selection forest, an incident almost precisely repeated in the state of New York in abandoning its state college at Cornell University, and in other respects the two cases appear parallel. Parade, the successor of Lorentz, being imbued with the same heretical doctrines, was constantly in trouble, and in 1847 a most savage attack in the legislature was launched which threatened the collapse of the school. This condition lasted until Parade's death in 1864, when Nanquet assumed guidance of the school and steered in more peaceful waters by avoiding all ideas at reforms and innovations, but otherwise improving the character of the school and introducing the third-year study. But he too was much criticized and in difficulties until 1880, nor was Pouton, his successor, free from troubles until in 1889 a new regime and new regulations were enacted. According to others, a reviewer of this volume, the difficulties which befell the institution were financial ones, quote, the too rapid conversion into timber forest reducing receipts which the Minister of Finance resented, end quote. Guyot's history of the school, however, leaves little doubt of the above interpretation being correct. In the case of the State College at Cornell University, a later historian might similarly claim financial difficulties, the school having actually been closed for lack of appropriation. Nevertheless, political trickery was the real cause of this lack. The school is organized on military lines. The students who intend to enter the state service are chosen from the graduates of the Institut National Agronomique of Paris, only a limited number being admitted. It has 12 professors, 2 for forestry, 2 each for natural science, mathematics, and 1 each for law, soil physics, and agriculture, for military science, and for German. A 3-year course, which includes journeys through the forest regions of France, leads to government employment. Indeed, the first paid position as Garde Générale Stagiaire is attained after 2 years' study and before leaving school. For several years, 1867 to 1884, English students preparing for the Indian service received their instruction here, and 380 foreigners have received their education in this school since its foundation. For the education of the lower grades, an imperial rescript ordered the establishment of several schools which were, however, never organized. In 1863 were proposed and in 1868 opened 4 schools where efficient forest guards were to secure some knowledge that would assist them to advancement. 3 of these schools persisted until 1883. In 1873, an additional school for silviculture for the education of underforesters was organized at Bad Vilmochen, where annually a limited number of students are permitted to enter. This institution has persisted to date. The French forestry literature has never been prolific, and to this day occupies still a limited amount of shelf room. The first book on record is a translation of the well-known volume of the Italian Peter de Crescentius, translated at the instance of Charles V in 1373. In the 16th century, we have reference to an encyclopedic volume, probably similar to the German Hausväter, by Oliver de Serres, Théâtre d'agriculture et ménage des champs, in which a chapter is devoted to the forests. During the 18th century, just as in Germany, the Camerales, we have seen in France a number of high-class writings, not by foresters, but by savants or students of natural history, the names of Réaumur, Duhamel, Buffon, and Michaud, appearing with memoirs transmitted to the Academy of France, the highest literary and scientific body of men on subjects relating to forestry. Réaumur, in his Réflexions sur l'état des forêts, in 1721, recommended the conversion of coppice forests into timber forests by a system of thinnings, but it is evident that his words were not heard beyond the Academy. Duhamel, in 1755, 1764, and 1780, repeats the recommendation of Réaumur in his 3 memoirs, Semi-plantation, Exploitation des bois, and Traité de la physique des arbres, in which he exhibits considerable learning, while Buffon, the great naturalist, in 1739 and after, presented several memoirs on forestry subjects full of excellent advice. Farren de Fenil, another one of the academicians, but also one of the conservators, is on record with 2 memoirs, in 1790 and 1791, on the management of coppice and timber forests, in which also the theory of thinnings was well developed. But among the foresters of the service there seems not to have been sufficient education to appreciate these writings, or, with the exception of Guyot, with his Manuel Forestier, 1770, to bring forth any contributions to the literature and art until the 19th century. In 1803 we find the first encyclopedic volume in Traité de l'aménagement des forêts, which was followed in 1805 by a very incorrect translation of Hartisch Lehrbuch, both by Baudrillard, professor of political economy, who also published in 12 volumes his Traité général des eaux et forêts. Pertuis in 1796, and Dralet, a forester in 1807, also brought out treatises on forest management, which include all branches of the subject. According to Huffel, the foresters of this period, Louis XV and XVI, were of superior character, and forestry in France was the first in the world. The writings of French authors were being translated into German and studied by foreign foresters. He has to admit, however, that the majority of these authors were not really members of the Forest Service. In 1836 appeared Perad's Cours élémentaire de culture des bois, an excellent book recording the teachings of Hartisch and Cotta. This seems to have been all sufficient until 1873 at least. Such things as yield tables are still a mere wish. When Tassis wrote his Études, etc., in 1858, while de Salamon a little later reproduced Cotta's yield tables, and to this day this needful tool of the forester is still almost absent, at least in the literature of France. Nanquet, Breuillard, Barnery, Pouton, Rousse, Bopp, all directors or professors at the forest school, enriched the French literature by volumes on silviculture and forest management, and Henri on soil physics. He also translated from the German Volney's De Composition des Matières Organiques. It is claimed by Guyot that a truly French science of forestry dates from Breuillard's Cours de Management in 1878. De Moncy's Reboisement des Montagnes, 1882, is a classic volume. Of more modern book literature may be mentioned 3 voluminous publications, namely Traité des Arbres by Mouillefer, 1892 to 1898 in 3 volumes, and Traité d'exploitation commerciale des bois by Maty in 2 volumes, and Guyot's Cours de droit forestier in 2 volumes. A very complete work on valuation of damage under the misleading title Incendies and Forêts was published by Jacot in 1903. But the latest and perhaps most ambitious work in the French language, and especially of intense interest from the historical point of view, tracing not only the development of forest policies but of silvicultural and managerial practices in France, is G. Hoffel's Économie forestière, in 3 volumes published 1904 to 1907. There should not be forgotten as among the non-professional promoters of forest questions, Chevalier, a chemist and manufacturer, who in 1844 made investigations regarding the influence of irrigation on wood growth and on the influence of fertilizers, and, in connection with Wertheim, laid the foundation for timber physics. One bi-weekly magazine, Revue des Eaux et Forêts, in existence for 50 years, the successor to the Annales Forestiers, began in 1808, satisfies the need of current literature, besides the journals of various forestry associations, among which the Bulletin de la Société de France Comte et Belfort has for a long time taken a prominent rank. A very active propagandist, literary, and association work has within the last decades been inaugurated, and forestry associations of local character abound. Among these, the Touring Club, a sporting association with some 16,000 members and 364 branches, is active by writing out prizes and promoting wasteland planting. Through its agency, some 4,000 acres had been planted by 1910, some 900 nurseries furnishing plant material. An active section of silviculture in the Société d'Agriculteurs some time ago absorbed the Forestry Association and is also doing practical work in the direction most needed, improvement of forestry practice among private woodland owners. 7. Colonial policies. The French possess extensive colonies in Africa, Asia, America, and Oceania, covering not less than 4 million square miles with over 90 million people, to some of which at least they have extended some features of their forest policy, notably in Algeria, Tunis, Indochina, and Madagascar. Algeria, which was conquered in 1828, is about 4/5 of the size of France, but only 5.5% is forested. Besides the desert, there are 2 forest regions, the northern slope, the so-called Tell, abutting on the Mediterranean, which, with 20% forested, contains the most valuable forests of cork oak, various other oaks, and Aleppo pine. And the high plateau to the south, a region of steppes with about 6% forested, mostly with brushwood. The adjoining Tunis also contains some 2 million acres of forest, a part of which clothed with the valuable cork oak. Although the population does not exceed 5 million, import of wood from Sweden and elsewhere to nearly $1 million in amount is necessary. The first advancement in civilization led to widespread destruction of the originally larger forest area, fire and pasture being especially destructive. Before the French occupation, the 8 million acres of forest were all, as usual in the Mussulmans' empires, the property of the Sultan, but were used like communal property by the people. By 1871, the larger portion, some 6 million acres, remained in possession of the state, much encumbered by rights of user. At the same time, considerable areas, some 700,000 acres, had been ceded to communities outright, and others, 1.25 million acres, had been sold to private parties. At first, these latter lands were let for exploitation of the cork oak on 40-year leases, later extended to 90 years with indemnities for damage by fire, an incentive to allow these to run, until in 1870 the fire damage having become onerous, all areas burned after 1863 were gratuitously ceded to the contractors. More than 1/3 the areas involved, and the other 2/3 were then sold at a ridiculously low price and under the easiest conditions of payment, in the same shameful manner in which the timberlands in the United States were given away. In 1836, a forest administration for the state domain was inaugurated, but the unfortunate division of powers between military and civil authorities was a hindrance to effective improvement of conditions. The fire ravages of 1871 led to a thorough reorganization under the direction of Tassy in 1873. Nevertheless, in 1900, Lefebvre, inspector of forests, in his book Les Forêts d'Algérie, still complains that the forests are being ruined, especially by pasturing, the means allowed the administration being too niggardly measured. The forest code of the home country and special laws enacted from time to time applies. The administration of the state and communal forest is directly under the Home Department and is regulated in similar manner. A reorganization and a special forest code for Algiers was enacted in 1903. This legislation relies still largely on the general principles of the Code of 1827. The most interesting features are the provision for expropriation, in addition to the state domain of forest, the preservation of which is of public interest, and the rigorous forest fire legislation, which permits the treatment of incendiaries as insurrectionists, makes the extinction of forest fires a duty of the forest officials, and provides the forcible establishment of fire lines or rides between neighbors. In the forests placed under the forestry regime, permits from the governor-general are required for clearing. For the administration of these properties, the state receives 10% of the gross yield. Reforested hilltops or slopes and sand dunes are relieved from taxes for 30 years, burnt areas for 10 years. In the other African possessions, unregulated exploitation of the tropical forests, largely for byproducts like caoutchouc, cola, and fine furniture woods, is still the order of the day, except in Madagascar, which, with 25 to 30 million acres of tropical forest area, was in 1900 provided with a forest service, which is under the Minister of Colonies. Here, a license system is in vogue, giving concessions to exploit limited areas for a given time at an annual rent of less than 1% per acre per year. The concessions run from 5 to 20 years, and on 12,500 acres or more, the time of their duration being extended from the lowest term for 1 year for every 2,500 acres. Police regulations and fines are intended to check abuses and to regulate the rights of users exercised by natives. In Indochina, Cochin China, Cambodia, Annam, Tonkin, the total forest area is still unknown. Only that of Cochin China, with 2.5 million acres, and of Cambodia, with 10 million acres, can be stated, and Cochin China seems to possess the only approach to a forest service. Although it is estimated that in 1901 in the whole of Indochina, with 18 million people, some 85 million cubic feet of wood were cut, 9/10 firewood, an import of over $200,000 worth of workwood from Europe was needed. The first attempts at regulating forest use in these Asiatic possessions date back to 1862, when exploitation was confined to delimited areas. The administration, however, remained inefficient, and under impracticable and heterogeneous orders, which were issued from time to time, devastation progressed with little hindrance. For Cochin China, a more definite forest policy was formulated in 1894-95, when not only the state domain but also the private forest property was placed under the régime forestier. The supervision of the private forest consists in requiring the marking of trees to be cut by government agents, and a permit for their removal. The state forests are of two classes: reserves in which all cutting is forbidden, only some 200,000 acres, and those in which licenses to cut may operate. Such licenses are given for 1 year and for a price of 100 piastres. The villagers have free use of the less valuable woods, their only obligation being to assist in the protection against fire and theft. A real forest service was not instituted until 1901, a director with 4 assistants being placed in charge under the Department of Agriculture. Until recently, reports of the deplorable condition due to the absence of technical management reached the outside, but lately, 1911, the Governor-General discussing the situation not only speaks approvingly of the Forest Service, which on the 2 million acres under its immediate management had, by 1909, trebled the revenue, but talks of extending its activities to planting up waste places in order to secure favorable water conditions for irrigating lands. The rest of the colonies are being merely exploited. End of section 12. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia.
Section 13 of A Brief History of Forestry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lawrence Trask, Mount Vernon, Ohio, InterfaceAudio.com. A Brief History of Forestry by Bernard Fernau. Section 13. Russia and Finland. While Germany and France were forced into the adoption of forest policies through necessity after the natural woods had been largely destroyed or devastated, Russia started upon a conservative forest management, long before the day of absolute necessity seemed to have arrived. Indeed, even today, Russia is one of the largest and increasingly growing exporter of forest products in the world, its annual export having grown in the 5 years 1903 to 1908 from 4 to 6 million tons and from $35 to $62 million. A vast territory of untouched woods is still at her command, representing roughly 2/3 of the forest area of Europe. The vast empire, second only to the British Empire in extent, gradually acquired since the 15th century, occupies in Europe, including Finland, somewhat over 2 million square miles, with over 120 million inhabitants, and in Asia, somewhat over 6.5 million square miles, with only 30 to 40 million people. Until 1906, when as a result of a revolution, a kind of representative government was secured, the hereditary Tsar was ostensibly and by title an autocrat, governing with the assistance of 4 great councils and 12 ministers, but in reality the government was in the hands of a bureaucracy and court cabal, to a large extent corrupt, and hence the many good laws and institutions of which we read may not always be found executed in practice as intended. The European section of the country is divided into 98 governments or provinces, each under a governor, who is, however, largely dependent on the central power. The large territory of Siberia is divided into 3 governor-generalships. Much of it, as well as of the other Asiatic provinces, is still unorganized, undeveloped, and unexplored, or at least little known. Originally used mainly as a penal colony for criminal and political exiles, since the completion of the Great Trans-Siberian Railway, the country has been peopled by Russian farmers. Both European Russia and Siberia are in the main vast plains, the former sloping northwestward from the Ural Mountains in the east and from the Caucasus in the south, and the latter from the Altai, Lion, and Yabloni Mountains north to the Arctic Ocean. Both sections exhibit in the southern ranges the effect of continental climates, prairie and plains country, the steppe, and in its northern ranges the effect of an Arctic climate, short hot summers and long severe winters, tundra, and swamps. 1. Forest conditions and ownership. Both the forest area and the ownership conditions vary very much throughout the country. Russian statistics are very unreliable and are based on estimates rather than enumerations, and vary from year to year. So little is known of conditions in Asia, where Russia occupies a territory 3 times as large as its European possessions, that we can dispose of them briefly. There exists a vast forested area, almost unknown as to its extent and contents or value. This area is mainly located in Siberia, and although its extent is uncertain, it is known to exceed 700 million acres. But it is also known that its character is very variable, and much of it is taiga, or swamp forest, much of it devastated, and much of it in precarious condition, fires having run and still running over large portions, destroying it to such an extent that in several of the provinces within the forest belt, the question of wood supplies is even now a troublesome one. The natives are especially reckless, and devastation difficult to control. The railroad has only increased the evils. Here in Siberia, the first attempt at a management was made in 1897, in the government forests, which are estimated at over 300 million acres. In addition, about 400 million acres have been declared reserved forests. Not 1/3, however, even of the government forests is well stocked, and less than 4 million acres are under some form of management. In European Russia, the forest area comprises about 465 million acres, or 36% of the land area. The population being now over 120 million, nearly 1/2 escaped from serfdom only since 1861, the forest area per capita is only about 4 acres, somewhat less than in the United States, half of what is claimed for Sweden and Norway, although 7 times as large as that of Germany or France. It will be seen, therefore, that Russia, although still an exporting country, has reasons for a conservative policy, even if only the needs of the domestic population are considered, which alone probably consumes more than the annual increment of the whole forest area. And the consumption is growing with the growth of civilization, as appears from the increase of wood-consuming industries, which in 1877 showed a product of $8 million, in 1887 of $12.5 million, in 1897 of $50 million. This assertion that the era of overcutting has actually arrived may be made in spite of the stated fact that in the northern provinces only 2/5 of what is supposed to be a proper felling budget is cut and marketed, and that other most uncertain estimates make the cut 17 cubic feet per acre of productive forest area, and the annual growth, on still more uncertain basis, 31 cubic feet. The same reasons that operate in the United States contribute to wasteful practices, namely uneven distribution of forest and population. As in the United States, the East and West are or were well wooded, with a forestless agricultural region between. So in Russia, the North and the South, Caucasus Mountains, are well wooded, with a forestless region, the steppe, between. This leads, as with us, to an uneconomical exploitation of the woods, the inferior materials being wasted because not paying for their transportation in one section, and dearth of timber and fuel wood in the other section. The 2 most northern provinces of Archangel and Vologda, in size to all Germany, are wooded to the extent of 75 and 89% respectively, and the 14 northern provinces together contain nearly 1/2 the entire forest area. Here the forest covers 64% of the land area, and nowhere below 20%, and the acreage per capita ranges from 3 to over 200. These largely unsettled provinces are the basis of the active wood export trade, and as in the similarly conditioned areas of North America, the territory is devastated by fires, which sweep again and again over the large areas without check. Southern Russia, excepting the Caucasus, is largely prairie or steppe, forest cover sinking below 20%, on the whole, down to 2%, and less than 1/2 acre per capita. Altogether, 1/2 the country and 3/4 of the population are, with less than 14% of the forest area, exposed to a dearth of timber. The northern forest, the most economic factor, is composed largely of pure or mixed coniferous woods, 74%, principally Norway spruce, 34%, and Scotch pine, 29.5%, with only slight admixtures of larch and fir, and more frequently white birch. Open stand, comparatively poor development, and slow growth, characteristic of northern climate, reduce its productive capacity, while frequent bogs and other natural waste places outside those produced by mismanagement reduce its productive area by not less than 20%. Toward the south, deciduous species are more frequent, oak finally becoming the prevailing timber and farming forests, with beech, maple, ash, and elm as admixtures. As the plains are approached, pure deciduous forest indicates the change of climate. The forest of the Caucasus is principally of coniferous composition. There are 6 classes of forest property: the government domain, the appanage or imperial family, crown forests, private forests, peasant or communal forests, institute or corporation forests, and forests of mixed ownership in which government and private owners participate. The larger part of the forest area of European Russia is in control of the Crown or state, namely 278 million acres, or a little less than 2/3 of the whole, and a similar amount in Asia, beside the so-called appanage forests of 14 million acres set aside for the support of the court. Especially the northern forest is in government control. In some governments, Archangel, the entire area, 67% of the domain forest, lies in the two governments of Archangel and Vologda. In the less wooded districts, state property is insignificant. The area under government control in Europe and Asia is estimated in the official report for 1908 at around 957 million acres. This is, however, not the exclusive property of the state. Only about 260 million acres are so claimed. The larger balance includes 170 million acres, which are to be apportioned to the liberated peasants, 200 million acres in which the government is only part owner, or the ownership is in dispute, and the rest is only temporarily placed under the management or surveillance of the administration. Yet 60% in Europe and 13% in Asia is exclusive state property. In 1907, the area in Europe under working plans of the Forest Administration, however, was only 48 million acres, 86 million having been examined for working plans. Of the state property in Europe, 34% is spruce forest, 30% pine, and 26% mixed conifer forest, altogether 88% of coniferous timber. The Asiatic area is also over 80% coniferous. The appanage or crown forests, the yield of which goes towards maintenance of the imperial family, comprise about 16 million acres, or 3.4%. Private forest property to the extent of over 100 million acres, 23%, is most developed in the Baltic provinces and along the Vistula. Mining corporations and other institutes own about 7 million acres. The peasants, who until 1861 were mere serfs and had no ownership of any kind, being supplied with their necessities by the landed proprietors, still largely supply themselves in the northern provinces by the exercise of rights of user from the public domain on designated areas. In the central and southern provinces, farm and forest land, the latter, to the extent of nearly 40 million acres, were given to them in communal ownership. As stated above, about 170 million acres, classed as government domain, still awaits partition and cession to the peasants. 2. Development of forest policy. The first record of attention to the woods as a special property dates from Michael, the founder, and Alexis, the second of the House of Romanov, the former becoming Tsar in 1613, the latter in 1645. He it was who began to introduce Western civilization. He confined himself, however, to regulating property rights, which up to that time had remained somewhat undefined, the forest, as elsewhere, being considered more or less public property. He issued deeds of ownership, or at least granted exclusive rights to the use of forests, somewhat similar as was done in the ban forests. Soldiers alone were permitted to help themselves, even in private forests, to the wood they required. Protection against theft and fire was also provided. The peasants, being serfs, were bound to the glebe, and had, of course, no property rights, being maintained by the bounty of the seigneurs. Alexis' successor, the far-seeing Peter the Great, who in his travels in Germany and other European countries had no doubt been imbued with ideas of conservatism, inaugurated in the end of the 17th and the beginning of the 18th century a far-reaching restrictive policy which had two objects in view, namely economic use of wood, which he had learned to appreciate while playing carpenter in Amsterdam, and the preservation of ship timber, which his desire to build up a navy dictated. All forests for 35 miles alongside of rivers were declared and banned, and placed under the supervision of the newly organized Administration of Crown Forests. In these banned forests, the felling of timbers fit for shipbuilding was forbidden. Minute regulations as to the proper use of wood for the purposes for which it was most fit were prescribed, and the use of the saw instead of the axe was ordered. These rules were to prevail in all forests, with a few exceptions, and penalties were to be exacted for contraventions. This good beginning experienced a short setback under Catherine I, 1725, Peter's wife, who, influenced by her minister, Menshikov, abolished the forest administration and the penalties and reduced the number and size of banned forests. But the entire legislation was reenacted within 3 years after Catherine's death, 1727, under Anna Ivanovna's reign, and many new prescriptions for the proper use of wood were added and additional penalties enforced. At this time, under the influence of a German forest expert, Fockel, the increase of forest area by sowing oak, etc., in the poorly wooded districts was also inaugurated, and this planting was made obligatory, not only on the administration of crown forests, but also upon private owners, who in case of default were to lose their land and have it reforested by the forest administration. To Fockel's initiative it is also to be credited the celebrated larch forest on the Gulf of Finland. These restrictions of private rights and the tutelage exercised by the forest administration were abolished in toto by Catherine II in 1788, and although it was reported by the Admiralty, concerned in the supply of shipbuilding materials, that as a consequence the cutting, especially of oak timber, was proceeding rapidly, no new restrictive, but rather an ameliorative policy was attempted, such as, for instance, the offering of prizes for plantations in certain localities by the provincial governors. Upon the abolishment of the serfdom of the peasants under Alexander II in 1863, lands, both farm and woodlands, were allotted to them, and in this partition, in some parts as much as 25 to 50% of this forest property was handed over to them. Immediately a general slaughtering, both by peasants and by private owners who had suffered by losing the services of the serfs, was inaugurated, leading to wholesale devastation. Servitudes or rights of user also prevailed in some districts and proved extremely destructive. By 1864, complaints in regard to forest devastation had become so frequent that a movement for reform was begun by the Tsar, which led to the promulgation of a law in 1867, followed by a number of others during the next decade, designed to remedy the evils. This was done by restricting the acreage that might be felled, by forbidding clearings, and by giving premiums for good management and plantations. Finally, in 1875, a special commission was charged with the elaboration of a general order, which, after years of hearing of testimony and deliberation, was promulgated in 1888, a comprehensive law for the conservation of forests, private and otherwise, which in many respects resembles the French, in other respects the Swedish conservation laws. The devastation and its evil consequences on water flow and soil conditions had been especially felt in the southern districts adjoining the steppe, and these experiences were the immediate cause for enactment of the law, which, however, was framed to apply conditionally to the entire European Russia. The law makes an interesting distinction between protective, protected, and non-protective or unprotected forests, as well as between different ownership classes, and it makes distinction of 4 regions as to the extent of its application. In the far northern governments, densely forested 60% and thinly populated, only the protective forests are under the operations of the law. In the Caucasus also, none of the restrictions of private property, except in protective and communal peasant forests, are to apply, perhaps because the forest area, averaging not over 17%, is there largely owned by members of the imperial house and by nobles. In certain districts adjoining the northern zone, with 37% forest, also only the last 2 classes of forest, namely protective and communal properties, with institute forest added, are subject to the provisions of the law. The rest, a territory of over 1 million square miles with only 12% in forest, is subject to all the provisions of the law, which is remarkably democratic in treating state, imperial, and private forests alike. This law declares as protective forests to be managed under special plans prescribed by the Crown Forest Department those forest areas which protect shifting sands and dunes, the shores of rivers, canals, and other waters, and those on the slopes of mountains, where they serve to prevent erosion, landslides, and avalanches. Conversion to these protective forests to farm use is forbidden, and the use of a clearing system in forest management, as well as pasturage and other uses supposed to be detrimental, may be interdicted, and the method of management may be prescribed. An instruction regarding the execution of the law promulgated in 1889 prohibited clear-cutting in conifer forests, permitting only selection forest, and in especially endangered localities only the use of the dry wood and such trees as interfere with natural reproduction. Protected forests are those which are located at the headwaters and upper reaches of streams and their affluents. Here the rules as regards clearing, mismanagement, reforestation, and pasture applicable to the non-protective forests prevail, except that clearing may be prohibited or permitted if the committee deems it not dangerous owing to the small size of the clearing. In forests which are not protective forests, conversion into farms or clearing with the sanction of the committee is permitted, if thereby the estate is improved. For example, if the soil is fit for orchards and vineyards. Such clearing may also be allowed if the soil is fit for temporary field use, but in that case the area must be eventually reforested. Clearing is also permitted if another formerly farmed parcel of the same size has been reforested at least 3 years prior to the proposed clearing, or if in artificial plantations the growth is not yet 20 years old. Also in a few special cases where property boundaries are to be rounded off, roads to be located, etc. If, after 6 months from the time of the application, the committee has not forbidden the clearing, it is considered as permitted. It is also forbidden to make fellings which prevent natural regeneration, and the running of cattle in young growth is prohibited. Private owners are not required, but are permitted to submit working plans, and if these are accepted, they are exempted from any other restrictions. Such plans may be considered as accepted if the committee does not express itself within 1 year. All clearings made in contravention to the committee's decision must be replanted within a prescribed time, or may be forcibly reforested by the committee. The most interesting feature, because thoroughly democratic, is the creation of the local forest protection committees, which are formed in each province and district, and composed of various representatives of the local administration, 1 or 2 foresters included, the justice of the peace or other justice, the county council, and 2 elected forest owners. In all, 9 to 11 members, under the presidency of the governor. The committee is vested with large powers. It decides without appeal what areas are included in protective forests and approves of the working plans for these, as well as for the unreserved forests. It determines what clearings may be made, and exercises wide police powers with reference to all forest matters, working in cooperation with the Forest Administration, which latter has the duty of making working plans free of charge for the reserved forest, and at the expense of the owner for the private unreserved forests. Owners of the latter are, however, at liberty to prepare their own plans subject to approval. Appeal from decisions of the forest committees lies through the Committee of the Minister of Crown Lands and Minister of the Interior. In case the owner refuses to incur the extra expense arising from measures imposed upon him, the Domain Ministry may expropriate him, but the owner may recover within 10 years by paying costs with 6% interest in addition to the sale price. In addition to the above cited and other restrictive measures, some ameliorative provisions are also found. All protected forests are free from taxes forever, those artificially planted also for 30 years. Some of the best forest officials are detailed to give advice gratuitously to forest owners, forest revisor instructors, and prizes are given for the best results of silvicultural operations. At the recommendation of the forest committees, medals or money rewards or other distinctions are given to forest guards and forest managers of private as well as public forests. Plant material is distributed free or at cost price, and working plans for protective forests are made free of charge. The Imperial Loan Bank advances long-term loans on forests based upon detailed working plans made by the state, which ensure a conservative management. In 1900, over 7 million acres were in this way mortgaged under such management. The minutest details are elaborated in the instructions for the execution of this most comprehensive law. How far this law is really executed and what its results so far have been, it would be difficult to ascertain. It is, however, believed that it has worked satisfactorily. By 1900, 1.5 million acres had been declared protection forests, nearly 2 million protected or river forests, and nearly 100 million private and communal forests had been placed under the regime. In 1907, the total area under the regime had grown to over 136 million acres. Of private forests, 18 million acres in 6,015 forests were being managed according to working plans made or approved by the forest committees. In these plans, usually the strip system or seed tree system with natural regeneration under 60-year rotation for conifers and at least 30-year rotation for broadleaf forest is provided. In 1903, the application of the law was extended to the Caucasus, the Transcaucasian, and other southern provinces. But in the absence of suitable personnel and in a half-civilized country, no result for the immediate future may be anticipated. The surveillance of the execution of this law lies, with the assistance of the forest committees, in the hands of the State Forest Administration. This latter, centralized in the Department of Agriculture, consists of a Director General with 2 Vice Directors and so-called Bureau of Forests with 7 division chiefs, a number of vice inspectors and assistants. The local administration in the governments is represented by the Direction of Crown Lands with a superintendent or supervisor and several inspectors. The Crown Forests, divided into some 1,260 administrative units, are under the administration of superintendents, with foresters and guards of several degrees. The whole service comprised, in 1908, about 3,790 higher officials, some 850 of whom in the central office at St. Petersburg, and over 30,000 lower officials, some 20,000 of whom are educated under foresters. Large as this force appears to be, it is small in comparison with the acreage and inadequate. Although the net income from the 300 million acres of state forest which are actually worked is now close to $30 million, the expenditures being near $6 million, the pay of the officials is such as to almost force them to find means of subsistence at the cost of their charges. Perhaps nowhere else is there so much machinery and so much regulation with so little execution in practice. Nevertheless, progress is being made in gradually improving matters, and the forest property, or at least the cut, has become more and more valuable. While in the middle of the last century the income from the domain forest was only $500,000, by 1892 it had grown to $10 million. By 1901 to $23 million, and in 1908 to nearly $30 million, besides several $1 million worth of free wood. In 1908, the department spent over $500,000 on planting and assisting natural regeneration. Timber is sold as a rule to contractors by the tree or acre, and a diameter limit is almost the only restriction. In 1897, however, an arrangement was made by which the lumberman was obliged to reforest, or at least pay a certain tax into a planting fund, and a part payment of $2 to $4 per acre as guarantee must be made before cutting. This order, however, has remained mostly a dead letter, the buyer preferring to allow his guarantee to lapse. In 1906, there stood $3 million to the credit of this planting fund, and only half of it had been applied. Meanwhile, the unplanted area increases, since natural generation generally proves a failure. 3. Education and literature. The attempts at forestry education date back to the year 1732, when a number of foresters were imported from Germany to take charge of the forest management, as well as of the education of foresters, each Forstmeister having 6 pupils assigned to him. This method failing to produce results, the interest in ship timber suggested a course in forestry at the Naval Academy, which was instituted in 1800. Soon, the need of a larger number of educated foresters led to the establishment of several separate forest schools, one at Zarskoye Selo near St. Petersburg in 1803, another at Kozlovsk in 1805, and a third at St. Petersburg in 1808. This latter, under the name of the Forest Institute, absorbed the other two, and from 1813 has continued to exist through many vicissitudes. Now with 15 professors and instructors, and an expenditure of nearly $250,000, and over 500 students, it is the largest forest school in the world. It prepares in a 4 years course for the higher positions in the Forest Service. The history of this Forest Institute is practically the history of forestry in Russia. A second school at Novo Alexandria, near Warsaw, was instituted in 1860. In these schools, as in the methods of management, German influence is everywhere visible. In addition to these schools, chairs of forestry were instituted in the Petrovsk School of Rural Economy in Moscow, and in the Riga Polytechnic Institute, and also in 7 intermediate schools of rural economy. In 1888, 10 secondary schools were established after Austrian pattern for the lower or middle service, rangers, and under-foresters. Their number, by 1900, having been increased to 30, in 1908 to 33, with 460 students. These are boarding schools in the woods, where a certain number of the students are taught free of charge, the maximum number of those admitted being 10 to 20 at each school. The course is of 2 years' duration, and is mainly directed to practical work and theoretical study in silviculture. The total expense of such a school is about $3,300, of which the state contributes $2,500. The total expenditure in 1908 being $84,134. A number of experiment stations were established in various parts of the country by the administration of Crown lands, and a very considerable and advanced literature testifies to the good education and activity of the higher forest service. 2 forestry journals, Lesnozh Journal since 1870, and Lesopromykalny Vestnik, the first bimonthly, the latter weekly, besides several lesser ones, keep the profession informed. There are in existence several general societies for the encouragement of silviculture. Probably the oldest, which ceased to exist in 1850, was the Imperial Russian Society for the Advancement of Forestry, which was founded in 1832. It published a magazine and provided translations of foreign books, among which the forest mathematics of the noted German forester Koenig, who also prepared yield tables for the society. A society of professional foresters was founded at St. Petersburg in 1871. Another exists in Moscow, and recently 2 associations for the development of forest planting in the steppe have been formed. Among the prominent writers and practitioners there should especially be mentioned Theodor Karlowitsch Arnold, who is recognized as the father of Russian forestry. He was the soul of the forest organization work, for which he drew up the instructions in 1845, and as professor, afterwards director of the Institute for Agronomy and Forestry at Moscow since 1857, he became the teacher of most of the present practitioners. Finally, he became the head of the forest department in the Ministry of Appanages, where he remained until his death in 1902. He is the author of several classical works on silviculture, forest mensuration, forest management, etc., and in conjunction with Dr. W. A. Titinoff, published an encyclopedic work in 3 volumes. In the first volume, Russland's Wald, 1890, which has been translated into German, The author makes an extended plea for improved forestry practice and describes and argues at length the provisions of the law of 1888. In 1895, he published a history of forestry in Germany, France, and Russia. Of other prominent foresters who have advanced forestry in Russia, we may cite Count Vargasy de Bedemar, who made the first attempt to prepare Russian growth and yield tables in 1840 to 1850. Professor A.F. Rudsky, who was active at the Forest Institute until a few years ago, developed in his volumes especially the mathematical branches and methods of forest organization. The names of Tursky, Kravchinsky, and Kaygodorov are known to Russian students of dendrology and silviculture, and among the younger generations the names of Morozov, Nestorov, Orlov, and Tolsky may be mentioned. It is well known how prominent Russian investigators have become in the natural sciences, and to foresters the work of the soil physicists Ototsky and Dukachev would at least be familiar. 4. Forestry practice. While then a very considerable activity in scientific direction exists, the practical application of forestry principles is less developed than one would expect, especially in view of the stringent laws. So far, not much more than conservative lumbering is the rule. Generally speaking, the state and crown forests are better managed than the private, many of which are being merely exploited, and in the northern departments large areas remain still inaccessible. Some notable exceptions to the general mismanagement of private forests are furnished by some of those owned by the nobility, like those of Count Uwaroff, with 150,000 acres under model management by a German forester, and Count Stroganoff, with over 1,000,000 acres under first-class organization, with a staff of over 230 persons. A regular forest organization was first attempted in the forests attached to iron furnace properties in 1840. By this time, some 100 million acres have come under regulated management, half of the area being government forests. The method of regulation employed is that of area division and sometimes area allotment according to quota. In some regions, a division by rides into compartments ranging from 60 to 4,000 acres each, according to intensity of exploitation, has been effected. It is estimated that at the present rate of progress it would take 300 years to complete the work of organization. The selection method is still largely employed, a felling budget by number of trees and volume being determined in the incompletely organized areas, while a clearing system with artificial reforestation is used in most cases where a complete yield calculation has been made. The rotations employed are from 60 to 100 years for timber forest, 30 to 60 years for coppice. In the pineries, the strip system in echelons is mostly in vogue, the strips being made 108 feet wide, leaving 4 seed trees per acre, and on the last strip, which is left standing for 5 years, the number is increased to 8, which are left as overholders. This method, according to some, seems to secure satisfactory reproduction. To get rid of undesirable species, especially aspen and birch, these are girdled. In spruce forest, 50 to 60% of the trees are left in the fellings, when, after 3 to 4 years, the natural regeneration requires often repair, which is done, if at all, by bunch planting. After 8 to 10 years, the balance of the old growth is removed. While for a long time natural regeneration was alone relied upon, now at least artificial assistance is more and more frequently practiced. Yet, although over 2 million acres were under clearing system, not more than 5% of the revenue, or $100,000, was in 1898 allowed for planting, as against 7.5% in Prussia, the total budget of expenses then remaining below $3 million. But 10 years later, over $500,000 was employed by the government in planting, the planting fund contributed by the lumbermen furnishing the means. The Forest Administration of the province of Poland, where the state owns over 1.5 million acres, was for some time independent, but about 1875 was reorganized and placed under the Central Bureau at St. Petersburg. Although the forests of Poland are the most lucrative to the government, and with good market and high prices for wood, which are now rapidly increasing, would allow intensive management, the stinginess of the administration, the low moral tone of the personnel, and long-established bad practice have retarded the introduction of better methods. The private forests of Poland comprise over 4.5 million acres and are mostly not much better treated than the state forest. In the absence of any restrictive policy, they have diminished by 25% in the last 20 years. Considerable efforts have been made towards reforesting the steppes in southern Russia, first as in our own prairies and plains by private endeavor, but lately with more and more direct assistance of the State Forest Administration. This planting was begun by German colonists at the end of the 18th century, but without encouraging results, although over 25,000 acres had been planted by the middle of the 19th century. Since 1843, the government has had 2 experimental forest reserves in the steppes of the governments of Ekaterinoslav and Turaid, on which some 10,000 acres have been planted, the originator of this work being von Graf, a German forester, whose plantations, made with 8,000 plants to the acre, are still the best. Later, the number of plants was reduced to 1/2, and the results have not been satisfactory. Altogether, planting on large areas on soils unfit for the purpose and by wrong methods has produced poor results. At present, the policy is not to create large bodies of forest, but to plant small strips of 20 to 80 yards square in regular distribution, which are to serve as windbreaks, and the result has been satisfactory, especially in the government of Samara. There are now annually 2,000 acres added to these plantations. The reclamation of shifting sands and sand dunes has also received considerable attention, and to some extent the reboisement of mountain slopes in the Crimea and Caucasus. Of the former, some 10 million acres are in existence in European Russia, and in the province of Voronezh alone, each year 100,000 acres are added. For 50 years, sporadical work in their recovery was done. Not until 1891 and 1892, when 2 droughty famine years had led to an investigation of agricultural conditions, was a systematic attempt proposed, and this was begun in 1897. By 1902, some 80,000 acres had been fixed, and by 1904, 150,000 acres. In this work, the government contributes 36% of the cost, the benefited communities the balance. In addition, 1,500 square miles of swamps in western Russia were reclaimed by extensive canals and recovered with meadow and forest at a cost of $300,000, of which the imperial treasury paid 1/3, the owners 1/2, the local government the balance. While rational forest management, as we have seen, is far from being generally established, the government tries at least to prevent waste and to pave the way from exploitation to regulated management. End of section 13. Recording by Lawrence Trask, Mount Vernon, Ohio. Interface Audio.
Section 14 of A Brief History of Forestry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Taylor Rourke. A Brief History of Forestry by Bernard Fernau. Section 14. Finland. The Grand Duchy of Finland in the northeast of Russia is still, in some respects, independent of Russia. Finland, the land of 1,000 lakes and of most extensive forests, is hardly less important as a wood producer than Russia itself. Its wood exports, amounting at present to around 200 million cubic feet and over $25 million in value, represent over 50% of its trade and its most important resource. Settled in the 7th century by an Aryan tribe, the Finns, congeners of the Magyars, who subdued the aboriginal Laplanders, Finland became by conquest in the 12th century and remained for 500 years a province of Sweden. In the wars between Sweden and Russia, parts of this province were conquered by Russia, and finally, in 1809, Sweden lost the whole. But the Finns succeeded in preserving national unity and partial independence under a constitution, adopted in 1772 and recognized by the Tsar. Finland stands very much in the same relation to Russia as does Hungary to Austria, the union being merely a personal one. The Tsar is the ruler or Grand Duke, but the administration is otherwise largely separate from that of the empire, under a governor-general appointed by the Tsar, and a senate of 18 members at Helsingfors, with a national parliament of the 4 estates, nobles, clergy, burghers, peasants, which convenes every 5 years, the Tsar having the veto power over its legislation. The War Department of Russia, however, is in charge of military affairs, and other departments seem to be under more or less supervision of the Russian administration. Lately, repressive measures are threatening or have nearly accomplished the destruction of this autonomy. Of the 145,000 square miles of territory, nearly 50% is occupied by lakes and bogs, marshes, or tundra. Less than 9 million acres, 9.7%, is in farms, and 37.5 million acres, or 42%, is forest land, actual or potential. The major part of this is located in the northern and eastern sections, where the population is scanty, agriculture little developed, and sand soils prevail. Beyond the 69th degree, forest growth ceases, and naturally near the forest limit, the scrubby growth partakes of the character of all northern forests. Not more than 2.5 million acres, mostly in the southwestern sections, are actually under cultivation, the population being short of 2.5 million. The rigorous climate makes a large consumption of fuel wood necessary, and since houses are also mostly built of wood, the home consumption is over 32 cubic feet per capita. Over 10 million cubic feet of pine are consumed in making tar, and a like amount for paper pulp. The total cut is in the neighborhood of 370 million cubic feet, 4/5 of which comes from private forests of the middle and southern area, and over 1/3 of it is being exported. The country generally is a tableland with occasional low hills. The forest consists principally of pine, the latter a variety of the Scotch pine, or a species called Riga pine, which excels in straightness of bole and thrifty growth, and of spruce, 10% of the whole, mainly in the southeast. Aspen, alder, and birch, especially the latter, are considered undesirable weeds, and fire is used to get rid of them, where coniferous aftergrowth is desired. Although birch is also employed for fuel, bobbins, and furniture, and aspen for matches. Basswood, maple, elm, ash, and some oak occur, and larch, Larix sibirica, was introduced some 150 years ago. Long, severe winters and hot, dry summers produce slow growth, the pine in the north requiring 200 to 250 years, in the middle sections 140 to 160 years to grow to merchantable size. Fires, used in clearing, have from time to time run over large areas and have nearly killed out the spruce, except in the lowlands. But the pine, being more resistant, has increased its area, and in spite of the deterioration of the soil by fire, reproduces well. Originally, the forest was communal property, but in 1524, Gustav Vasa declared all forest and water not specially occupied to belong to God, King, and the Swedish crown, although he allowed the usufruct to the people free of charge, or nearly so. These rights of user are still the bane of the forest administration. Being left without supervision, it mattered little who owned the land. The forest was ruthlessly exploited. Later, the rights of user thus originating were bought off by ceding lands to the peasants. Not until 1851 did an improvement in these conditions occur, when a provisional administration of the state forests was provided in connection with the land survey. But a rational organization materialized only after an eminent German forester, V. Berg, director of the Forest School of Tarrant, had been imported, 1858, to effect a reconstruction. His advice was, however, only partially followed, and the organization was not perfected until 1869. Almost immediately, a powerful opposition to the administration developed, because it could not at once show increased profits, and the personnel, which had been scanty enough, was still further reduced. The large districts into which the state property had been divided were still further enlarged, and to this day, improvement in these respects has been only partial. The state forest area, situated mainly in the north, is stated as between 35 and 45 million acres, variable because of clearing for farms and new settlements, but it contains about 15 million acres of bogs and moors and much other wasteland, which reduces the productive forest area to about 12 million acres, 35%, leaving 65% of the productive forest area to private ownership. This state forest was divided 1896 into 53 districts, the districts being aggregated into 8 inspections, and the whole service placed under a central office, with a forest director and 5 assistants under immediate control of the Senate. The forest guards numbered 750, their ranges averaging 50,000 acres, while the districts averaged 600,000 acres, and several contain as high as 2.5 million acres. The forestmeister in charge may live sometimes 200 miles from the nearest town and 60 miles from the nearest road. His function is mainly to protect the property, to supervise the cutting and sales, and to teach the people the need of conservative methods. In spite of this insufficient service, considerable reduction in forest fires and theft has been attained. Beyond restriction of waste by axe and fire, and conservative lumbering of the state forest, positive measures for reproduction have hardly yet been introduced, both personnel and wood values being insufficient for more intensive management. At present, with a cut hardly exceeding 100 million cubic feet, the revenue is still almost nominal, say $600,000, and hardly the annual growth is cut. Selection forest is, of course, the rule, but since no trees are marked and cut less than 10-inch diameter at 25 feet from the ground, at least the possibility for improved management will not be destroyed when, through the exhaustion of the private forests and increased wood prices, more intensive management has become practicable. When the market is good, a clearing system with 100 to 160 year rotation is practiced. On the clearings, about 20 seed trees are left, and after 6 years the natural regeneration is repaired by planting. This latter method is especially prescribed on the government farms. These form an interesting part of the state property. Some 900 small farms with woodlots aggregating over 500,000 acres, mostly in the southern districts. These came into existence in the 17th and 18th centuries, being granted as fiefs to officers of the army as their only compensation. They reverted to the state and are rented for terms of 50 years, upon condition that the woods are to be managed according to rules laid down by the State Department, and special inspectors are provided to supervise this work. This system, in vogue since 1863, at first met with opposition on the part of the renters on account of the impractical propositions of the department. At present, the department manages many of these woodlots directly, as well as those which the clergy have received in lieu of emoluments. Since 1883, a corps of forest surveyors has been occupied in making working plans based upon diameter accretion at the curiously selected height of 25 feet from the ground. A commission was also instituted some years ago to segregate forest and farm soils in the state domain with the view of disposing of the latter preparatory to improved management of the remaining forest area. The state has also in a small way begun to purchase absolute forest soils in the southern provinces with a view to reforestation, The private forest areas, located in the more settled southern portions, are found mostly in small parcels and in peasants' hands, although the nobility also own some forest properties, but the size of single holdings rarely exceeds 1,000 acres. These areas are mostly exploited without regard to the future, furnishing still 4/5 of the large export, and, according to competent judges, will soon be exhausted. Although attempts have been made from time to time to restrict the use of private forest, practically little has been accomplished, and such restrictions as have been enacted are hardly enforced. A law, enacted in 1886, forbids clearing along waters adapted to fishing, and orders the leaving of seed trees or providing otherwise for regeneration if more than 12 acres are cut at one time. The method of utilizing the ground for combined forest and farm use, which is still frequently practiced, was forbidden on the light sandy soils of the pineries or was otherwise regulated. Forest fire laws are also on the statutes. Propositions for further restrictions made in 1891 were promptly rejected by the Parliament. Educational opportunities are offered in the Forest Institute at Evois, first established in 1862 as a result of Viborg's visit and reorganized in 1874. It accepts new students only every second year for the 2 years course. It has had a precarious existence, being left sometimes without students, and is naturally not of a high grade, practical acquaintance with woods work being its main aim. Since 1876, a school for forest guards and private underforesters has been in existence, where 6 students are annually accepted for a 2 years course. In addition, there are 2 instructors provided by the government, wandering teachers who are to advise private owners. Premiums are paid for the best managed woodlots on the government farms. The Finnish Forestry Association, which is in part of propagandist nature, was organized in 1877. It supplies, besides an annual report, other forestry literature and employs an experienced planter to direct efforts at reforestation. A forestry journal, quarterly, is also published, and a professional literature is beginning to start into existence. It may be of interest in this connection to cite a rough calculation made by Dr. Mayer of the available material in European Russia and Finland combined, which he places at 4,500 million cubic feet, and of which he considers 1/2 available for export. It is impossible to prognosticate what position Russia and Finland, together the largest wood producers in Europe, will take in the future world commerce, and how rapidly better practices, for which the machinery is already half started, will become generally adopted. At present, especially in Russia proper, the general corruption of the bureaucracy is an almost insurmountable obstacle to improvement. End of section 14. Recording by Taylor Rourke.
Section 15 of A Brief History of Forestry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Brief History of Forestry by Bernard Fernau. The Scandinavian States. In the English language, the report on forestry in Sweden by General C.C. Andrews, U.S. Minister at Stockholm, 1872, revised 1900, 35 pages, gives a statement of present conditions with historical notes. A very good idea in detail of the wood trade of Sweden may be obtained from the Wood Industries of Sweden, published by Timber Trades Journal of London in 1896. La Suède, son peuple et son industrie, by G. Sundbag, 1900, 2 volumes, contains several pertinent chapters. It is an official work, very complete, and was translated into English in 1904. The Economic History of the Swedish Forest, by Gunnar Schotte, 1905, 32 pages in Swedish, published by the Forestry Association, gives a brief account of conditions and data of the forestry movement. Norway, official publication for the Paris Exposition 1900,
contains a chapter on forestry by K. A. Fashold, pages 322 to 350, with a map of forest distribution. Skogsväsendets historia fed Skogsdirektoren, first del, Historic 1909 is an official publication of the Norwegian Forest Administration, giving a full account of the development during the 50 years from 1857 to 1907, with notes of the earlier history. Le Danemark, État actuel de sa civilisation et de son organisation sociale, by J. Carlson, H. Ulrich, and C. N. Stake, 1900, 714 pages. Denmark, Its History and Topography, etc., by H. Weitenmeyer, 1891. Bidrag til det danske skovbrukshistorie, by O. Lütken, 1900, was not accessible to the writer. Extensive notes are found through the German, Austrian, and French forestry journals, especially an article in the Centralblatt für das gesamte Forstwesen, 1905, briefed in Forestry Quarterly, Volume 3, page 292, and another, briefed in the same quarterly, Volume 9, page 45, gives extended accounts of forest conditions in Sweden. Under the name of Scandinavian states, we may comprise the countries of Sweden, Norway, and Denmark, which were settled by the same group of German tribes, the so-called Norsemen. They originally spoke the same language, which only later became more or less differentiated. The settlement of the country by these tribes seems to have been accomplished in the main by the end of the 8th century, and the separation into the 3 several kingdoms in the 9th to 12th centuries, during which time they were sometimes united or at least under one ruler, sometimes at war with each other, and always torn by interior dissensions bordering on anarchy. In 1397, by the Kalmar Convention, a more permanent union into one kingdom was effected between Sweden, Norway, and Denmark under Margaret, the Semiramis of the North. After another period of variable fortunes, Sweden, about 1523, became an independent constitutional monarchy under Gustav Vasa, and Norway remained joined to Denmark under Frederick I. Sweden then started on a career of conquest, being almost continuously at war with all her neighbors, and especially with Russia and Poland, whereby, especially under Gustavus Adolphus and the adventurous Charles VII, her territory was greatly enlarged. With the treaties of Stockholm and Neustadt, 1720 and 1721, she came into more peaceful waters, but permanent peace and a settled policy was not attained until the election of Bernadotte, one of Napoleon's administrators to the kingship, and by the Peace of Kiel in 1814, Sweden became a constitutional hereditary monarchy in the modern sense. At the same time, Norway was taken away from Denmark and forced to a union with Sweden, which persisted until 1907, when a peaceful separation took place by the action of the Norwegian people. The union has always been hateful to the Norwegians, although only the king and the Department of Foreign Affairs, in which Norway was represented by a delegation from its council, were in common, all other matters of administration being separate, as well as the parliaments, Storthing in Norway and Riksdag in Sweden. Denmark, powerful in the 11th century under Canute, who subjugated not only Norway but England, losing both these countries shortly after his death, was shorn by Sweden of much of its territory in the 17th century, and, in 1814, was separated from Norway. Originally an elective monarchy, largely dominated by the nobility, the crown in 1661 became hereditary and absolute, and Sweden did not become a constitutional monarchy until 1849. Sweden. This country is of greatest interest to the world at large in forestry matters, because it has been until lately the largest exporter of wood and has only just fully waked up to its need for a conservative forest management. The law of 1903 promises to bring about very decided changes and to curtail the exports upon which other European nations so much rely. Sweden, with 172,876 square miles, occupies the eastern two-thirds of the Scandinavian peninsula. It is not like Norway, a mountain country, but the greater part consists of low granitic hills. The mountain range, Kjærland, which forms the boundary towards Norway, falls off in a long slope towards the Gulf of Bothnia and the Baltic Sea, the coast being a broad level plain with a series of islands, larger or smaller, girdling the outer coastline and forming an archipelago. The country is cut into numerous watersheds, the many rivers, called elfs, furnishing means of transportation, expanding frequently into lakes, sjö, in the upper reaches, and falling with cataracts into the lower plain, giving rise to fine water powers. 8% of the total area is in lakes. Only 12% of the land area is in farms. The forest area, with nearly 50 million acres, occupies nearly 48%, leaving 40% wasteland or otherwise occupied. Half of the population, of over 5 million, pursues agriculture, while iron manufacture and the lumber industry occupy 1/4. Of the three main divisions of the country, the southern Götaland is richest in lowlands and agricultural soils, and as it has also a favorable maritime climate, farming is the main industry. Here, a population of 50 to 60, and in parts up to 190 per square mile is found. Beech and oak are here the principal trees, with spruce occasionally intermixed. In the central part, Svealand, or Sweden proper, the forest region begins with pine and spruce, pure or in mixture, covering the granite hills and plateau. Birch and other hardwoods, oak, beech, elm, basswood, and aspen being found in the river valleys. But the third division, Norrland, is the forest region of commercial importance, the seat of the extensive export trade. It is a vast, almost unbroken forest country, with hardly more than 3 people to the square mile in the northernmost part, called Lapland, Lapps and Finns forming a not inconsiderable part of the population. Pine and spruce are the timber trees, with white birch intermixed. Toward the northern boundary, the pine increases in more and more open stands as one goes northward into the drier climate. An open, stunted growth of birch and aspen forms the transition to the treeless tundra. A treeless alpine region occupies the northwestern frontier, fringed at lower elevations by a belt of birch and natural coppice, a result of repeated fires. The northeastern part is a level coast plain, but the climate is too severe for agriculture, and the forest growth also is short and of inferior quality. Large areas of swampland are found in nearly all parts, recoverable for farm or forest use, and mismanaged and devastated forest areas are found all over the country. The forest, nearly 10 acres per capita, on account of its accessibility to the sea by means of the many rivers, plays an important role in the economy of Sweden, not only because it covers such a large area and favorable composition, 80% coniferous, but because it has long been a prominent source of income, especially after the abolition of the English import duties in 1866, and of the Swedish export duties which had restricted trade in 1863, did a rapid increase in wood exports take place until, in 1900, it amounted to over $54 million, of which $12 million for wooden ware, being the leading export article and representing over 1/2 of all exports. In addition to this export, which may represent at least around 300 million cubic feet of wood, there are about 250 million cubic feet of pulp wood and 150 million feet used for charcoal, besides the domestic fuel consumption. The total draft on the forest may be estimated to come near to 1,200 million cubic feet, which is believed far in excess of the annual growth, much of the nearly 50 million acres of forest area having been devastated or deteriorated by axe and fire, and being located in a northern zone where the growth is slow, 1 inch in 12 to 15 years. According to others, the cut remains below the increment by about 25%, the latter being figured at 25 cubic feet per acre. In the state forests, to be sure, mostly located in the more northern tiers, the cut is kept between 6 and 7 cubic feet effective, but here a waste of sometimes 40% is incurred in the exploitation due to the difficulties in transport. 1. Property conditions. It was Gustav Vasa who in 1542 declared all uncultivated lands the property of the crown. Parts of them, however, were given to colonists, and these, as well as the resident population, had the right to use the neighboring forest to supply their needs for wood and pasture. By the continued exercise of this right, the forest came to be considered commons, proprietary rights remaining long in doubt. Finally, a division came about, some of the lands becoming the property of the parishes, others of smaller districts, the hundreds, others again encumbered or unencumbered property of the state, and some remained in joint ownership of state and private individuals under various complicated conditions. The state now owns somewhat over 16 million acres, of which, however, only 70% are really forest, and controls more or less 4 million more, of which about 900,000 acres are ecclesiastical benefices and forests belonging to public institutions, and 2.7 million acres in state farms which are rented. Since 1875, the state has pursued a policy of purchase, which has added over 500,000 acres at $7 per acre to the domain. Lately, this policy has found considerable opposition. In this way, by reforesting and by settlement of disputed titles, the state property in absolute possession of the government has grown by nearly 5% to 10 million acres. In Lapland, the entire forest area used to belong to the state, but in order to attract settlers, these were given forest property for their own use, from 10 to 100 times the area which they had cleared. This forest area the settlers disposed of to wood merchants, lumbermen, until the law of 1873 intervened, restricting the settlers to the usufruct alone, the government taking charge of the cutting of wood for sale and limiting the cut to a diameter of 8 inches at 16 feet from the base. This interference with what was supposed to be private rights seems to have been resented, and has led to wasteful practices in the absence of a sufficient force of forest guards. Nevertheless, the law was extended to Västerbotten in 1882. In other provinces, Värmland, Gästrikland, etc., the government vested in the owners or ironworks the right to supply themselves with charcoal from state forests. But about the middle of the 19th century, when owing to railroad development in other parts, some of the ironworks became unremunerative and were abandoned, their owners continued to hold on to the forest privileges, and by exercise them by cutting and sawing lumber for sale, and even by selling the forest areas as if they were their properties. And in this way these properties changed hands until suddenly the government began to challenge titles and commenced litigation about 1896. Grants of certain log-cutting privileges on government lands were also made to sawmills in past times, usually by allowing sawmillers to cut a certain number of logs annually at a very low price. In 1870, these grants, which were very lucrative, were modified by substituting the right of an increased cut for a stated number of years at a modified price, after which the grant was to cease. In 1900, there were still some 300,000 acres under such grants. No wonder that under these circumstances the value of the state forest property was, in 1898, assessed at only $1.60 per acre, the net income being $1,680,753, or about 12 cents per acre. The expenditures for administration, supervision, and forest school amounting to $423,659, to which should be added an undetermined amount for the participation of the Domain Bureau, the Agricultural Department, and provincial governments, all taking part in the forest administration. Many of the towns and country districts, Herat, have received donations of forest areas from the Crown, which have been a considerable source of revenue to them. The parish of Orsa, for example, realized from its forest property some $2.5 million, and other similar results are recorded. These communal and institute forests of various description comprise somewhat over 2.6 million acres, or 5.5%, and are placed under management of local committees, with the governor of the province as chairman. The management consists in selling stumpage of all trees over 13 inches in diameter, 5 feet above ground, to be cut by the purchaser under regulations. In the years from 1840 to 1850, the government sold to English wood merchants considerable tracts of timberland, and in the latter part of the 19th century, as the sawmill industry expanded, many mill firms acquired wood-cutting leases for 50-year terms for prices which were often realized from the forest in the first winter. At present, longer leases than for 20 years are prohibited by law. The diameter limit of 12 inches, 18 or 20 feet above ground, was usually the basis of the leases, and as the owners could then lease away other sizes, it might happen that 2 or 3 persons besides the original owner would have property rights in the same forest. Of late years, many of the mill owners have endeavored to get rid of the resulting inconvenience by buying the fee simple of the land. This movement has resulted in the aggregation of large areas in single hands, or more often in the hands of large mill companies. By the acquisition of these properties, a certain amount of cultivated land is usually included, which is then left to the former owner at a nominal rent, provided that he pays the taxes on the whole, thereby creating a class of renters in lieu of owners of farms. The area thus privately owned, mostly by sawmill companies, must be over 25 million acres. The total private forest area, which includes the bulk of the commercial forest, is about 30 million acres, 61.3%, unreclaimed wasteland swelling the figure to over 50 million. 2. Development of forest policy. From the times of Olaf Tratalja, the first Christian king of Sweden about 1000 AD, who gained fame by the part he took in exploiting the forests of Värmland, down to the 14th century, Sweden suffered from a superabundance of forest. Nevertheless, by the end of that century, restriction of the willful destruction by fire was felt necessary, and an ordinance with that object in view was promulgated. It is questionable whether this order had any effect in a country where the homestead law provided that a seller might take up, quote, as much pasture and arable land as he could make use of, twice as much forest, and in addition on each side of this homestead as much as a lame man could go over on crutches without resting, end quote. Not till 1638 do we again find an attempt at forest conservancy, this time in the interest of supply of charcoal for the iron industry by the appointment of overseers of the public forests. The first general forest code, however, dates from 1647, which, among other useless prescriptions, made the existing usage of planting 2 trees for every one cut obligatory. And this provision remained on the statutes until 1789. In spite of this and other restrictive laws, exploitation by the liege lords and the communities continued until, in 1720, a director of forests for the 2 southern districts, Halland and Bohus, was appointed, and, at least in this part of the country, the execution of the laws was placed under a special officer. This appointment may be considered the first germ of the later forest department. A policy of restriction seems to have prevailed during the entire 18th century, although it is questionable whether the restrictions were enforced, since there was no personnel to watch over their enforcement, and the governors, in whose hands the jurisdiction lay, had other interests more engrossing. A law, enacted in 1734, restricted the peasant forest owners in the sale of wood from their own properties, and in 1789 this restriction and other supervision was extended to those of the nobility. It appears that soon after this, a considerable sentimental solicitude inside and outside the Riksdag was aroused regarding an apprehended deterioration of climate, as well as scarcity of wood as a result of further forest destruction. In the light of present experience, a rather amusing anticipation. These jeremiads, however, after an unsatisfactory attempt at legislation in 1793, led in 1798 to the appointment of a commission which reported after 5 years of investigation. A new set of forest regulations was enacted as a result in 1805. In further prosecution of these attempts at regulating forest use, a commissioner, Professor F.W. Ratloff, was sent to Germany in 1809 to study methods employed in that country. Long before that time, about 1762, Some of the iron masters, owning large forest areas, had imported a commission of German forest experts, among them von Langen and Zantier, the same who had done similar work in Norway and Denmark, with a view of systematizing the forest use, but apparently without result. After much discussion of Radloff's report and consultation with the provincial governors who suggested the propriety of different plans for different localities, new legislation was had in 1810, 1818, 1823, and new regulations for the crown forests were issued in 1824. Yet, at this very time, not only the partition of the communal forests, but also the sale of town forests was ordered, and this policy of dismemberment lasted till 1866, over 1 million acres having been sold by that time. Nor was any diminution in wasteful practices to be noted as a result of legislation, and it seems that, while on the one hand restrictive policies were discussed and enacted, on the other hand unconservative methods were encouraged. Indeed, in 1846 the then existing restrictions of the export trade were removed. Apparently a reversion of restrictive policy had set in, and exploitation increased, in the belief of inexhaustible supplies. On the other hand, encouragement of reforestation was sought by giving bounties for planting wasteland, and for leaving a certain number of seed trees in the felling areas, also by paying rewards for the best plantations, all without result. Meanwhile, a check to the wood trade had occurred through the imposition of exorbitant custom duties by Great Britain, and at the same time the government imposed an export duty to discourage export from Norrland, and this was not abated until 1857. A further project of forest supervision was attempted through a report by a new commission appointed in 1828, which formulated rules for the control of public and private forests, and recommended the establishment of a central bureau for the management of forest affairs, as well as the organization of a forest institute for the teaching of forestry. The institute was established at Stockholm in 1828, but instead of organizing the bureau, the director of that institute was charged with the duties of such bureau. Again, for years, committee reports followed each other, but led to no satisfactory solution of the problems. In 1836, however, a forestry corps, Skogstaten, was organized for the management of the state forests under the direction of the Forest Institute, and as a result of persistent propaganda, a Central Bureau of Forest Administration, Skogsstyrelsen, was created in 1859 with Bjorkman at the head, charged with the supervision of all the state, royal, communal, and other public forests and the control of private forest use. The law in 1859, however, did not settle upon any new policy of control over private forest properties. Again and again, forest committees were appointed to propose proper methods of such control, but not until 1903 was a general law enacted, which was to go into effect in January 1st, 1905. Previous to this, locally applicable laws were enacted. In 1866, a law was passed which referred only to a particular class of private lands, namely those forests of Norrland which the state was to dispose of for ground rent, or which had been disposed of and on which the conditions of settlement had not been fulfilled. In 1869, a law applicable only on the island of Gotland provided a dimension limit, and that in case of neglect of regeneration on private fellings, the owner may not cut any more wood for sale until the neglect had been remedied. Exactly in the same manner as the homestead and other colonization laws in the United States have been abused to get hold of public timberlands, so in Sweden large areas of government land had been taken up for settlement, but actually were exploited. It was to remedy this evil that in 1860 an examination of the public lands was ordered with a view of withdrawing portions from settlement and of making forest reservations. The Royal Ordinance of 1866 resulted, which was to regulate the cutting on settled lands and in such new settlements as were thereafter allowed. Here, private owners at first were allowed to cut only for their own use, and the new law prescribed the amount of yearly cut and required the marking of timber designed for sale by the government officers. This compulsory marking, or Lapland law, with the dimension limit was in 1873 extended to all private forests in Norrbotten, and in 1888 to Västerbotten. This law limits the diameter to which fellings are to be made 8 inches at 15 feet from base, and if the cutting of smaller trees is deemed desirable for the benefit of the forest, these are to be designated by forest officials. The law for Gotland was renewed in 1894, adding a reforestation clause, the governor being authorized to prohibit shipping of timber under 8-inch diameter, and that not until new growth was established, or at least no new fellings may be made until this condition is fulfilled. The same law applies to sand dune plantations in other southern districts. Altogether, 1/4 of the private forest property was in this manner subjected to restrictions until the present conservation law came into existence. This law, of 1903, which became operative in 1905, was the result of a most painstaking, extended canvass by the Legislative Committee, appointed in 1896, which reported in 1899, and of a further canvass by the Director of Domains, who reported in 1901. A large amount of testimony from private forest owners, sawmill men, provincial and local government officials, etc., was accumulated, and it may be reasonably expected that this new legislation will be more effective than most of the preceding seems to have been. The law requires, in general terms, the application of forestry principles in the management of private woodlands. For this purpose, a Forest Protection Committee, one for each province, is constituted, which has surveillance over all private forests, an institution similar to that existing in Russia. The committee, or Forest Conservation Board, consists of 3 persons who are appointed for 3 years, one by the government, one by the county council, one by the managing committee of the County Agricultural Society. In addition, where the communities desire, elected forest conservation commissioners may be instituted to make sure of the enforcement of the law. The board secures the services of an expert advisor from the State Forest Service, paid by the government, but leaves to the board discretion as to the interpretation of the law, which is for the most part expressed in general terms, to secure conservative management. Hence, different boards have worked in different ways, but gradually all are coming to similar methods and all apply persuasive means rather than force. The law requires regeneration, but does not prescribe detailed methods as to how regrowth is to be obtained, leaving these to be determined by the board in consultation with the owners. If no agreement can be arrived at, or if the measures stipulated are not taken by the owner, the board may enforce its rulings by court proceedings, in which injunctions to prevent further lumbering, confiscation of logs or of lumber, or money fines may be adjudged. The time of contracts for logging rights is reduced from 20 to 5 years. Short courses of instruction to forest owners and the issuing of popularly written technical publications, Volksschriften, is one of the efficient methods of securing the results which seems to have been attained in the few years since the law is in operation, namely, in arousing such interest that opposition has become very small. An export duty, 4 to 8 cents per 100 cubic feet of timber, 8 to 14 cents per ton of dry wood pulp, is levied for the purpose of carrying out the law, the export duty amounting to over $160,000, and a more general export duty is under contemplation. The management of communal forests is to be placed under the State Forest Administration, the corporations paying 1.6 cents per acre, but this feature does not seem entirely settled. Protective forests under special regulations are established at the alpine frontier and on the drift sand plains, which are planted up. 3. Forest administration and forestry practice. The Central Forestry Bureau, as it exists now, was organized in 1883 as the Domain Bureau in the Department of Agriculture with, at present, a forester as general director, and under it a forestry corps, Skogstaten, reorganized in 1890, which has charge of the public forests and also of the forest control in the private forests where such control exists outside of the conservation boards. For the purpose of this administration, the country is divided into 10 districts, each under an inspector, or overjägmästare. The districts are divided into ranges, revier, now 90, each under a chief of range or Jägmästare, with assistants and guards Kronojägare. The nomenclature of the officers suggesting the hunt rather than the forest management. In addition, 6 forest engineers are employed on working plans, engineering works, and in giving advice and assistance to private owners who pay for such service. When it is stated that the ranges in the northern provinces average over 300,000 acres of public and 400,000 acres of private forest, in central Sweden, 150,000 acres of public and 145,000 acres of private forest, and in the southern provinces nearly 55,000 acres of state and communal forest, it will be understood that the control cannot be very strict. The net revenue from the state forest during the last 30 years has increased from $300,000 to $1,750,000. The management of even the state forests can only be very extensive. The state still sells mostly stumpage, rarely cutting on its own account. The lumbering is carried on very much as in the United States by logging contractors, and the river driving is done systematically by booming companies. Selection forest is still the general practice, now often improved into group system, although a clear-cutting system with planting has been practiced, but is supposed to be less desirable, probably because it entails a direct money outlay, or else because it was not properly done. A seed tree management preferred by private owners for pine seems frequently not successful. Of the state forests, 90% are under selection system, and of private forests, 60%. In the southern provinces where planting is more frequently resorted to, 2 to 3-year-old pines and 2 to 5-year-old spruces, nursery grown, 2,000 to the acre, are generally used, or else sowing in seed spots is resorted to, which is more frequently practiced in the middle country. Some 10,000 acres were, for instance, planted by the Forest Administration in 1898 at a cost of $2 per acre, and the budget contains annually about $20,000 for such planting. That private endeavor in the direction of planting has also been active is testified by a plantation of over 26,000 acres, now 35 years old, reported from Finspång Estate. Complete working plans are rare, even for the state forests, a mere summary felling budget being determined for most areas, the trees to be cut being marked. Under instructions issued in 1896, working plans for the small proportion of state forest management by clearing system are to be made. In these, an area allotment method is employed with rotations of 100 to 150 years. Forest fires are still very destructive, especially in northern Sweden, although an effective patrol system, greatly assisted in some provinces by watchtowers, has reduced the size of the areas burnt over. The coniferous composition and the dry summers in the northern part, together with the methods of lumbering, are responsible for the conflagrations. In this direction, too, the activities of the conservation boards have been highly useful. 4. Education and literature. Among the propagandist literature which had advanced the introduction of forestry ideas in Sweden, it is proper to mention the writings of Israel Adolf of Strom, who, after extensive travels in Germany, established the first private forest school in 1823, and was instrumental in securing the establishment of the State Forest Institute in Stockholm, 1828. In regard to education, a most liberal policy prevails. At the institute, the tuition is free, and in addition, 4 students receive scholarships of $250 per year. Appointment to assistantships follows immediately after promotion, and in 10 years the position of Jägmästare may be attained. The number of students is limited to 30. The director of this school is also general advisor in forestry matters. Besides the director, 6 professors are employed. The course at this school is 2 years of 11 full months. There are now a higher and a lower course, the former requiring previous graduation from another preparatory forest school, either the one at Omberg, founded 1886, or that at Clotten, 1900, where a 1-year course, mainly in practical work, is given. For the lower service, there are not less than 6 schools in various parts of the country, each with 1 teacher and assistants, managed under a chief of range. In these, not only is tuition free, but 10 pupils receive also board and lodging, the course lasting 8 months. These schools prepare for state service as well as for managers of private forests. A forest experiment station was organized in 1903, an independent institution in the Domain Bureau under the direct charge of a practitioner. Every third year, a commission is to determine what work is to be undertaken. The appropriation, which so far is hardly $5,000 per annum, will not permit much expansion. The first number of its publication, Meddelanten van Statens Skogsforskningsanstalt, was issued in 1904, and work of a superior character has been accomplished since then. That a forestry public exists in Sweden is attested by a forest association with an organ, Skogsvårds Föreningens Tidskrift, which was founded in 1902. This journal is really the continuation of an earlier magazine, Tidskrift för Skogshushållning, a quarterly begun in 1869 and running until 1903. A forestry association for Norrland alone, which also issues a yearbook, was organized a few years ago. A periodical for rangers, etc., is also in existence under the name of Skogsfinnen. In 1902 also, there was formed a lumbermen's trust to regulate the output which the forest owners proposed to meet by an associated effort to raise stumpage charges. The attempt of the lumbermen to restrict the cut in 1902 was, however, a failure, for the export of that year was 10% larger than the previous year. It is expected that the new law will have the tendency of decreasing the cut and of inaugurating a new era in forestry matters generally. End of section 15, recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia.